Yeah. You didn't even think about me, did you? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah, right off the bat. Normally, people on the text line are just mad at me. You're so arrogant. You think you know everything. You're such a downer. Hey, look at that. Hey, we've started the right way. Now I can start disappointing you with some other with some other opinions, some other truth bombs. I'm gonna just lay out there for you. Yeah. Uh. Oh gosh. I don't know how much time you spend, Jerry, on social media. Right. It is one of the angriest places in in the world. Yeah. It's got and it's just gotten worse. Everything is everything has got a political bent or political angle to it, and people I believe this, that people wake up. There are many people who wake up and just cannot wait to be offended by something. It's just like their daily goal. Like, wow, what can I be offended about today? And I will right. And I just don't have time for that. Whoever that guy is, you know what? You can be miserable if that's what you want to do. But I just don't have time for that. Yeah, right. Well, I don't know that that's going to take the anger away as soon as Brian Shaw comes up and gives. No, I don't. Listen, man, I hope Brian Shaw figures it out, right? I don't mean to pick on Brian Shaw. So I hope he figures it. I hope the Rockies are awesome. I love baseball. I love the Rockies. I hope they're great. I have my reservations certainly. Um, but in this 60 game season, anything could happen. Like all you got to do is get hot. Any team can get hot for a time. I mean, look at the Washington Nationals last year. What were they, 19-31, and went on to win the World Series? I mean, I was doing a Chicago Bears game, and they did Matt Nagy is their head coach. He did a whole presentation that night on the Washington Nationals because they had just won the World Series. It was like week 9 or week 10, or they were going to the World Series or whatever it is. And because they started off so bad, and Mitchell Trubisky was really just awful last year, and so they were kind of the whole, hey man, if they can do it, if they can believe in each other and rally together, and it didn't work for the Bears, but it did work. It did work for the Nationals. Like they couldn't ride that momentum. They couldn't piggyback that momentum. But anything can happen in a short season like this. Uh-huh. Right. Correct. Yeah. Well, uh, yeah. I don't know that it's going to help them all, but I definitely think it. I definitely think there is. I mean, people get mad at me when I say, "Hey, man, I think sports in this country are essential business." And some people are like, no, it's your first responders and your hospital workers and your nurses, and yeah, I mean, I understand the importance of that. I get that, but there is a certain kind of mental psyche and community that sports collectively brings to a community that nothing else really does. Right. Yeah. What's interesting is I used to love when my son was playing to go to the park early, and I'd get there 2 hours before the game, and I'd just sit in the stands. Oh my gosh! And I'd right if you can get in, which I usually could. Um, yeah, I should be able to, right? And it used to drive him crazy. And one day he asks me because I would go and watch them, like I'd watch the grounds crew work, and I'd be like, man, these guys they're artists, like they're artists. And so I'd just be kind of hanging out and then just enjoying that atmosphere. And it used to drive him crazy. He's like, why do you want? Oh, it drive him crazy. Like, why in the world? You can go eat, you can do whatever. Why would you want to come here 2 hours before the game? It was like I was cramping his style. Like my dad, I know my dad, and I think he felt like, oh, my dad's just sitting out there. Now I've got to go entertain him. I'm like, no, 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 no. I love it out here. And he's like, why? And I go, I love baseball because it's not football. I go, I love the fact that it's not frenetic. I love the fact that guys are doinking around, taking infield, goofing off. I love watching the grounds crew work. I just love the pace. Now, football for me, I'm out there testing my cleats, and then I'm throwing up in a trash can, and I'm nervous as all get out. It's like a completely different atmosphere, and I love that aspect of baseball. Right. Oh yeah. Hmm. Right. Uh huh. Right. Right. Yeah, it really when you do it, and I've been there, it really adds perspective on how hard that job actually is with the spin of the baseball and trying to pick it up off the bat and the way it moves in the air. I mean, it is hard to shag fly balls. It is hard to catch them. Yeah, right. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Well, Right. Right. If it's mandated and even if it's a very small percentage to help eliminate the spread of coronavirus, then you got to do it. And listen, will you get players that will complain? Yeah, you will. That's fine. Don't play. You can avoid or you can forego your salary. Don't play. It's pretty simple, right? You either wear the mask or you don't play. I think that's a pretty. I mean, I think it's you know I that's pretty simple. It's pretty easy to me that's the way to do it. So and most guys, I think most guys, will adhere to that kind of philosophical approach, and they will find a way, as painful as it may be, to be able to slip that helmet on and go out and play. The bottom line is once you start playing and you get used to it, it'll take you, half a practice and you won't even know it's on. So, yeah, there's part of this too that I would say, and I would caution the NFLPA, and I would caution our players. I would caution, like, understand what the rest of America and the rest of the world is going through, and don't be tone deaf. Some of these NBA players complaining about their you know the fact that they live in this $1 billion bubble, and the standard of the room is not what they're used to when they're traveling on the road with their team. Like, you might want to just shut up, right? You might want to just get over it, and or don't play. But let's not complain about that. If you want to be, hey man, I'm tired. This thing has got me down mentally. It's wearing me down. I miss my family. I get all that, but not, hey, I'm living in a Disney room that is incredibly well appointed. For those of us who have been to those Disney rooms, they're very nice rooms, right? Like, let's not go there. Let's not be tone deaf. So same thing with this mask that they're asking the players, or saying the players might have to wear. That's a small price to pay. Right. Right. I don't know. Like, I don't know, I mean, how much people are reading your eyes. They're looking at your head and looking at where you're looking. I don't know that, did Jim McMahon tilt his head one way and kind of eyeball back the other way as a decoy, pre-snap. I don't like. Yeah, right. And so I just don't know that. I don't know that that they're that dialed in. They're looking at your head. I don't know that they're looking at your eyes per se. So I mean, you know I I think that quote unquote advantage. If you're really good, if you're Patrick Mahomes or you're Aaron Rodgers, um, maybe, but the rest of mere mortals, probably not. Yeah, probably not. Right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, it's just it's like that plastic shield that's extended, right? I mean, that's really all that it is. No, it's just that, like, you see the plastic visors. So, like, guys will have a plastic visor over their eyes that have, some type of eye issue or have been poked in the eye before. They put one on my helmet for a couple of days, when I had LASIK surgery as a player, and I hated every second of it, and I took it off. Yeah, But again, I wasn't living in pandemic world. It was just my eyes. And I was like, I don't like this. I'm taking it off. I would have gotten used to it, but I didn't give myself time to get used to it because I was like, I don't like it. And it was during the off season, so it was in OTAs. I mean, it's not like I had it during the season and had to protect myself. It wasn't like, it wasn't. It just was. It was off season, so it didn't really matter. So anyhow, yeah, I took it off. I wore it for a practice or a half a practice or whatever, and said, I don't like this. Take it off. Yeah. Right. Right. Well, they're easy to point out because they're 6'7" to 7 foot. What like a small forwards are 6'7". I mean they stand out like a sore thumb when they're out in public. Hmm. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I think the NBA, and I've always said this just from just one roster size is well it's 15 but it's 12. It's three guys don't play. And I've always said it that like they are the most stunning, unbelievable athletes on the planet. Um, the size, just the size, length, athleticism. I said this to Michael Malone one time, the Nuggets head coach. I was like, could you imagine if Jokic had JaVale McGee's athleticism and his basketball savvy? He'd be the best big man in the history of the NBA. I mean, it just it's like, but you start to think about that, and it's funny because the Joker is probably, I mean, he's in the world from a world standpoint, he's an elite level athlete. From the NBA standpoint, he's bottom of the barrel. Like he's just he's not a great athlete NBA style wise, but like he's supremely gifted. It just goes to show you how freakish those dudes are. Right. It right. I mean the ratio of size, length, speed, athleticism, all those things in the NBA is like truly. I always say to play a professional sport, you got to be touched by the hand of God. Anyhow, athletically you have to be, but nothing more, no more than in that game in the NBA because those guys are absolute freak shows. The most embarrassing picture I've ever taken in my entire life is I was a player for the Skins. It was like 1992. We got done with the season. We all went down to Orlando to do some Disney vacation. And I was at this game with it was me and Charles Mann and Tim Johnson and Daryl Green, and our families at Orlando. Yeah, yeah, it was a Bulls game. It was a Bulls Orlando game, and so we're just out there. When we get done with the game, we get go back, back in the tunnel where they walk through the stadium to go to the buses, right? And we're taking pictures with guys. And I like Will Purdue came out, and I'm looking at Will Purdue like he's 7 foot, but I could like come on Will Purdue, I could box this guy down, right? I might be able to score a couple buckets off of him. Shaq, I took a picture with Shaq, and Daniel was like 3 4 years old, and like he's there, the three of us. Shaq wrapped his arm around me. I was 295. He wrapped his arm around me like I was his girlfriend Like it's like the most embarrassing He is so much bigger and more athletic than me. It was like I told my wife, I go, destroy that picture, please. Like that picture can never get out. And it was amazing. And they were all just milling. All the bulls were milling around. We were talking to Scottie Pippen, and and everybody just milling around. Like, when do you guys leave? We don't leave until Michael leaves. When Michael comes out, then we go. Then we load the buses up. And sure enough, eventually Michael came out, got his autograph on a ball, and it was like, roll him out. Here we go. Hey guys, let me ask you a question. Do you live with neck pain, back pain? It's debilitating. It can ruin your life. Guys, do yourself a favor. Take this number down and call my friends at Spine One because they can see you today. 303-367-2225 is the number. You're worried about needing surgery or been told you need surgery, want a second opinion, want to try to get out of back pain or neck pain without surgery. Maybe it's a car accident. Maybe it's a sporting activity that got you this way. I'm telling you what, guys, they can fix you up. And I understand how it goes. One day becomes a week becomes a month becomes a year. The next thing you know, you've checked out of life. Their doctors take a comprehensive approach to spine care. They're offering no-cost MRI reviews. Bring in your existing images. They'll look at it at no cost to you and then prescribe a treatment plan to help get you out of pain. That's what they do. 20 years I lived with excruciating pain, a few short visits to Spine One, and I was back in the gym, back playing golf, feeling great again. Call them, 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spine1.com.
Morning Brew.
Things are gonna get weird.
You're gonna eat lightning, and you're gonna crap thunder.
Okay, this guy needs coffee and crullers stat.
You know what could really help you sort through these important issues?
What?
Orange mocha frappuccino!
Damn, Jimmy. This some serious gourmet.
Let's get it on!
Melton gets loose. Oh! Went to the rim, had it layup blocked by Carroll. Picked up by Rivers, ahead to Russ, right by Jackson, lays it up and in. 13-point Rockets lead with 59 seconds to go in the first. You blink, you miss something.
I mean, what, like, pick up food. Did they not understand the rules? All right, they didn't understand the rules. I gotta go get some food. By the way, you've been around Disney resorts. I mean, what are you walking out for? Outback? Like, is there any restaurant at the Disney properties that's worth walking out and being sequestered for 8 days? Right. Yeah, but you also have to understand that this is, ultimately, guys spend their whole lives working to be professional athletes or actors or whatever. Like, that's, for me, is one of those things you understand, like, what they've done their whole lives. I don't need your political opinions, or I don't need, like, you don't need my political opinions. What have I ever done other than study football? That's the only thing I know. I mean, honestly, that and landscaping. Like, yeah, the rest of the stuff, I don't know jack. So, I mean, I don't know why you would want to know what I think. Yeah.
So in an effort to prevent the spread of the coronavirus, NFL helmets may have a very different look this year. And take a look at this. This is the demo model that features the Ravens colors and scheme. The new helmets will come with a mouth shield that was designed with the help of doctors and engineers. This intended to cut out transmission of droplets. Oakley will send the guards to all of the teams.
Right. A good thing that they found a piece of plexiglass engineered by doctors and what was it? Doctors and was it doctors and engineers to put a piece of plastic in front of your mouth? Yeah, that's genius right there. Like, anybody, right? Anybody could have. All right, whatever. Okay, good. We got. There's just. Like the virus particles or whatever. Again, here we go. I'm going to start talking about the virus. It's so small. It's itsy. No, it's teensy. It's beyond small. It's teensy. That's a technical term for really, really, really small. Yeah, there you go. Yes, there. Yeah, I don't. Who knows.
What is the message to Tyreek Hill now, 2 days later and after all this video is blown up? What's your message to him?
Oh, that I will see him again. I will see him. I wanted to say that to him at the camp, but I didn't get a chance to. I will see him again.
Yeah, and some kid mossed him at a camp. Yeah, I don't know if the kid knows this. Tyreek Hill plays wide receiver too. It's not like he's known for his DB skills. So, but yeah, it's cool. I mean, you put that on. You put that on one of the greatest athletes. Like, make no bones about it. He's one of the greatest athletes on the planet. And it's a pretty cool video that you get to take with you for the rest of your, regardless if you make it to the next level, to the college level, the pro level, whatever the case may be, you'll always have that video. So that's a pretty cool video.
Obviously, we've had a great start to my career. I've been blessed to be in a great organization, have a great team around me, which has made the transition easier for me. But now it's about stacking those years. It's about trying to find ways to get back to the Super Bowl, win those Super Bowl championships, and I think if I go out there every single year and I put my best effort forward, when I get to the end of my career, I'll be happy with where I'm at.
Yes. Yeah. That was before anybody cared about. I didn't even know it until like a year or two ago when these 99 ratings became. Oh yeah, they didn't give you like. I saw Travis Kelce a video where Travis Kelce is presenting this box with the 99 plaque and everything else, and Mahomes is getting all excited about the 99. Like, really? Like I loved Rod Smith. He was on with Stokley and Zach yesterday, I believe. And he said, the difference between when I played and today's players is, they're worried about getting likes on social media. Can I get 1 million likes? Can I get 1 million follows? He goes, I was just worried about getting 57 likes within my locker room. Right? Yeah. Right? I mean, that's the way Rod played. That's exactly who Rod was, man. He didn't care about stats. He was more excited about throwing a block than he was making a touchdown catch. Absolutely. Way more. I mean, he'd come into our meeting room. You see my block? He'd be, oh yeah. He'd be all giddy. I didn't give a rip about any of that crap. And so, and it's true. And you can say whatever you want. You can go, okay, boomer, whatever. But, that's how you win championships, having guys like that on your football team. You take that back, Ben. Take it back, Ben. Rewind it. Good boy. All right. Yeah. That is when I start talking about glowingly about myself, this is the music. Yeah, this is the music he puts behind me when I'm telling stories of my greatness. Yeah. Right. Yeah, he said that too. One of the coolest things, one of the coolest things I ever got to do is, so when he played for the Tigers, and they came home, he didn't stay at the hotel. He stayed with us. Stayed at the house. He wanted to eat mom's cooking and everything else, right? And so I drove him to the ball. It was like Little League. I drove him down to Coors Field every day. So we're down I-25 just talking and stuff. Then I pull in back to the back lot where you guys park, the players park and the broadcasters park. And they're like, oh yeah, come in, Mark. Hop in, and pull in and I go, okay, son, have a good game. Right, yeah. Yeah, he had his uni. No. And now I had the jersey on. He's like, Dad, you're embarrassing me. Hat, jersey. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, no. So when my son was in Little League, he was always, exceptionally talented, and he always had the best of the best equipment because, I could afford it, right? And, one of the things I always used to say to Daniel was like, hey, listen, you have been, touched by the hand of God. You've been blessed with an ability to play, and I just expect you to play, with focus and I probably put way too much, not probably, I put way too much. I held him to a standard that was probably unacceptable or higher than it should be, at 12 years old or whatever, because, I was a professional athlete. So I knew what it took So I was always trying to groom him for that. But I had this Reebok contract, and he opened up the Reebok catalog, and that's what everybody got for Christmas, because they give you this catalog, and they give you like a ton of like merchandise, like a ton of money towards merchandise, but it was all wholesale, like it was all wholesale stuff. So, a $200 pair of shoes, it cost you $40, that type of thing, right? Because there's such a ginormous markup on all that stuff. So anyhow, there were these really cool blue shoes, and it was the first year you got to wear the spikes, where they click on the pavement, and that's really cool for 12-year-olds. That's like your graduation to big league baseball, right? And they couldn't wait to put their spikes on and walk through the parking lot, like click, 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 click. So anyhow, one day he's in the outfield, and he's not paying attention, and I'm yelling at him. And, he's like, oh, yeah. Then he's, straightening up. And then, an inning later or 2 innings later, he's, digging for 4-leaf clovers or whatever, and a ball gets hit over his head. And I was livid, just livid. So I cleaned up the dugout after the game. He's sitting in his mom's car. And I was like, that's it. Get in my truck. We're going to have a discussion on the way home. So I chew him out, about not paying attention and not putting forth his best effort and this, that, and the other. And I suspend him from these shoes. I make him wear last year's shoes that are too small and are the rubber bottom soles of the next game, right? It's embarrassing. Like, he's got to go back to, and it's got one hole, the pitcher's toe is all worn out, right? Because you drag your foot, right? And it's before you put the big plastic piece on, like before you become a real pitcher. And so anyhow, he's got to wear these shoes, and fast forward to a preseason game against the Buffalo Bills. And, the thing I hated about preseason is if you lost, you had to come in the next day, you had to lift, you had to watch the film as a team and everything. If you won, you got the day off. You just came in and lifted on your own, watched the film on your own. You didn't have to meet with the coaches, right? And so we build up even the preseason. So we build up a 10-point lead or whatever, 12-point when we're on the field, when the starters are on the field. Well, we go off the field and we lose the preseason game. It's like 24-20 or something, right? And so I roll out of the stadium, and I'm pissed off because I don't want to, I know I have to go in tomorrow, right? So I grab the kids. They're all playing around on the football field. They're all down on Mile High playing catch and stuff. And I'm like, let's go. So we roll through there. We get in we had this conversion van, this minivan, and so we're driving down. It's dead silent. We're driving down I-25. It's packed. Everybody knows I'm just ticked off. So there's just dead silence in the car. And sure enough, my dad or my son says to me, he goes, Dad, and I was like, yes. And he goes, I'm going to need your shoes. Like, he suspended me from my shoes because I suspended him that previous baseball season, from his shoes. So, yeah, it's always one of those things that you just start laughing about. He's 12 years old, and was like, he thought about it for a while. He couldn't wait to take my shoes away. So, I just started laughing. Yeah, we just started laughing, and then we decided to go get dinner, and it was kind of over at that point. I was like, you can't, after something like that, you can't continue to be mad. So anyhow, yeah.
I have not seen them. I've asked about them before. I know that there's already been some resistance to them. That they feel it's going to be difficult to breathe. But it's a good idea. I think all ideas right now are good ideas. Just because something's going to stick, something's going to work. We're all in uncharted territory here. In order to play, if it keeps them safe, I'm for them, but I haven't seen them. What do they look like?
A piece of plastic over your face mask, like those eye visors. I mean, they're not a big. To me, it's not a very big deal, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Okay.
I think it's one of those situations where they say you're going to play with these or don't play, and everybody adjusts. So I think they'll just be fine. I see that you're in Montana enjoying Big Sky Country, a little vacation time for you. Congratulations. You have earned it. As far as vacation time, there's no vacation time in the National Football League, even though everybody's off right now. 2 days before Justin Simmons is either going to get a new contract or play that franchise tag. What does your gut tell you about the potential of a long-term deal for Justin Simmons?
Well, I keep hearing that it's not going to happen, but I'm a little skeptical of of what I hear, just because there's still, it all comes down to a deadline, and I wouldn't be surprised if both sides got a little creative here and tried to make it work. Part of the problem, and something that they would have to do, is, if the salary cap comes down this much, what will his salary be in 2021? Because the problem with multi-year contracts, and one reason why some teams have already punted with their franchise tag players, is no one knows what the salary cap's going to be in 2021, 2022. If there's going to be, they haven't even agreed on whether or not to have an adjustment for 2020 when it comes to the salaries. So you'd have to have some provisions in there if you're to get a deal done. That would be difficult. In Simmons' case, what makes his negotiations a little unique from other franchise tag players is both sides did start negotiating in April, and they both had submitted proposals. From what I understand, the Broncos' proposal was around $13 million a year. The Simmons was asking for something north of the $14.6 million a year that Eddie Jackson got from the Bears back in January. I'd wonder if I'm Justin Simmons. I know it's less than they believe his market is, but do you go back to that original proposal of the Broncos? With all this uncertainty, I might want something like that. $13 million a year if the guarantee is right, over a 1 year, $11.4 million price tag. So, from what I understand, it's not dead, guys. I have heard it's unlikely. We'll have to see here. Maybe they'll reach a conclusion today. They have to get pretty close today if they're going to be able to finalize things tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was second-team All-Pro this past season, and I'd also put Kareem Jackson in the top 10. I think they're both top 10 safeties. Last year, you could argue the Broncos had the best safety tandem in the league. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at too many other teams, but they had to be in the top 3. Kareem Jackson had a heck of a year, and until that DUI when he lost the last 2 games, he might have received another honor or two. But otherwise, I think everyone would still put Von Miller in the top 10 at his position. Cortland Sutton, I think, is now in the top 10. He's maybe not quite yet in the top 5, but he's in the top 10. I tell you what, Graham Glasgow's contract should put him in the top 10 with the 4-year, $44 million. So they're getting there. The other talent that they're getting is young. At some of those skilled positions. So the talent base for the Broncos is getting there, but it may, it still may be a year or two away, providing they start this year. A year or two away from really gelling.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. Another guy that I think has a lot of potential, some hyperbole coming out of Dove Valley when they say 10 straight Pro Bowls for Dalton Reisner. I think that's a little bit much, but he certainly has the ability and certainly has the kind of attitude and tenacity to be a Pro Bowl player and to kind of lead that offensive line for years to come, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. He was very impressive as a rookie. He had that high ankle sprain against the Vikings. That was the game where Cortland Sutton had a big game, tore up Xavier Rhodes. And Dalton missed a play, if you remember, with the high ankle sprain, came back in, and didn't miss another snap the rest of the season. But by his own admission, he struggled the last, I think it was last 5 games, 5 or 6 games after that. So that was a good test for him, to struggle through injury. That's something that is part of learning how to play in the NFL, is learning how to play when you're not at 100%. And so far, so good for Dalton Risner. See what happens this year. Tell you what, guys, right now, it seems like the momentum is pointing toward, delaying things a couple weeks. So we'll see how this week ends with the NFL and what they decide. But right now, I'm not overly confident that they're going to start training camp on time, July 28th. My gut tells me to just kind of adjust to whatever the virus decides. The virus is in control here. And, it bounced back. Everything was on point, on schedule. Everything was promising, and then it spiked back. The one thing we got to keep in mind here in Colorado and in Montana, where I'm at, but also, it's really spiked to concerning levels in other states, Texas, Florida. Arizona has just been crushed here the last couple of weeks, the Los Angeles area. So it's going to be difficult, guys, to get 32 teams going, pulling the same way on this thing. I promise you, Michael Bidwell in Arizona is saying, you guys are crazy if you think we're reporting to camp on July 28th or, whatever it is, and wish him a good recovery there from his coronavirus. So I think they're going to delay it a couple weeks into August. I do think the season, I guess I'd put a nickel that the season will get delayed a little bit, and then but I do think they will have a season. There's too much to lose for the NFL to not have a season. They'll, one way or the other, even if it's contracted to 14 games, they're going to play in 2020.
Totally agree, Mike. We really appreciate you. By the way, Governor Newsom in California just put the stay-at-home order till September 8th. So it's going to be hard to get, the California teams together. So anyhow, I'm with you on that, Mike. Thanks so much, man. Enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Hey, I'll do it. Thanks, guys.
Oh. Montana is awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's an awesome state, awesome area. Hey guys, prioritizing your health is more important than ever. Not only building your immune system, but to address any chronic health issues you may have. I recommend going to Low T Center. They exclusively specialize in men's wellness and follow strict medical guidelines for your health and safety, and are one of the leading men's medical providers in the country. Low T Center has reinvented the doctor's visit, making it quick and easy to get all your levels checked, not just your testosterone levels. It starts with an annual wellness exam where they do a comprehensive health assessment so you'll know all the numbers that are important to your health. Feeling tired, grumpy, noticed a weight gain, loss of muscle mass? These could all be signs of low T, low thyroid levels, even sleep apnea. Low T Center can determine the cause and get you the help you need, guys. Now they offer monitored self-injection at-home testosterone treatments, providing convenience and additional health monitoring safeties for your safety, guys. There's no question about it. Self-injection at-home treatments start at $135 a month for self-pay and are covered by most health insurance. Guys, that's Low T Center. Book your annual wellness exam today at lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care. Yeah, Mark and Jerry is much easier. No, I mean, I think for most football players, I've heard it explained. I think Howie Long was the first guy I ever heard it talk this way. There's two elevators. There's a down elevator and an up elevator, and so you're at the very top floor. Let's call it 12 floors when you're a rookie, from an athleticism standpoint, right? And you're at the very bottom floor, floor one, as a rookie, from a knowledge standpoint. And at some point, if you push the button at the same time, down on one and up on the other, right? At some point at floor 6, you're going to hit your prime, where you're at your athletic ability has dropped some, but it's still really good. But your knowledge of the game has risen to a level where you're hit, like that's when you're at your ultimate best. And then it continues to drop as you continue to go through. If it's 12 years, you get to the year 12, your knowledge of the game is what's keeping you on a football team. But your athleticism, because of injuries and all those things, has greatly diminished. And so somewhere in the middle there, like year 6 is probably your prime. So if you come in at 22 years old, your 28 is your kind of prime. 27, 28, 29 is kind of the prime. Now, I think guys have extended the prime to some degree, Jerry, because of the way guys take care of their bodies. They have, the money is totally different. So they have the ability to spend. Now, it's James Harrison, who I work with at Fox. James Harrison is like, what an unbelievable talent the guy is. Frightening. He's just frightening. And he still lifts and trains like he's a beast, is an absolute beast. But that guy spent $600,000 a year just taking care of his body. Yeah, just to keep him in the league for that many years. So guys, have personal chefs that are dietitians that take care of them. They give them the proper nutrients and all that stuff. They have personal masseuses. They have their own cryovac machine. I mean, these guys do a great job of taking care of themselves. That's what they have done. So they've extended their careers to a degree. That said, Von Miller is still an outstanding football player. I mean, outstanding. The end of last season, he didn't play very well. Now, he hurt his knee. I can't remember, maybe week 12 or so. I think he missed a game. And he didn't play as well last year as he has in past years. Does that mean that he can't still find kind of that quote unquote fountain of youth? No, I mean, he can still play. There's no question about that. But it's just harder. It's harder to recover. It's harder when you do tweak something to get back, all those different things. This year should be a benefit that they've got Jarrell Casey, who's a great run defender. Bradley Chubb comes back on the opposite side of Vaughn. That should take some pressure off of Vaughn. So I think there's some good things that are in Vaughn's corner. And the fact that Vaughn knows he didn't play very well. I mean, DeMarcus Ware, his great mentor, even came out and said Vaughn didn't play very well. I'm paraphrasing, but he said Vaughn, knows that he didn't play as well as he could or whatever. So, yeah, but I'm with you, Jerry. I think this is a pivotal year for Von Miller. I think this is a year that if you're not, a double-digit sack guy, that this will be your last year here in Denver. That you're probably going to be, either asked to take a significant pay cut or they're going to say, hasta la vista, and you're going to have to go find another job somewhere. And he'll find one. I mean, there's no question about his talent. Huh. Well, again, that would depend upon what you need and what you're going to get in return. So, my thought is this: like there was a time that would have made more sense, even going back to last season, because you look at what Khalil Mack got before the 2018 season, or what the Raiders got to rebuild their football team from the Khalil Mack deal. They got a couple of first rounders. You're not getting a couple of first rounders for Von Miller. Could you still get a first rounder for Von Miller? I would question whether you could or not, based upon how he finished last year and his age. Do I think he's worth a first rounder? Absolutely, because the guy I think he's still a phenomenal player. And I don't covet first rounders like a lot of people in this business do. You know, a lot of franchises. And there's several reasons you covet first rounders. One, because they're first round draft choices, right? So they're supposed to be they're supposed to, lift your franchise up. Two, and probably more importantly, salary, like they're a fixed salary, so to speak. They're a very low cost for a number of years, relatively speaking. So you've got salary certainty when you get those guys, because ultimately you got that guy under control, your control for 5 years at a very reasonable rate, even a first rounder. So there's being able to fix costs and understand what you've got there. So like that's a value to teams. They always talk about when a team gets a young quarterback that performs, how valuable that guy is. How you can spend your money elsewhere to get that guy weapons, to give that guy an opportunity, and you don't have to pay that guy for 3 or 4 years. That's big for your franchise. So that's a really big part of being a first rounder. But hell, look at the Broncos in general and the lack of production from the first round that we have had in this franchise. And John Elway's, 11 seasons as general manager? He's had one guy, and it's Von Miller, that's gotten a second contract as a first rounder. That's abysmal. I mean, that's awful. And especially when you're trying to get that, that salary certainty, and you're trying to build your team. If you got a bunch of first rounders, you should be littered. With those guys should be all over your roster still, and some of them should be stars. And the fact that that most of them, haven't hit it, or other than Vaughn, none of them have gotten a second contract out of this franchise. That's a failure from a draft standpoint. Hey guys, supporting the local community is more important than ever. Shop at Mountain High Appliance Showroom for all your appliance needs. Locally family owned and operated since 1993. Experience the difference with unmatched customer service, extremely knowledgeable sales staff, professional delivery and installation. Your number one resource for information on appliance technology, guys. And I'm telling you what, over 250 working appliances in their showroom. You can test drive them before you buy them. I've been there. I've done it. I've had them. I've purchased from them. I've had them deliver and install. They are absolutely unreal, guys. They've got so many great features and so many great people walking you through all those features. On a tight budget, need to replace an old tired appliance? Their clearance center in Denver, you can get up to 75% off retail prices on nearly every brand. That's Mountain High Appliance. Stop by today. Check them out. See the difference. That's Mountain High Appliance, guys. You can shop from your home online as well. Check them out online at mountainhighappliance.com. Yeah. Well, I think there's a certain dog years to playing in the NFL that's different. Just, I mean, when you start to look at baseball, you play games every day, and there's anytime, you get repetitive use injuries anytime that you're an athlete. So that's going to happen. But the physical wear and tear when you're practicing in pads and you're practicing with a helmet on and you're hitting each other, even when you don't have pads, like there is contact, and that tends to wear you out. You get into the season NBA wise or baseball wise. There's not. I mean, you take BP and stuff. It's just a different level of intensity at the practice. From a practice standpoint, when you're playing two games a week and all that stuff. So I think there's a little bit more physical wear and tear, obviously, on an NFL player than there is a basketball player or a baseball player. But I still think, for the most part, most guys start to break down. Maybe you can hold off Father Time a little bit longer in those other sports because there's not as much physicality to those. Well, I mean, look at what LeBron James is doing right now. He's got to be mid-30s, 36, 37, right? Yeah, and he is still just phenomenal and has been forever. So, I think there's something to that, but I still think that Father Time gets us all, and I think for all athletes, when you hit into the 30s, if you're not taking care of yourself both externally and internally, it's gonna catch up to you. It's gonna catch up to you sooner than later. But I think there's a little bit more of an ability to extend your kind of greatness, quote unquote, in those other sports. And then we've seen it with the quarterback position, right? And I think a lot of that is because, look at when John Elway played. John Elway scrambled around. John Elway took a beating, especially early in his career. He took a beating, and it was okay back then. I think about some of the hits that guys like Bradshaw took, and the hits that were allowed on the quarterback back then aren't allowed today. And what's the what's the result, or what do we see? Is we see more longevity from the quarterback position. Tom Brady's going to start his 20th season. He's 43 years old. Drew Brees is in his 40s. Roethlisberger's in his late 30s, as is Phillip Rivers. And, and there's a lot of guys that are playing deep into their careers. Aaron Rodgers is 35 years old, for crying out loud. So, these guys are still kind of, quote unquote, prime time players at their position, even though they're that old. No, absolutely. It just takes too much of a beating on your body. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 Albert, when you watch Albert play, Albert will hit one on the gap, and it literally, he's trying to get to second base. It looks like he's towing a boat. I mean, it just is so painful to watch him run. But you're 100% right. Can you still generate bat speed? The same thing with a pitcher. The pitcher's arm speed. Like when you watch arm speed of a pitcher, it's like those guys are amazing, and the guys that just have that unbelievably quick arm with great arm speed that generate great velocity and look like they do it effortlessly. Like those guys can continue to throw with great velocity over long periods of time. Deep into their 30s, if you will, because of that natural ability and that gift, and and can maintain health where most guys can't. Yeah. Right. 550. I'm in. Mm-hmm. Hey guys, you thinking about selling your house? Now might be the best time to sell your house. The market, full swing. Interest rates are at all-time lows. Every day you wait to list your house could be costing you valuable time and money. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals. He's the guy I recommend you call. He's so committed to getting you the most money. He's the only agent anywhere I've ever lived to guarantee to sell your house at your price. If he does, he pays you $5,000. I've never heard that anywhere else but from Troy Hansford. He'll make that guarantee because he's got so many approved buyers that want to close this summer on a house. He simply doesn't have enough houses to sell. And for any reason, if you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house all cash and you can close in as little as 7 days. There's absolutely no reason you should wait to call. Call Troy right now, 720-900-4433. No risk, no obligation. Call Troy and get your house sold. 720-900-4433. That's Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Call him today. Get your house sold. 720-900-4433.
I want me some glory hole.
This is 4 down territory.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Pound it, launch it, and bring the funk.
Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
I want to kiss you.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
You just don't flop it out there and expect to perform like that.
On Sports Radio 104.3, The Fan. First down.
You got to make decisions with the facts that you have. People who project where we're going to be, 2 weeks from now, much less 3 months from now, it's speculative still. We don't know. And I think, I don't like to engage in the speculation business. I like to deal with facts.
Well, I mean, that's exactly the way we're looking at it as a country, I think. It's fluid right now, and we've had this spike of cases and everything else. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely. And, I agree with the commissioner. This is one of those processes that we're just going to kind of have to take it as it comes our way and kind of deal with the ebb and flow of this. Hey, listen. We need to be as safe as we possibly can. There are some inherent risks in moving forward, but we'll be as safe as we can. And I think honestly, you're getting tested every day. You're doing whatever the protocols are. You're probably safer in that quote unquote bubble, in that atmosphere, than you are any other place. So I'm okay with it.
Second down.
So in an effort to prevent the spread of the coronavirus, NFL helmets may have a very different look this year. And take a look at this. This is the demo model that features the Ravens colors and scheme. The new helmets will come with a mouth shield that was designed with the help of doctors and engineers. This intended to cut out transmission of droplets. Oakley will send the guards to all of the teams.
I don't like the mask is 4 inches or 3 inches or 2 inches away from your face anyhow. So I don't know why you would need holes in the face guard if you're trying to stop droplets. You'll be fine. Put them on. It's like a mask. Put it on. Go to the grocery store. You'll be fine. Put it on. Play 3 hours of football. You'll be fine.
Third down.
What is the message to Tyreek Hill now, 2 days later and after all this video is blown up? What's your message to him?
Oh, that I will see him again. I will see him. I wanted to say that to him at the camp, but I didn't get a chance to. I will see him again.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I mean, incredible athleticism, incredible move, incredible catch as he just kind of Randy Mossed Tyreek Hill. I will say this. I mean, Tyreek Hill is not a DB, so the two play the same position. But it was phenomenal, and I don't know what's going to happen to this 10th grader. There's a lot of time between now and your potential debut in the National Football League, but really cool moment, really cool video, and he certainly has bragging rights in his high school hallways right now.
Fourth down.
Obviously, we've had a great start to my career. I've been blessed to be in a great organization, have a great team around me, which has made the transition easier for me. But now it's about stacking those years. It's about trying to find ways to get back to the Super Bowl, win those Super Bowl championships. And I think if I go out there every single year and I put my best effort forward, when I get to the end of my career, I'll be happy with where I'm at.
He really does. And, I mean, his father pitched for 11 seasons in Major League Baseball, so he's grown up in that environment. He really understands what's required of him. But I think he embraces it. It's not one of those things that I think he looks at like, oh, gosh, I've got to I've got to do this or I've got to do. I think it's just who he is. Like he is I think he's a thoughtful young man. I think he understands his responsibilities and his responsibility to not only the organization but the community, and he takes it seriously, which is I think that's a really cool, admirable thing. No, I did not. Yeah, I remember him. Uh-huh. Right. 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 Yeah. Not only that family, yeah, absolutely, but you really know, like you said, hey, you're gonna be set for life. Your generations of your family are gonna be set for life. So let's not worry about that. Let's worry about the things that are truly important, right? Your ability to win, your how comfortable you are with the franchise, the ownership, the people that you're associated with. I think it's a really a really cool aspect of that kind of counsel and leadership that he gets. And, it does. It makes a difference. You can see the way he carries himself, just the way he is in the community, the way he has been as a quarterback there. I think all those things, point to the fact, and it does go to point, or it does go to show you the importance of having nuclear family and having people that you can rely on and having wise counsel, and those things are important. I go back, you remember, and not to hash all this up, but one of the things that resonated, if you read the police reports when Michael Vick got convicted of the dogfighting thing, and you talk about Hawk and that relationship, and you talk about Mahomes and his father and that relationship that they have. I remember reading the police report, and the one thing that resonated with me was Michael Vick's dad said, I told him not to put that house in his name. I told him not to dogfight. I told him not to put that house in his, and I just thought to myself, you know what? If that's the counsel you're getting, from the people that you're surrounded with, that it just is like there's such a difference there, right? And Michael and I are friends, and I really respect how he's cleaned up his life and done these things. But again, if that's the kind of advice you're getting, it's hard to come out on top. Yeah. Tenth overall, yeah. Yeah, you traded up, by the way, to get him at number 2. Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. It is, and I mean, yeah, he was 12. Yeah, 12 overall. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's one of those situations. You just never know how a guy is going to react when he gets to that level. How what he is how he is going to handle that pressure. and I've done several Bears games, so I've met with Mitch Trubisky on several different occasions. He's a great young man. Like he wants to be good. It's not, I mean, I will tell you, everybody wants to bash players and oh my gosh, this guy stinks and that guy stinks. And, and I think we all fall victim to that a time or two, because it's low hanging fruit and you're a fan and you get frustrated too with the process, but it's hard. Playing professional sports is really hard. And I think we tend to see the money some guys get paid and they're like, you want them to have instant maturity or instant success, or you want them to to be great, and you never know. You just don't know. The other thing that's interesting to me is like the place that you get drafted to, and what a difference it makes when you get drafted and you're Patrick Mahomes and they move up to get you from 24 to 10 overall, and then they have the wherewithal and the ability, because they've got a gifted quarterback, to let you sit for a season and let you learn the NFL game without that pressure of coming right out and going, you got to be the man, go. And that used to be this process. There used to be a process to playing in the NFL, is that you got drafted, you sat around for a year or two, and then you got an opportunity to play. And, there are very few rookies that got to play, especially the quarterback position. You even go back to Carson Palmer, drafted first overall to the Cincinnati Bengals. John Kitna played his first year. His first year he sat. John Kitna was the quarterback. That's the way it was. And now it's this, it's you got to go out and perform right now. And if you're not successful right off the bat, or you make some mistakes, we just kick you to the curb and go to get the next guy. Look at the Arizona. I mean, Josh Rosen got to start a handful of games. They traded him and got Kyler Murray. Now, Kyler Murray's been great for them, but you understand, it's not as easy as we like to make it out to be sometimes. I grew up in Alaska, so hockey was I didn't play. No, I am not. I'm not one to slap on the blades, so to speak. Yeah, I could skate around a little. I mean, it wouldn't be pretty, but I would stay off my tuchus unless we started going really fast, or if I had to skate backwards. No, I cannot. I cannot do that. So yeah, that would be a struggle for me. But I grew up watching a lot of hockey, and especially in high school because it was honestly kind of a bigger sport than, well, not kind of, it's a bigger sport than football. So going to high school hockey games was a blast. Cheering for your high school and going to all those games. We went to all the games. We loved it, and we always had really good hockey teams. So it was. No, I was. Well, yeah, I think you have to grow up playing hockey, and two, my football coaches made me wrestle. So as soon as football season was over, I was a really good basketball player, but basketball and wrestling were at the same time. So I had to they demanded that I wrestle because they just and you know what, they were right. It was by far the toughest sport I ever was involved in, but it made me so much better a football player, understanding leverage and just from an overall toughness standpoint. It's such a hard sport. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. I spent some time on a bus with Anthony. Yeah. And he's a I mean, just a phenomenal kid. But spent some time on a bus with him at the ESPYs, traveling around and got to talk with him. He got, I can't remember what the award was, like one of the top awards, just for perseverance, whatever it is. And I think it's the Arthur Ashe Award is what it is, now that I think about it. And anyhow, so I got the chance to sit and talk with Anthony, and he's just he's a phenomenal young man. Phenomenal. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Right. And he'd make plays. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Yeah, I think you look at just NFL players in general, and the amount of like all-star NFL players that were high school wrestlers, and it's amazing. I mean, it's amazing, especially in the trenches. A lot of the big guys were high school wrestlers, but Roddy White. Remember the receiver Roddy White from the Atlanta Falcons? He was a state champion wrestler. Um, Ray Lewis was a state champion wrestler. Like, I mean, the National Football League is littered with guys, and I know a lot of college teams that don't want to do anything but recruit. Like, you go to the top of the list if you're a two-sport athlete, and the two sports are football and wrestling. Wrestling is like far and away, and it's not close, the toughest sport I ever participated in, and it just, from a body leverage standpoint, from a mental capacity standpoint, from just a overall body strength standpoint, whatever you lose from a weight, people a lot of high school coaches are like, no, I want you in the weight room and I want you to get bigger. No, like that doesn't help you. Like getting on the wrestling mat and going one-on-one in a wrestling, that is the best work you can do to make yourself a better defensive lineman, linebacker, offensive lineman. There is no question in my mind. It just makes you a better football player. Uh-huh. Sure. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. Uh, right. Yeah. Uh, Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he is like his upper body strength is unbelievable. Yeah, the kid is a phenomenal, just a phenomenal story, a phenomenal athlete. So much, just so much fun and yeah, and just the shape that you have to be in to get on a mat. One of the things about wrestling that always intrigued me is the competition that exists. It's the one-on-one aspect of competition, right? There's you and another guy on the mat, and that's it. But the other thing is, like we used to do these 3.5 hour practices where you're running and then you're wrestling, and we'd have my high school was a huge wrestling school, so we'd have 150 kids that came out for the wrestling team. Oh yeah, we were a huge wrestling school, and we were state champions pretty much every year. And we would have these guys that would come out, like you couldn't do it in today's world, but we had collegiate athletes that were retired, like college wrestlers, that would leave work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon during wrestling season and come and just beat the snot out of us kids. And so I was always, you'd always be wrestling some 30-year-old guy, it would be in your wrestling room going, let's roll, and so we would, so you would just, you physically matured and mentally matured because you're going against full grown men and you're 17 years old, right? The other thing we would do is we did these drills. We called them champ and chump drills. Yeah, so if you had a champ takedown, you would have your weight class, and we had 150 guys, so you might have 13 guys in your weight class, and champ stays out in takedowns. And so the line goes through, and there's just this sense of pride of how long can I stay out here without getting taken down. And then we would do the same thing, the chump drill. And you'd have some kid that had no chance, and we'd be out there for 20 minutes just thumping on this kid, just trying to toughen him up and teach him how to wrestle. And we'd just be taking shots, and so it was just there was just such a, like I said, there was such a mental toughness aspect to it. Then every week we had wrestle-offs. So if the guy who was the JV guy and you and the JV guy were really close and you wrestled 155, we'd have a wrestle-off, and the whole squad would be there, on a Thursday watching the wrestle-off to see who gets to wrestle varsity on Friday night. It was intense. It was, our high school wrestling team was it was something. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Derek Wolf's dad still. I saw Derek Wolf's dad in the same hotel when we were covering the Super Bowl for the Broncos and Carolina Panthers out there in San Francisco. And so I was working out in the weight room, and Derek Wolf's, his father figure, his dad, his adopted father who took him in, is down there. He got the mats out, and he's like he's like a wrestling coach. Oh yeah, he's rolling doing sit outs and everything else at the Super. I'm like yes, and we got to and talking about wrestling and all that. But yeah, Derek Wolf was a wrestler. There are all kinds of guys that wrestle, that were state champion level wrestlers or collegiate level wrestlers that played the National Football League. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right. Yeah. That is going to be it. That'll be a great movie, and he's just got an unreal story. So really cool. Yeah. Um, I have thought this. I've kind of vacillated back and forth on this. There's not been a lot of talk about it, so maybe they get a deal done. Um, I don't, with COVID right now, I don't know how. I don't know if the Broncos look at this like, let's get it done and be done with it. Or if they look at it like, hey, maybe we could save ourselves some money by having him play on this franchise tender and then go back at it next year when the cap value is down. I think Patrick Mahomes signed this ginormous deal, but there wasn't a lot of upfront cash involved. And so if you're Justin Simmons, you're not getting a $500 million contract, right? So do you want the security of that upfront money? And if teams right now aren't willing to let go of that upfront money because you're going to lose this season alone, you'll probably lose a large portion, 20-25% of your revenue from a gate standpoint and a concession standpoint and all that. So, I think there's part of me that feels like this isn't going to get done, Jerry, and they're going to just kind of sit back and say, all right, let's play this season and let's see kind of quote unquote what happens. And that's kind of my gut right now. No, that was not at all true. Yeah, no, that was not that was. Yeah, the answer is no. Although even in high school, I did have big giant chesticles. So I've always had a very thick chest. Heavyweight. Oh yeah. There was no minimum, there was no maximum at that time. Yeah, so you could I wrestled heavyweight. I was probably 210, 215, somewhere in there. They moved up. There was a 191, 185, 191 were the weight classes, and then heavyweight. Yeah, I wrestled 85, I probably wrestled 85 as a junior or sophomore, and I was, like I said, I always came in after football season, I was 220-ish, but, after the end of a wrestling season, I was 210, 211, 212, somewhere in there.
Hey, Jerry, I don't know if you know this, but I wrestled Mark Schlereth.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah. I broke a rib. No. He broke me. He broke me, Jerry. He did. It was
It was there in the room there, the kind of the pit, if you will. Yeah, it was the pit of despair.
Why did we do that?
I don't.
Oh, you were trying to show off your moves.
We had this we had a wrestling conversation. Somehow we got into a wrestling conversation, and I don't know how we got into me showing my signature move on Scott. But that floor in there is really hard. Yeah, it's really, really hard.
Oddly enough, I was the only one that volunteered.
Yeah, and Scott's ribs are very soft. The floor is very hard, and Scott's ribs are very. I hurt my hip was sore for a couple of weeks. My wrist was sore for a couple of weeks, but I didn't go crying off to the hospital to urgent care like some people did.
Shut up! I never broke a rib before. I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Yes. So anyway, initiation after the show today. You gotta You gotta wrestle Stink.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, cause.
No. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah. The two big fellas going at it. Yeah, I mean, I just like one. I've seen so many people that have said, well, what's next? What names are we going to change in cancel culture? What's next? And I get it. I think it's pretty simple. Like the skin color of a person or the ethnicity of a person probably shouldn't be a nickname. Can we just stop there? Isn't that kind of common sense? I think it's pretty common. It's probably 20 years past due, but it's pretty common, or it's pretty simple. So I'm fine with it. Here's the other thing, because I've seen guys, former teammates, say, yeah, it's about time. And I was on Wingo and Golick today, and Darryl Green said, yeah, it's about time, and Jeff Bostic said, yeah, I'll always think of them as the Redskins. And that to me is what it is. It's you can think about it any way you want. But when I think about playing there, I think about the men before me who created such an unbelievable atmosphere and culture that won championships, that were such a part of the thread of the community. Like that to me is what the Washington football team is all about. It is about Jeff Bostic and Joe Jacoby and Russ Grimm and Joe Gibbs and Joe Bugle, God rest his soul, just passed away, and Jim Hannafin and and George Allen and guys like Charlie Taylor and guys like Bobby Mitchell and like Donnie Warren. It's about the sacrifices that those guys made to make that franchise a championship. John Riggins, that's what that is about to me. So I just like, what's in a nickname? Nothing to me. It doesn't matter. I had this. I was telling this story on Golick and Wingo, and in 1997, we had a really good football team. We're coming off a loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars in 1996, number 1 overall seed. We lose that game. It's a devastating loss for the franchise. And in 1997, we're struggling toward the end of the season, and I was out. I just had back surgery, and I was trying to come back for the end of the season. I begged Mike Shanahan not to put me on IR. I said, I'll be back. You just give me a little bit of time. I'll rehab this thing. I'll be back and help us on this run. Well, we had lost a couple games. I think we'd lost to the Steelers. We got thumped going up to Pittsburgh, and then we got throttled in San Francisco as well. So we'd lost back-to-back games, and there was just this a little bit of feeling of, oh, here we go again type of thing, right? And I remember calling this team meeting and standing in front of my teammates just talking about winning a championship, what it takes to win a championship, because I was one of 2 or 3 guys that had been on a championship team before. And, and the attention to detail and how, when you show up late to a team meeting or you show up late to a special teams meeting, basically what you're saying is, hey, man, my time's more important than your time. And I go, and it's a recipe to lose. And ultimately, one of my things that I had said is this is not, the Broncos, it's not Pat Bowlen's team and it's not Mike Shanahan's team. It's our team. Like, we're the ones that have to go out and do it. Nobody comes to watch Pat Bowlen sit in the owner's box. Nobody comes to watch Mike Shanahan call a game. It's our team. And we're the ones that are going to have to go out and execute. And ultimately, we're either going to win together by bond or we're going to lose. But this is kind of on us. And so I think about nicknames that way. It's not the Broncos of the 90s are not the it's the people. It's from everybody within that franchise, whether it's the trainers, the equipment guys, from the coaches to the players to the people in the front office it's everybody that makes that thing go. From Ross Kirkhab, who was in charge of the field, we had the greatest practice fields in the world. Ross took care of those. Like that's what the Broncos. It has nothing to do with if you change it to to something, that wouldn't bother me. That's not what it is. Like, so the Skins, to me, whether you make it the Red Tails or the Red Hawks or the Red Wolves or the Hogs or whatever, that doesn't matter to me. It's the guys and it's the people that made that organization great. Now, they've been on hard times for the last 20-some years since Dan Snyder bought the team. But, ultimately, that's kind of what I think about changing the nickname. So I think it's a pretty simple step, and it's one that probably should have been done a long time ago. Right. Right. And as a player, when we keep, because there was always like once every other year there'd be some, hey, there's going to be a protest at the stadium, about the nickname. Yeah, even when I was playing, and at 22 or 23 years old, you come in there, you're just trying to make a football team. Like I know, and I'm not worried about politics, and as you grow and you age and you think about things a little bit more deeply, maybe you change your opinions, but the organization always said, hey, this is a great sense of pride. This is Native American pride, and it's about. And it's about honoring that culture and honoring that pride and blah, blah, blah. And at 22 or 23, you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense to me. I'm good. And you move on, and you if anybody asks you, you spit that out. And eventually, as you start to think and you start to look at, life from a different lens, you go, well, you know what? If it offends anybody, then it's offensive, and we probably should change it. And so I'm fine. I think it's a good move that they're making. And I think it's, a long overdue good move that they're making. I heard there's a lot of just a lot of like support behind the name Red Wolves, although this real estate agent in Virginia has purchased pretty much every name worth purchasing. So yes. Well, I actually Googled it because I was like, is there even anything as a Red Wolf? And it was a southeastern like a southeastern breed of wolf. Yeah, the red wolf. I think it was southeastern that I read, breed of wolf called the red wolf back then. So, it was kind of apparently it, and I don't think it was red, but it was, kind of rusty looking. There's always going to be somebody that's not happy about, regardless of whatever you make the name, there's going to be people that aren't happy about it, which it is what it is. They want to keep the same color scheme. They want to do all those things, and I'm down with that. I think that's cool. I guarantee it'll be a lot easier for me to change that in my head than it will be to say the LA Chargers. That's been a tough one for me. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, like only 6 or 7 times. Yeah. I did it. The first year they made the change. I did a Charger game. I must have called them San Diego at least 5 times during the game. Oh yeah, people are like, you're the worst broadcaster ever. You're awful. And I'm like, hey, listen, man, I played in the AFC West for 6 years. You know what? It's going to be hard for me to get off of the. I've just tried to eliminate the name San Diego from my vocabulary. It's one of the great cities in America, and now I can't. It's like saying the word is like saying the city is like a dirty word. It's like cussing now. It's a shame what they've done. Yeah, they've made San Diego a filthy word. I don't even call them the San Diego Padres. I just call them the Padres. Yeah, I don't. I just try to. Yeah, I did a Charger game. I did a Charger game late last year, and I just called them the Chargers. I almost slipped up the Chargers, and I almost slipped up, and San Diego almost slipped out of my mouth. I was like, and I stopped myself right there, and nobody even noticed on social media that I almost slipped up. Like but yeah, it's impossible. Yeah. Yeah, you can't. Right. Right. Yeah. No, it's funny. I got like when I first got into this business, one of the guys who mentored me, who was a long-term time Denver radio guy, now is Fox. He's head of Fox Radio, and guy by the name of Don Martin. I don't know if you know Don yet. So Don was one of the great mentors for me as a young broadcaster in the radio, but he gave me my first job. And Donnie told me one time, this is when I first got in, right when I retired from the Broncos. He goes, let me tell you the key to this business. You know Donnie, he's like a used car salesman, right? Yeah. And he goes, you want 50% of the people to love you, 50% of the people to hate you. He goes, as long as you do that, you're gonna be okay, right? And so I'm calling a game I think it was last year. Oh, yeah, it was last year. Rams and 49ers. And the Rams literally, I made Robert Saleh, the 49ers defensive coordinator, I made him a star. I mean, his defense was playing great, and he was charged up on the sideline, and we were I was having a blast broadcasting the game. And, the score, it was like 20-7 or something. I mean, it was close, but it wasn't close. It was one of those thumpings, those physical thumpings that you take that the score isn't indicative of what went on during the game. And we get done. I thought it was like it was a clean broadcast. I had a blast doing it, and the Niners were physically dominant and blah 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 blah. On it goes. So we get done. We get in we call it the escape. As soon as the game is over, like we got somebody escorting us downstairs and we're out. Police escort out of the facilities, boom, and we're going onto the highway trying to get to the airport because everybody's got flights. You know how this works. You got a flight an hour and 15 minutes after the game ends. You're just praying you don't go into overtime, right? So anyhow, that's how everybody books their flights. So we're flying down, and we're on the on the freeway heading down to LAX, and I flip open the the social media feed, and half of the people are like, dude, that was the best broadcast. The 49er fans. That was the best broadcast I ever heard. You were awesome. What a great call. Blah, blah, blah. Really enjoyed you. Then the Rams fans. You suck. You're the worst broadcaster that ever in the history of broadcasting. Fox should fire you immediately. Blah, blah, blah. And I read about 6 or 7 of these critiques. And I turned off the social media. I closed out, and I was like, nailed it. I was thinking about Don Martin. Don would be proud. I nailed it. 50% of the people love me, 50 of them hate, and 50% hate me. I'm like, this is awesome, right? And that was it. I was like, I'm satisfied. I did my job. Right. Mm-hmm. I know, it's incredible. Uh-huh. Right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Right. Right. It's it is amazing. So yeah, that was my Don Martin 50% love you, 50. So your text line right there, 50% of you love you and 50% hate you. You're doing a great job, Jerry. Congrats. Mm-hmm. I find the criticism funny. I think it's oh yeah. I know guys in this business that cannot look at their mentions because they can't. They're like just get upset with people that rip them. I like it. I love it when people rip me. Yeah, I think it's funny. I think whatever. No, 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 no. We have evaluators that evaluate every game, and they give you a list of things that they think, and I read it, and then I toss it. And there's sometimes the things that are relevant, and like that's a really good point. I gotta listen to that, or I gotta go back and I gotta fix that. And there are some things that are absolutely ridiculous, and I'm like, right? Like, there's no way I would ever do that. And I think as an athlete, you have to be, as an athlete or a broadcaster or whatever, you have to be respectful to the people of authority. But you also have to understand that you're the one that's got to go out and do it, right? And I think that oftentimes, like I've had a lot of coaches that would tell me to do something, and I can respectfully disagree, and then say ultimately I'm the one that's got to block them. And if you'd like to wear my helmet, be my guest, you can try that. but I'm the one that has to go out there and do this. And what you're asking me to do is, I don't have the ability to do that. Or to me, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and I won't do it. And I've had that conversation with several coaches. Just be like, hey, man, this is not. And I have that same conversation with some of the people who critique you that have never actually called a game. I appreciate the feedback, but let me tell you why that doesn't work. Let me tell you why you're wrong. And I'm fine doing that too. And again, not being disrespectful. I would never be disrespectful, but there is, there are times where you have to be your own advocate, and you've got to make sure that people understand that there's a rhythm to it, there is a rhyme to it, there is a reason to it, and sometimes you have to make them aware of that. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. And occasionally something's going to fall out of your mouth that's just really stupid. And you know what? To me, just own it. Like, you know what? That may be one of the dumbest things I've ever said, but, right. Right. Hold on. If you think that was stupid, wait till you hear me in the fourth quarter. Yeah. Right. Right. I agree with you. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about the baseball season starting up. I mean, a 2% rate would be akin to the flu, right? I mean, I know that COVID has more serious, I think, more serious side effects. Obviously, a little bit lengthier downtime for some, but like the fact that that's the number of people, or that's the percentage of people that have gotten sick, I think is a good sign. The fact that they're testing all the time. The other thing is, if one guy gets it, it's not necessarily a everybody in the team seems to be infected situation, right? I heard what was it 2 days ago that Aroldis Chapman tested positive for COVID. Now I'm assuming he's been at camp and everything else, but I haven't heard mass other Yankees getting infected. So, like, I think they're doing a good job. There's an inherent risk that goes on with trying to play these games and all this, but it seems to me through NASCAR and through PGA Tour, and we see soccer going on right now. I think there's good evidence here that you can play these games as long as you're safe, and as long as you're practicing as much social distancing as possible when you're in the clubhouse and all these places. That it feels like they're going to be able to pull this off. At least I hope so. I really hope so, Jerry. Right. Yeah, and I think the other thing is, we see the importance now of as things continue to be fluid, continue to change, and I think there's a lot of people that look at the whole mask protocol, and and early it was, well, it's social distancing, it's not masks, and then it was masks and masks combined with like all of it, I think is helpful, and I think for the most part, people are really campaigning around right now as a do this not for yourself, do this for other people, and I think for the most part, you're always going to have some idiots that aren't going to adhere to it, and are gonna create social media debacles and things of that nature, screaming in grocery stores and everything else. But I think most people are very respectful of other people, and hopefully, the more wearing of masks and some shutting down of situations that are going on right now in different hotspots like LA. And my daughter texted me yesterday. We're now in a kind of home quarantine till September 8th in LA. So, this is going to be another month and a half for them. So, unfortunate, but there's LA's another hotspot right now. Uh-huh. Right. I think most people followed, when the Seahawks came into existence in '76, Alaska kind of adopted the Seattle Seahawks, the Mariners again. Now, Alaska had, back in the '70s, Alaska had a great summer baseball league. And so there are a lot of, there are a lot like the Dave Winfields of the world, a lot of Hall of Famer type guys that played up there in the Alaska leagues. And that still goes on. That league still goes on. It's not as prominent as it once was. It at one time kind of bigger than the Cape Cod League, and then the Cape Cod League kind of took over, and with all those collegiate players going to take Cape Cod to play during the summer. But Alaska had a great summer league. They still do that. That midnight game up in Fairbanks. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's pretty cool game where first pitch is at, I don't know, it's like at 11 o'clock at night, right? And they play without lights. Obviously the sun stays up forever, and they play through midnight or whatever. Maybe they start at 10:30. I don't know exactly when they start, but that's up with the Fairbanks. I think it's the Gold Panners up there. But anyhow, kind of a cool deal there in Alaska. I never followed. I really didn't follow baseball. As a kid growing up, I didn't play baseball, but I became a huge Steelers fan. I loved football, and I loved the Steelers of the 70s, and I follow those guys. I still get giddy around those guys. Like I see Bradshaw, at least a couple times a year, and I see him at the Fox buildings or whatever. And I still am like a huge super fan of Terry. It's just like we've become friends. He actually broadcast the first game I ever started, a game of the Skins versus Washington Redskins versus Philadelphia Eagles back in the day in Philadelphia in the Vet, and he and Vern Lundquist did the game. And so I was one of the guys, because it was getting my first start, that they asked for interview. So it was really cool. For me, it was really cool to have Terry Bradshaw doing the game. But long story short, that's the team I followed. So then I just kind of adopted all the other Pittsburgh teams, the Penguins and the Pirates. And, of course, I adopted the Pirates, and then they win, back in the Willie Stargell days and the, Dave Parker days and the Kent Colvey days. And, yeah, we are a family. Right. Yeah. So, and I've got a couple of events that I go to that some of those guys show up to. So, you get to meet the guys that were playing when you were watching them in those ugly hats and those ugly uniforms they had back in the day. But that was the team I kind of rooted for. Right. Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Well, for me, you got to understand, growing up in Alaska during the fall and during the winter, it's dark, And so the games came on. The Steelers were the 1 o'clock game, which, kickoff in Alaska at that time was like 7 a.m. Right. And so I would get up early on Sunday morning, and I'd go down to the basement, and I'd have my TV tray set up and whatever I was eating, and I'd watch the Steelers. And then when the Steelers game got over, we would go to church, and the afternoon game I wouldn't watch. The afternoon game was always the Cowboys, but I didn't like the Cowboys. And plus it was the only time there was a little daylight out after church. You're going to go out and play. And so I was outside playing in the snow and doing whatever it was I was doing. So I missed the afternoon game, but I got to watch the Steelers pretty much play every Sunday morning. They were the game of the week every Sunday morning. And so they became my team. It became the team I like, and they just happened to be great and winning championships. And so, I'm still enthralled by meeting those guys. I do an event every summer with a bunch of old Steelers. And so, guys like Mel Blount and Jack Ham and, John Banaszak and Mike Wagner and all these guys have become friends. Like, hey, Mike, what's going on? And it's crazy to me as a fan of those teams that I grew up with, that those guys, I got their cell phones. I'm like, hey, Jack, it's crazy to me. It's hard to fathom. I'm still such a fan. Hold on one second. Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Ideal Home Loans, where first they listen, then they lend. I've been doing business with Brent Ivinson over at Ideal Home Loans for over a decade. The first time I met him, just went through my papers, went through my loan to see if they could save me any money. At the end of the day, they couldn't. And they said that, you know what, you're in a good product right where you are. I'd stay that right there. And I appreciate that integrity. That's how they'll deal with you. Mortgage lending is an essential business. They're here to help you through this critical time. In most cases, they can handle everything right there digitally to make sure they keep you, your family safe, their employees safe. Guys, interest rates, we talked about interest rates. They're at all-time lows, for crying out loud. This is not going to last forever. Take advantage of these interest rates right now, whether it's a home project, a home improvement project, whether it's consolidating credit card debt to get a lower payment. They can help you with all those things. And I'm telling you what, they can have you saving hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars a month. All you have to do is make that phone call. 303-867-7000. That's 303-867-7000. Or, as always, you can find them online at idealhomeloans.com. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, there certainly is not as much patience. You also have to understand that the league, the way it's constructed in the passing game, is completely different. I mean, there was so many 7-step drops, push it. Everything was a deep dig, some deep. They were all deep throws, and so it certainly lent itself to more issues. They didn't protect the quarterback, all those things. But he wasn't very good early. You remember Hollywood Henderson, the linebacker of the Cowboys, basically saying he's so dumb he couldn't spell cat if you spotted him the C and the T. But Terry went on to have a Hall of Fame career, and again, just different. I mean, if you look at Joe Namath's numbers are not very good. In all, but again, it's the way the league has changed. It's the difference in style. I mean, you look at what Tom Brady does. I mean, how much of his passing game is all underneath stuff? It's all within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. So the game has certainly changed in that regard. Right. Yeah, I mean that's what right. That's what you ended up doing, and so certainly has changed. And then when they win, I think they won that championship. I mean, they won the Super Bowl IX, I believe, in '75 season. I think it was like 10-9 over Minnesota. I mean, it was something ridiculous like that, and so but that was part of the game. It was just a different game at that point. Mm-hmm. Wow, 700 yards in all 12 games. Wow. It's like the Niners in the playoffs with that 80-yard performance by their quarterback, right? Didn't he have like he was 7 of 8 or 6 of 8 for like 78 yards? Yeah, Garoppolo was in that game against, I don't know if it was Minnesota or Green Bay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's I mean that again, that was the difference. I always remember what was the coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the original coach McKay, John McKay, saying, I got a 5-year plan. And later on they interview him and go, I had a 5-year plan because I had a 5-year contract. I mean, that's how it worked back then. But it certainly doesn't work that way anymore. You can get a 5-year deal. If you don't produce in the first year or two, you're gone. It's just the way the league operates now. They expect instant results. Yeah, yeah. He said, "I'm in favor of it." Yeah. Oh, I mean, my favorite, the guy that inspired me to play, the guy that I loved more than anybody else as a player was Mike Webster. He was the Steelers center, and he was my favorite. I wore 52 in high school. Yeah, I played like 18 years, but he was my favorite player. Kind of my inspiration to play offensive line was Mike Webster. So, absolutely loved Mike Webster. Just loved the Steelers at that time without question. Right? How you going to go wrong with that? No. Yeah. Finished in Kansas City, if I remember correctly. Right. Yeah. No, that guy was something. So those are always fun to reminisce about. Where'd you grow up? Okay. Were you guys Bronco fans? What were you? Minnesota? Okay. Right. Yeah, I've been saying this for a month. I think there's going to be maybe over a month. I think there's going to be a delayed start. Yeah. And I don't know exactly, I don't know if that's middle of September, end of September, October. I know they can push it back. Like I know there's a built-in kind of thought process from a scheduling standpoint that we can push it back a month, start a month late, and still basically take away bye weeks and things of that nature and still get through an entirety of a season. And so remember, the season actually officially starts like a Thursday night, like September 10th or something of that nature. I don't have the calendar in front of me, but it's something, it's that kind of start, and then it's the following weekend. So if you even push it back 2 weeks, you're talking about the very end of September, maybe 3 weeks, the first weekend of October. And so you'll still have a little bit of wiggle room in that to do something. But I know Howard Katz, who schedules, and he's in constant contact with the commissioner about games and schedules and where we can move and how we can do that. So I am sure that they are, crunching numbers and figuring that out right now to see what they could do if they pushed it back a week or 2 weeks or whatever the case may be. But my suspicion is that here probably next week sometime we'll get an announcement that things are going to may get pushed back a week, and that may lead to push back 2 weeks, and it may, that's just what my gut tells me. Yeah, I think that's part of the plan, is to say, hey, guys, guess what? We're not going to have bye weeks this year. You think about it, you can make up some ground with no bye weeks. You can eliminate bye weeks for playoff teams come playoff time. There's an opportunity to do that stuff and still stay on a fairly tight-knit schedule, and they've got the flexibility to push the Super Bowl back from the first weekend in February to the last weekend in February. So I know they have contingency plans to get that done, and I just feel pretty confident that they're going to figure out a way to do it. Right. Likewise. Sounds good, buddy. Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Will's Wellness and Estate Planning, a proud founding member of Mark's All Pros. You can find out more about the referral network at marksallpros.com. And being confident in what happens to you or your family, should anything happen to you, right now, more important than ever. What do I tell you guys all the time? Tomorrow is not guaranteed. Take care of tomorrow today. Call my friends at Will's Wellness and Estate Planning, 720-266-8190. Hey, putting a estate plan together, more important now than it's ever been, guys. And my friends at Will's Wellness, they can do it all virtually during meetings by video conference. It's your responsibility to make sure if anything happens to you, your family is cared for and protected. The consequences of not having a will in place, I'm telling you what, they can be devastating to your family. Please go to willsandwellness.com, watch their free video on planning for your family's future, then give them a call. Let them know you want to set up that video conference and get your estate plan in place. It's so easy to do. Call them, 720-266-8190, or find them online at willsandwellness.com. Get 10% off right now of your virtual meeting option today. That's willsandwellness.com or 720-266-8190.
I'm sitting in for Sandy Clough. Orlando Franklin is here in his usual spot. Oh, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing good, James. How are you doing?
Well, I'm mostly in a good mood. There's a lot of things that I'm feeling good about today, and then there's one thing that I don't know if it's put me in a bad mood or if I should be in a bad mood about it. So I thought maybe I'd run them by you and see if you could steer me in the right direction.
Well, come on, James. It's Tuesday. You shouldn't be in a bad mood already. The week basically just started. But yeah, let's hear. I'm here to hear you out and see what's going on.
All right. Well, the good mood. I'm sitting down and kind of mapping out. All right, what are we going to talk about on the show? And looking at our guests, and we got Adrian Dater coming up at 9:45. He's going to talk to us about the Avs and kind of how they're looking as they've hit Phase 3. We've got Eddie Royal coming up at 11:30, which I'm super excited about as we continue Legends Week here on the Fan, talking to all sorts of great players from every team here in Colorado over the past decade. So that'll be fun. But the main thing was, hey, we have sports that are actually like on the horizon. I mean, the Rockies play a game against the Rangers 10 days from today. I keep kind of waiting for the rug to be pulled out from under us, but the Rockies are in 10 days. Broncos training camp starts 2 weeks from today. The Nuggets are August 1st. The Avs are August 2nd. Like, we actually have sports on the horizon. That's the thing that had me in a good mood. Are you starting to feel a little bit of that? Kind of get excited about, hey, we're gonna have games to watch, games to talk about, games to debate here coming up 10 days from now, which is pretty exciting in my world.
Absolutely. I can't wait. You know what my sweet spot is? It's not 10 days from now, James. My sweet spot is August 2nd.
Okay.
Now where baseball's going, basketball's going, the NHL's going. And so when I finish work every day, 9 a.m. to noon, come 12:15, I could get home and I could start doing some research and getting ready to watch some kind of sporting event.
Well, yeah, you're right, because by then, assuming everything goes well, which is a major knock on wood, we'll have all 4 teams here in town in action. I mean, the Broncos will just be practicing, but Broncos training camp is always as big a story as anything going on. So you have the Nuggets playing, the Avs playing, the Rockies playing, Broncos back in camp.
I want to pick your brain on that, though, James, real quick, because
Sure.
you just said Broncos training camp is normally the biggest thing. And typically that is the case. But, with the media rules and the restrictions and a lot less people going to be there for training camp media-wise, and just not being able to be on your phone. I talked to Mike Kliss about it yesterday when we had him on, not being able to tweet during training camp practice or during practices. I think training camp's going to look a lot differently. And although that at this time of the year, typically you're dialed in and it's all about the Broncos, I think because of the limited access, everybody's going to be tuning into the Rockies, tuning into the Avs, tuning in to the Nuggets. And I think they actually might surpass the Broncos this year, especially for the month of August.
Oh, no, I'm with you. I think the fact that, usually the Broncos, they don't have the sports calendar all to themselves during training camp because the Rockies are still playing. But look, for 27 years, the goal of the Rockies, and it's sort of the running joke is, hey, just get us to training camp, right? Just be relevant through the month of June, through 4th of July, through the All-Star break. If you can get us to training camp, okay, then we got something to pay attention to, and we can all turn our attention to the Broncos. But yeah, you can't go, you can't watch practice. There's going to be only a handful of media people down there covering it. So the coverage we're used to, which I'm the old guy that remembers when they used to be up in Greeley, and like one of my favorite days of the year was when all the news people were up at Greeley, and they were getting video of all the guys coming in, and they had their grocery carts full of like TVs and stereo equipment. It meant they were checking in for training camp and football season was upon us. Yeah. We're not going to get that kind of coverage. So
it's funny that you say that because since I've retired, that's the first day of training camp. I look forward to it because all the media members were all out there, and the Fan, we're tight, we're close knit, so we're over there and we're doing our own thing and we're talking to each other, and it's kind of like, okay, this is where we're at. And it's not like a beef or anything with the other media stations, but you could tell that our presence is felt there, where now looking at a handful of people, it's just going to look completely different, from this aspect of being doing media. But even when I was a player, when you would look at the sideline and it just was absolutely packed with different people, especially the first couple days of training camp, it always, that's when the most amount of people are there. And then media-wise, it starts shrinking down. There's still a lot of media people there throughout the whole course of training camp, but those first couple days, it's like 100. It feels like 100 different media outlets are right there just to watch these Broncos and to see this team.
Yeah, it's kind of like back to school day, right? Like the summer vacations are all over. Now it's back to work, and we get to go watch the Broncos and prepare for what we're going to be following, the entire fall, basically until the Super Bowl. So until early February, that's the sport we're going to be focused on. But you're right, this year, the fact that the Nuggets and the Avs will be playing meaningful games and postseason games It's going to be fantastic. Like, and I haven't seen the exact schedules and how the TV lineup is going to break down, but as far as I'm concerned, on a Tuesday, if there's a game at 12:05, man, I'll be tuning that thing in and watching it from start to finish. I don't really care who's playing. We're so desperate to watch some sports action. So, give me all day, wall to wall, NBA, MLB, NHL. I'm going to be checking in. And the fact that I can't really follow the Broncos in the way that I'm used to will make it a different August for sure. But all four of them are going to be on the field, on the ice, on the court, doing something. And after the last 4 months that we've had where it's been virtually nothing, I mean, the number one sport that people in Colorado bet on during the first month where gambling was legal here was ping pong. That tells you how there's been nothing going on. Yeah. So that's the thing I'm in a good mood about. You want to hear what's got me a little grumpy?
Yeah. That's what a lot of good things, a lot of things to be excited about, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So, but let's definitely hear what you got. Why you're a little grumpy today.
All right, so the Nuggets are posting their videos yesterday from down in the bubble, right? And they're all fun, and everybody's having a good time with it. They're swimming, they're riding the water slides, they're playing bocce ball, they're doing all these things that are at the resort, and playing a little basketball on the side here. And I just started thinking, like, man, that looks really, really fun. I would do anything to go do that. And then you hear these guys, not the Nuggets necessarily, but some NBA players complaining about being down there, and I just thought, come on, guys, we've all been stuck in our houses for 4 months. There are a lot of people out there who would go anywhere and be stuck there if it meant, saving their job, saving their small business, those kind of things. So let's not complain when we're riding water slides and swimming and playing bocce ball. That seems a little out of touch. That got me a little grumpy.
James, I agree with you. I think the NBA players really need to watch their tone. I think there are a lot of these people, the small handful of guys that have expressed that they don't like being down there or they don't want to be down there. I think that it's a little bit it's a little tone deaf on their behalf, where you're absolutely right. A lot of us have been stuck in our households. A lot of us have been cooped up. I just talked to different friends that I have, and when this thing first happened, James, we didn't have a playscape in our backyard for my son, my 2-year-old son. And thank goodness we had already had got it ordered in February, that we just needed to get on the schedule. So they were able to deliver on that and set it up for us even during this thing, where it was just a little bit of, hey, my son could go outside and he could just play outside. But now you got other people that are not fortunate enough, people living in apartments, their parks are closed down. So when you look at NBA players, we know that this is different. Absolutely, you have a right to be frustrated, or you have a right to be a little bit upset because you're taken away from your usual lifestyle. But I don't think that speaking on it right now is the right thing to do, because there's so many other people in so many different situations that are a lot worse, that are not getting to be out there and playing or getting into the pool. I mean, you look at these days, James, we're having constant days in the 90s, and it's like, oh my gosh, I need a pool, like, how do we get a pool? How do we cool off? Stuff like that, where these guys are able to go in there, they're swimming and different things like that. So that would put me in a grumpy mood as well, James. So, this is the one time that the one and few we don't normally agree, but I'm going to agree with you on that one.
Well, we got 4 days to disagree on stuff. And look, I'm sure it's less than ideal, and being away from your family and friends that long, that would definitely be tough. But everybody is going through tough stuff and through making some sacrifices. So, got to keep it in a little perspective. All right. Jeff Legwold had an interesting article on ESPN.com where he looked at the Broncos offseason, and he talked about, here's what John Elway said he was going to do. Here's what John Elway actually did. We'll take a look at that coming up next. for the most part, John Elway has received rave reviews for what he's done this offseason. People have liked what he did in free agency. By and large, he got passing grades for what the Broncos did in the draft. It has led to a lot of excitement heading into the year, not only here locally, but there's been all sorts of national talking heads that have kind of gotten on the bandwagon. Colin Cowherd was first among them, but there's this hype surrounding the Broncos, Orlando, and I think it really stems from the fact that they finished 7-9 last year, had the good 4-1 in stretch there with Drew Lock, and then they had a good offseason adding some key pieces. Are you kind of in that camp of, hey, you like the way John Elway has put this thing together?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the hype's real, James. I mean, I look at you're going to get excited about last year, right? And the end of how the Broncos finished off, the 4-1 finish with the new quarterback, where now it's intriguing. It finally looks like the Broncos might have solved their quarterback position for the future, right? It finally looks like we have our guy. It at this point it looks a lot more clear right now with what the Broncos did, even when they drafted Paxton Lynch. Because when they drafted Paxton Lynch, there was still time that was shared with Trevor Siemian in training camp, right? And that's how they went about it. Right now, we know that when the Broncos open up training camp in 2 weeks, Drew Lock is the guy. And you look at the draft and the pieces that were brought in, and you look at the Broncos now moving on from some guys like Chris Harris, and you look at a Derek Wolfe, but also bringing in A.J. Boye and bringing in a Jarrell Casey, a guy that was in the Pro Bowl last year. And you got to get excited about those type of things. And, this young team, I think that with Vic Fangio, they know exactly what to expect. And whenever you bring in a coach, I'm always intrigued and interested in what happens in year two and how they go about year two, because year one, everybody's just trying to figure it out, and you don't know if things are going to stay the same. Right now, the Broncos are in a great position. They have a constant at the quarterback position. They know who that guy is. They know that their offensive coordinator that they brought in, and Pat Shurmur, is going to be a lot more aggressive in pushing the ball down the field. You know that there's a lot of weapons on the offensive side of the ball, but you also know that Vic Fangio and Ed Donatel were able to do a lot with a lot less than what they had last year on this team. So you got to be excited about those things. And I've been on the hype train. I've been a firm believer that it's going to look a lot different this year than what we saw last year. And I'm excited to see how Drew Lock comes in and plays 16 games. That's the next question mark for me. How does he handle himself when things are going great, and then all of a sudden you go that 2-week stretch where you'd lose back-to-back games? How do you get to now the third week? How do you get your team motivated? And does it continue to look the same on the sideline where the team looks like they're very confident in a guy like Drew Lock?
Yeah, at the end of last season, John Elway said they were excited about where Drew is. We believe he's got the potential to do it, and we think he's going to continue to get better and better. Then in the offseason, he went out and, kind of backed that up, right? He surrounded Drew Lock with all he needs in order to be successful. They spent big money in free agency, $44 million contract on Graham Glasgow, helping to improve the offensive line. They drafted Lloyd Cushenberry, who will come in, probably be the starting center from day one. They spent money on Melvin Gordon. Maybe people in this town don't think that's an upgrade at running back, but Melvin Gordon's a heck of a player and can be very good in the Pat Shurmur offense. And then in the draft, they spent their first 2 picks on wide receivers, Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, giving Drew Lock some weapons, some speed on the outside. John Elway kind of, and in this article, Jeff Legwold sets it up of here's what John Elway said he was going to do. Did he go do it? In terms of committing to Drew Lock, I don't know that that what Elway did suggests that, hey, he's our guy for the next decade. But I think what Elway did certainly set him up for, hey, if he is going to be the guy, or giving him a chance to prove that he's the guy, there are no excuses. They've given him the pieces he needs, from Pat Shurmur, his offensive coordinator, to weapons, to guys up front. John Elway has surrounded Drew Lock with the pieces he needs to go out there and have the 16-game stretch that you talked about, and being able to prove that he can do it at this level for an entire season as the number one guy.
James, when I look at John Elway and just the philosophy, everybody talks about the Melvin Gordon signing, and there's going to be mixed reviews, right? There's going to be people that love it. There's going to be people that absolutely hate it because of Phillip Lindsay and what he's done in Bronco country, his decision to stay here after not being drafted. But when you look at how teams are when you look at just playing football, right? Defenses are going to play you either in zone or they're going to play you in some form of man coverage. John Elway went and got a bunch of wide receivers that could absolutely separate. You went and got Jerry Jeudy, great route runner. Cortland Sutton was already a star in this league. And now you go get a speedster in KJ Hamler that could just absolutely has the burners and just could set itself apart if teams decide to pay man-to-man coverage. But now you look at Noah Fenton and you look at these other guys, the Albert O's, right? When a team plays you in zone, if the offensive line is able to hold up long enough and that running back is able now to help out that offensive line, you got a Melvin Gordon or you got a Phillip Lindsay that's able to, give a little chip help for Garrett Bowles or Jawan James or whatever the case may be. That zone is going to be picked apart with the talent that you have on this team, with the arm strength of Drew Lock. But why I think that John Elway went and got Melvin Gordon was more of a third down situation. Yeah, we love Phillip Lindsay, and we know that Phillip Lindsay could be successful in this league in first and second down situations. We've already seen it. 2 years to a 1,000-yard rusher, right? Back-to-back 1,000-yard rusher. Where Melvin Gordon comes in is now it's third and long or a 3rd and 8 situation where now teams are saying, hey, we can't afford to play zone against this team. There's too many weapons. Somebody's going to pop free. Somebody's going to be able to sit in that zone. So now we have to go blitz this offense. We're going to turn it into a blitz fest and try to get there as soon as possible. Well, Melvin Gordon being the thicker back is going to be able to step up and take on those linebackers a lot easier than a guy like Phillip Lindsay. And let's be honest, you don't want your 185-pound tailback taking on guys that are 240 coming downhill and hitting them constantly. That's going to wear on his body. And Phillip Lindsay has had some health issues in the 2 years that he's been a part of this team, where in his rookie year doesn't finish the season because of the wrist injury. And we know that he has got some stuff cleaned up this past season in his wrist as well. So you go get the running back that has played with a guy like Phillip Rivers that teams say, listen, we're going to get into a blitz fest, but this guy's already done it. He's already proven himself to be able to pick up those blitzes. But the icing on the cake with Melvin Gordon is what he's able to do now as a pass catcher out of the backfield and how he has a great feel for the screen game as well. So when teams do want to turn it into a blitz fest, you do have another option where you could run a delayed screen and now get him the ball, and now you get behind half of that defense, and now it's a huge opportunity for explosive play.
Well, speaking of Melvin Gordon, Elway at the end of last season said that the Broncos were going to go into free agency the same way they had in the past. They weren't going to be scared away by the Jawan James situation where he played 63 snaps after getting a 4-year, $51 million deal, or the Bryce Callahan situation where he didn't even see the field, not even in a preseason game, after getting 3 years and $21 million. Broncos went out, signed Melvin Gordon, as you talked about, 2-year, $16 million deal. Not huge, but he's in the top, 5 or 6 highest paid running backs in the league, so a big contract for that position. 4 years, $44 million for Glasgow. They also made a couple of the trades you had talked about. A.J. Bouye, bringing him in here. He's got a pretty big number. Jarrell Casey brought him in here. He's got a big number. The difference, I think, is other than Melvin Gordon, who it was mostly associated with his holdout last year more than injuries, none of those 4 guys have a history of injury where Jawan James did, Bryce Callahan did. I feel more comfortable with the big-name guys that were brought in this year, whether it was via free agency or trade, than probably we should have about Jawan James and Bryce Callahan. I don't know that I remember a year ago saying, oh, hey, let's wait and see if they can be on the field because these guys are injury-prone. We probably should have seen that coming. I think if we learn our lesson from that and look at this year's group, injuries can happen in the NFL. Nothing is guaranteed. But I think Elway was maybe fibbing a little bit when he said they were going to do it the same way, because they certainly went out and when they were committing money, they committed big dollars to guys who at least historically haven't been injured, which I think is probably a smart way to go.
Yeah. I think when you look at this year's free agency, it's saying, hey, you know what? We're trying to learn from our mistakes. I look at Graham Glasgow. I think Elway is trying to right his wrong with a Jawan James. by combating that now with a guy that's been an Iron Man out there in Detroit, a guy that plays multiple positions and does not miss a lot of snaps, So now hopefully his attitude and how his toughness could rub off on a guy like Juwan James. A lot of those other guys in that room, a Dalton Reisner, I think after this year, he's going to, by him continuing to play really well, he's going to be able to take over that room. But you look at last year, right? Can Dalton Reisner say, come on, Juwan James, let's get out there. Let's go. We need you out there. Hey, no matter what, we need you to play in this situation. Or let's practice. Let's go. Just situations like that. Garrett Bowles, right? When he's a constant. He's always out there. He's always practicing. He's always playing. But if you're out there hurting the football team and committing penalties, now you can't really talk, right? You can't have that voice of opinion. So I think with Graham Glasgow, being that he's an Iron Man, being that he's a guy that is willing to play hurt now, but also coupled with he doesn't get penalties, I think he's going to be the voice in that room where he could now step to a guy like Juwan James that's a tenured guy that's played a lot of football in this league where it's, hey, I want to get this rep with you. And I'm hoping that that's the case, James. And it might just be wishful thinking, but I just look at my career and how I came in the league. And when I got here in 2011, I had a guy in Chris Cooper that played right guard where I was banged up a little bit throughout the season. And he's like, no, hey, I need to get this rep with you because I know that I know that you're close. I know that you're 50-50, but you're going to be a game time decision. But I'd rather take this rep with you and hoping that you're going to play in this game so I know exactly how you're going to step and I feel exactly how you're coming and trailing behind on this double team rather than taking it with a guy that even if he does play this week, he's not the guy for the rest of the season. So I'm hoping that Graham Glasgow is able now to be that alpha in the room, and that's what this offensive line has missed, especially, and that's where you've messed up with the Juwan James. You brought a guy in for a lot of money thinking that, hey, he's going to be out there, he's going to be able to play 16 games and all the snaps, and now also bring along those younger guys, the Garrett Bowles, the Dalton Reisner. We knew that, Ron Larry last year that he was on his way out because of his injuries as well, but the injuries happened with Juwan James, and there was nobody in that room that could really get in his head and say, listen, man, you got to find a way to get over this. We need you out here. As far as a guy like Bryce Callahan, I think that signing 2 years ago was, Vic Fangio coming in, and he wanted somebody that just played in his system that he's been able to see. And I know the injuries, and we always are that's always going to be highlighted. But at the same time, I think that because of how Vic spoke about Chris Harris last year, as far as even when Chris signed the deal, when he was like, okay, he's here, but he still has to learn this playbook. I think that Vic was just thinking in his mind, hey, my playbook is complex. My style of defense is very complicated. I need to get a guy that has played in this system that I know can play in this system to help teach these other guys and help bring along these other guys. And that was Bryce Callahan. And unfortunately, he had the injury issue, but now he's good to go. So hopefully both of these guys are able to go out there and play 16 games for the Broncos this year.
It's interesting when you're talking about the offensive line. On paper, it actually looks like a pretty decent group, right? You got a first-round pick at left tackle, second-round pick at left guard, third-round pick at center. And then on the right side, it's two guys in Glasgow and James that you've spent a lot of money on in free agency. It should be good, but it's interesting. You talk about kind of who's the leader, who's going to be the alpha. And I guess, Reisner may be down the road, but I don't think he's ready to be that guy yet. So it's got to be Glasgow, but he's coming in. He's new to the room. You talked about a guy like Chris Cooper, who when you were playing was able to, kind of say those things to you. You had the respect for him of, all right, I got to get out there, even though I'm not feeling 100% because he needs me out there. He wants me out there. He's pushing it, whatever it is. But Chris Cooper, he was a good player, really good player at times, but it wasn't like he was a star. It wasn't like he was a perennial Pro Bowl player.
Relax, James. See, this is where we're gonna start the argument.
No.
Chris Cooper, he did he was supposed to go to the Pro Bowl, and that would have been 2012, I think it was, and he had just opted out to not go.
Well, and again, I wasn't trying to say that to disparage him at all. I mean, he was a very good player.
I got to just keep you honest, man.
No. I'm with
you'll talk out the side of your mouth if I let you. So, I mean,
it's not like he was, Ryan Clady's stature, or just to throw out another example. So what is it that Glasgow has to bring to that room in order for Juwan James, the younger guys, Cushenberry, Reisner, maybe even a Garrett Bowles, for them to actually listen to him? What are the attributes that Chris Cooper had?
He needs to be a solid player, and you cannot hurt your football team if you want to be a vocal leader.
Okay.
So when you go out there, just being solid, going out there and each and every day and making sure that you understand that playbook. Now, when you get into games, that you're not committing penalties as well. And I think those two things right there, if you're a vocal leader, you have to have those two things. Who's to say? I don't even know if he will be that big rah-rah guy and the guy that's going to step up and talk in front of that whole offensive line. But just by having those two things, James, now he has the respect of everybody in that room. So now he gets to go sit down and have the conversation with Juwan James or have a conversation with a Garrett Bowles.
Well, certainly, and you mentioned Garrett Bowles there. He's a guy who did hurt his team a lot, and has hurt his team a lot every year he's been here. He's been a penalty machine. At the end of last season, when John Elway talked about him, he praised the fact that he's out there every play, didn't miss a single offensive snap last year. He also said, though, it's going to be an open competition going into camp. Mike Munchak, Chris Cooper, who's now an assistant offensive line coach here in Denver, will be evaluating. Elijah Wilkinson has a shot at that job. They didn't bring anybody else in. They didn't go sign anybody in free agency. They didn't draft any tackles. So it does look like it's going to be Bowles v. Wilkinson during training camp. Do you think that's actually how it's going to go, or is this Bowles' job unless he gets hurt or unless it's just an utter disaster?
I hope that's how it actually goes. And for me, if it's an open competition, it can't be every day. It can't be Bowles is going today and Elijah Wilkinson is going tomorrow. You cannot rotate back and forth each and every day. It needs to be a 2-day span. Hey, Bowles, you're going today and you're going to go tomorrow with Dalton Reisner, and then after that, we're going to have Elijah Wilkinson go for 2 days with Dalton Reisner, because you got to in football, when you're sitting there and they're throwing that playbook at you in training camp, the installs are very heavy. It's a lot going on in those different packages, and there's going to be mistakes. And typically the next day is when you rerun some of those plays. So now you got to see how guys are able to take the coaching that they're going to get, because guys are going to mess up today. You're going to go into meetings later on today with your offensive line coach or whatever coach it may be. They're going to coach it up. And now tomorrow, a lot of those plays are going to get ran at some point of the day. So now can you take the coaching and show the improvement? And I think that's how the competition has to go if it's truly an open competition. But at the end of the day, James, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. If you're a first-round pick in the National Football League, or you're a first-round pick in any sport, you're going to get every opportunity to succeed. So it's going to be interesting. This could have been one of the topics on this story that we're reading from Jeff Legwall. I know that it's not settled in pen yet. I know it's still in pencil and there's still a lot of questions, but we're hearing John Elway say something. Now we got to see in training camp if it's going to actually happen. But if it's truly an open competition, I think you got to give guys 2 days where, hey, 2 days you go, 2 days the other guy goes. And now you could see how guys are taking coaching and how they're improving on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I think Broncos fans who are frustrated with hearing holding number 72, they want it to be an open competition, but really the best case scenario would be that it's not. And that means that Garrett Bowles is doing what they are asking him to do. He's performing well. What we saw at the end of the
competition could be over, though, James, after a week of training camp. If Garrett Bowles is showing you, hey, I'm improving each and every day, that I'm going out there and I'm the guy, it could be done. It's not something that has to go for 5-6 weeks, or it has to go right up until the week of who you're playing first. And, we're preparing for Tennessee, right, on Monday Night Football. It does not have to do that. But at some point, if it's a true competition, if it's even a couple days, you really got to open it up. And if Garrett Bowles shows that, hey, I'm the guy, so be it, because now you want Garrett Bowles. Now, whoever is the guy, and you know that that's the guy, you want him taking every snap with Dalton Risner right beside him, because now they're getting that continuity, they're getting that feel down, and hopefully they get to a place where they feel comfortable enough where they could start limiting their communication through the course of a game.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario. New offensive coordinator, no offseason with the OTAs, mini camps, all that kind of thing. I think the quicker that can be resolved at the start of camp, the better for the Broncos. All right, we're going to change gears. Time to talk about Phase 3 of the NHL's return to play. The Avs back on the ice down at Pepsi Center. We'll get the latest from our Avalanche insider, Adrian Dater. That's coming up next. The Avs are back on the ice at Pepsi Center, prepping for their trip to Edmonton, where they will resume their season August 2nd against the Blues. And down there at Pepsi Center right now, joining us on the Fireball Hotline is our Avalanche insider from Colorado Hockey Now, Adrian Dater. And AD, give me a little, just an update on, all right, Phase 3 has started. What does that mean? What are the Avs doing, and kind of where are they at in the process of getting ready to resume their season?
Well, it's just another day of training camp in July. It's all uncharted territory that we're all in. It's the team is taking the ice right now. They're going to do this for a couple weeks and jet off to Edmonton and try to gear up to all that intensity and motivation that they need to try to win a Stanley Cup up in Edmonton with no fans in the stands. All I can say is everybody's in, what's this going to really be like? But the bottom line is they're going to be on the ice playing hockey against other teams, and they're healthy. They're a full team right now, and that's something you couldn't say all year. So off we go. We'll see what happens.
Hey, Adrian, great to have you joining us. I want to ask you what your thoughts were when you saw these hub cities be picked, Edmonton and the Toronto. You got Edmonton that's a little bit more pulled back, and Toronto, there's a lot going on in Toronto at all the time throughout the course of the year. So what were your thoughts when those were the cities that were picked?
Well, first, the players are going to see very little of the city wherever they're at. They're going to be in their bubble. They're going to be in their hotel room, or the rink 99% of the time, probably. I think the Avs will schedule probably not 99% of the time. They're going to be out of the rooms at times, probably on team golf outings, maybe another kind of team outing that they can do if I could say, quote unquote, safely do everything. The NHL really, originally wanted Las Vegas to be the hub city of the West. It was looking like that was going to be the case right up to the last minute until their COVID numbers spiked. So that was the reason why they dumped Las Vegas. I think they wanted to go to Vancouver next, but Vancouver was a little. The health minister there was saying she didn't agree with the protocols that the NHL was going to do, so then Edmonton became the third choice, I guess, which is, hey, Edmonton's a great hockey city. But, it's going to be a little strange having it all up in Canada. Don't think too many U.S. reporters will be able to get over the border. I'm going to try to do that, but we'll see if I get in or not. It's all just so weird, man. It's just like, everything is up is down lately. It's just we all just sort of shaking our heads, saying, "What's this going to be like?"
Yeah, it's definitely weird. I'm looking at the schedule in front of me, and there's a game on 3/11, and then their next game is 8/2. That's pretty unprecedented, uncharted waters for sure. So the Avs open with the Blues on August 2nd. They got the Stars on August 5th, and then 3 days later they have the Golden Knights. That's how their schedule has shaped out. Help me out with this in terms of the format, kind of this round-robin play, what that's going to lead to, and how the postseason is going to set up. Just walk me through. Give me the layman's version of here's how it's going to work once they get up in Edmonton in terms of schedule and how that'll transition into postseason play.
Well, there's going to be 12 teams up there. 8 teams are going to play for 4 spots in the playoffs. So they'll play each other in a quote-unquote play-in round, best of 5. The other 4 teams, of which the Avalanche are one, will play each other once each in a round-robin tournament. Whoever has the best record out of that round-robin will be the number 1 seed, and descending order from the record. So the Avalanche, if they obviously win all 3 games, they're the number 1 seed in the West. They'd play the number 8 seed in the first round, the official first round, which would start, I believe, on August 11th. So that's the schedule. It's the round robin games are not make or break for the Avs. They can lose all 3 and still they'll know they're playing in the first round. The other 8 teams have to win that play-in round to advance to stay in Edmonton.
Adrian, when you look at about a month and a half ago, Tim Conley for the Nuggets said, "Hey, Nikola Jokic, he looks great. He's lost 40 pounds during this pandemic. He's really taking his nutrition serious. He's really taking his diet seriously. He's really, dialed in during this time." With hockey, it's a little bit different, as far as during this pandemic and what guys were able to do. But now that Phase 3 is starting, is there anybody out there that you're just impressed with? Maybe they just passed the eye test saying, "Oh man, this guy looks like he's been taking care of his body. He's been working out really well." Or have you been impressed with anybody on the ice? Because this team has been riddled with injuries this year. And when the stoppage of play did happen, there were a couple guys that were out and not playing.
Yeah, there were more than a couple. There were like 5 or 6. They had injuries all year long. Most of them were, bad luck injuries with, pucks hitting shins or ankles turning. But it's everybody looks good that I've seen. We can't go in the locker room. We can't see what the players, look like out of their uniforms. So we can see them on Zoom calls sometimes, their faces. Everybody looks trim and fit to me. Didn't see everybody looks like they've got a good, good chiseled jaw. But so they're healthy. Everybody who was hurt before is now back in camp. There is one guy that did not make the roster. That's Colin Wilson. All they can say about him is that he's quote-unquote not fit to play. And everybody else looks good to me, Orlando.
Well, as odd as all of this is going to be, at least there's some hockey to watch, to follow, and to read about on Colorado Hockey Now. So that's the good thing. Adrian, we appreciate you joining us and getting us up to speed on what's happening with the Avs.
No problem, guys. Take care.
All right, there he goes, our Avalanche insider, Adrian Dater. Oh, anything there that jumped out at you, good, bad, or indifferent when it comes to the Avs getting back on the ice and getting after it?
I the more I think about this round robin tournament, the more I like it. You're going to have about a week to play these top teams. The St. Louis Blues, the Vegas Knights. You got a week to play these guys, and now it's kind of however it falls, it falls. So I think it's going to be great. The Avs are at full strength. I think it plays in favor of the Avs because of the continuity that they've shown all season before the stoppage of play, and finding ways to win games with so many different guys and so many true stars that are out of the lineup and out of playing in on some of those lines and just being switching. I look at a guy like Kadri, seeing him on the second line, then he has to go up to the first line, then back to the second line, just different things like that, where I'm really excited that you're going to have about a week to go where you're going to play the top 4 teams. They're all going to play each other, and however it falls, it falls. And now that solidifies the 1 seed all the way through the 4 seed. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, and the fact that, and Adrian mentioned they had 5 or 6 guys out, and, it's kind of almost hard to remember back in March and kind of where they were, but they were sort of riddled with injuries and trying to get through that point. So now they're going to be fully healthy. They got 3 games that, it doesn't really matter what they do. The seed doesn't matter. You're going to be one of the top 4. Home ice obviously is out the window. Maybe it's a matter of matchup, but it's really, get some continuity, make sure everybody's healthy and ready to go. I think the Avs have a great shot of taking this thing up there in Edmonton. All right, and speaking of teams that have a shot, I don't know if it's a great shot because there's some weird things going on with the Nuggets. They're down in the bubble in Orlando. Michael Malone talked to the media. We'll check in on what's happening with the Nuggets coming up next. James Marlett from 1043thefan.com, filling in for Sandy Clough today. And Orlando, the Nuggets are in Orlando, prepping for the resumption of the NBA season, the postseason. They get underway August 1st against the Heat. Not all of them are there, according to reports. Gary Harris, Torrey Craig, Michael Porter Jr., Monte Morris have not been seen down in Orlando. Obviously, Nikola Jokic isn't there either, as he's trying to get back from Serbia after his coronavirus, after testing positive for coronavirus. But the Nuggets are down there, getting things underway, getting back into game shape. And head coach Michael Malone recently got on a Zoom call with the local media, had a lot of interesting things to say, kind of getting everybody up to speed on what's going on with the team. The first thing the head coach addressed was how the team's adjusting to being in the NBA bubble.
I think now we've been here for 4 days, kind of getting into a routine, getting used to being here. Contrary to popular belief, it's not nearly as bad as some people are making it out to be, not in my opinion. The food, the accommodations, the hotel itself, everything has been great. The practice facilities have been great. And more importantly, the guys that we have here, our players, they've bought in. We're here and we're finding ways to be productive and have meaningful work and practices get done. So I am definitely, it's hard being away from my wife and girls like it is for all of us. But as far as this bubble and what it's like, I think the NBA has done an outstanding job.
At the end of the day, everybody made a decision, right, to play, right, and to finish this season off and make sure that there was some kind of resolution to last season in the NBA. So you got to be able to make the best of it. It's for a period of time, and there's a lot of things that are down there to help you pass the time. So he talks about the food. And I've seen so on social media, I've seen memes about it, James, where, hey, this meal looks like it's from Walgreens or CVS. Right. But these are just people that I feel are complaining about, hey, maybe I want a steak right now from Capitol Grill and I can't get it. So right. I'm going to look at this meal right here. This is not how it's normally prepared, right? And everything is just separated. I've seen it. It's like a tray, right? Where, you got your meat right there. You got your potato completely over the salad. Everything's separated. It doesn't come on one plate. So I think people just need to stop complaining. I've seen the different outlets, media outlets, different videos where guys in the NBA, especially right now, you're able to do a lot more than a lot of people in this world are able to do. And you're doing also something that you love, right? That you're getting paid and compensated a lot for a child's game at the same time. So I look at the accommodations as being great. And I just look at it as a way now to get everybody back together, to get everybody running up and down, because you could go play with your friends or you could go play a pickup game of basketball, but until you get around guys where it's good on good and there's real talent out there and where you can really push yourself, that's when you're really going to get into closer to game shape and get ready to compete in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's different, right? Like they've never had to go through this kind of thing. It's we've said this a lot already today. It's uncharted waters, and I totally understand that. But it's compared to what a lot of people are going through, it's pretty luxurious. And look, once you're there, if you're going to have to be there, for lack of a better phrase, then you might as well make the best of it, right? You might as well say, hey, if we're going to come down here and I'm going to be away from my family or my friends or whatever for weeks, months, hopefully the longest possible time, because that means you're still in the playoffs, still in the tournament. Hey, you might as well go out and kind of win that. Go out and do your best to win that thing. I mean, it's kind of cliche, but if you're there, make the most of it, right?
James, as I was talking, I got a text from my wife, and she's like, laugh out loud, buddy, you want a steak from Capitol Grill, and you know it. So
sure, we all do.
We all want a steak from Capitol Grill, right? But here's my thing, right? How could a resort that literally makes millions and millions of dollars each and every year, that people pay a ton of money to and plan their vacation time around, to get down there, to bring their children down there, be such an awful place, right? Or such a bad place. I think guys are just, they're mad because it's a situation that they never have been in before, right? I mean, a lot of these NBA teams, it's completely, NBA and NHL, completely different from the NFL. The NFL, you travel, you're staying at maybe a Hampton Inn. The NHL, NBA, they travel, they're Ritz, Four Seasons. It's because it's smaller, right? The NHL also, you're traveling with probably about 30 people, 35 people. The NFL, I get on a football plane and there's probably about 300 people. Even though there's only 46 guys that are going to play on game day, there's 300 people that are on that charter jet, right?
Yeah.
So it's different hotels, right? Where now when you're staying in a Ritz or you're staying in a Four Seasons, what do they typically have? Some kind of attraction that's right down the street, or even in that building, some huge name steakhouse, right? So I think guys are just nitpicking because it's a different situation. It's something that they've never been in. And that's why, what can we complain about? Or what's different right now that we've never went through right now? And it's still a great situation. You're able to practice with your teammates. You're able to do other things. There's so many different fun things that are set up, right, that you could do. And at the same time, it's a resort. It's something that people pay a ton of money each and every year to bring their families to. So I think that it's just a little tone deaf with the couple players that have been complaining about it, because you could be in so much worse situations.
Yeah, and I'm sure part of what's irritating the players, and look, we're all irritated by these things, is the league has put in some anti-contact policies to try and protect players, keep the situation safe, make sure that they don't have an outbreak down there and coronavirus starts kind of running rampant through the entire bubble. I'm sure that's been irritating to some of them. A lot of us don't like some of the things that we're having to do now that are inconvenient. Here's how Michael Malone said that's impacting his team.
We're creatures of habit, and along with the high-fiving, some guys chewing their mouth guards, some guys are wiping sweat off their face. There's certain things that the NBA wants our players to get away from doing just to create as safe of an environment as possible. That's going to take time. You just can't stop those things overnight. People don't shake hands anymore. Right, we do the elbows, we bump elbows. So I think the more we're around each other, I think we'll start to realize that eliminating some of that interaction, but that should not take away from the camaraderie. That should not take away from the chemistry. If our camaraderie and chemistry is based solely on a high five, then we don't have much of it in the first place. So being in the gym with our guys, being around our guys all week, we have a close-knit group. And if they're not allowed to hug each other, they'll find other ways to show how much they care for each other.
He hits it right on the head, right, James? We're all human beings. We all become a creature of habit, whether you're a professional player, whether you're an average Joe, whether you're a 9-to-5 person, everything, it's just muscle memory with whatever you do, right? James, you've been at home for the last couple months. I'm sure there's some kind of routine where, hey, you might wake up in the morning, start on breakfast, then make your coffee after breakfast, or you might wake up in the morning, you start the pot of coffee, drink your coffee, and then have breakfast. It's just different things like this. When I played in the NFL, I would shower every night at home, and then when I would only at night, I would shower at home at night. I would put on like shorts and a t-shirt for the next day. I would go to sleep in that shorts and t-shirt, and every morning that my alarm went off, James, I would literally roll out of bed and walk straight out the door and get in my car. And once I got to the facility, I would tell the guys in the cafeteria, hey, this is what I want for breakfast. I would grab a cup of coffee because I don't like to drink my coffee scalding hot. I would now go into the locker room, go straight in the shower, brush my teeth while I'm I always brush my teeth in the shower. So I would grab my little bucket of stuff with my soap and my toothbrush, my toothpaste, always brush my teeth in the shower, come out the shower. Now my coffee is cooler. It's not as hot as it was when it came out fresh out of the pot. And now I would just basically chug that down and go eat breakfast. But that's what I did every day, no matter if it was OTAs, no matter if it was mini camp, no matter if it was training camp, no matter if it was during the season. that's what I did every day at the facility. I became a creature of habit. So with the NBA, guys are going to, hey, great play, high fives, or, wiping sweat off their face, chewing their mouth guards because you become a creature of habit. But right now with the pandemic, you got to find a way to just think and stop and think. And it's going to take a while. It's not something that's going to be muscle memory right now at this point because you've done things a certain way for so long.
Yeah, and we're all creatures of habit. We don't like when anybody interrupts those tendencies. And then when it's interrupted for something that, let's face it, a lot of these rules kind of seem arbitrary, right? Like we've all dealt with this frustration of, okay, I can go to the grocery store, but I can't go here. I can go to a restaurant and sit at my table without a mask, but I got to wear a mask going in. And all of us, no matter what side of that argument you're on, and I don't want to get into that, but all of us sit there and think, this all kind of seems like we're just making it up as we go. So I'm sure some of these players are looking at it going, look, we can battle and box out and get in here and bang up against each other trying to get position, but I can't wipe sweat off my face. I can't chew on my mouth guard. I'm sure the arbitrary kind of nature of it kind of makes it makes it tough,
right? At the end of the day, right? There's always going to be some kind of pushback for something where you're exactly right, James. I could play defense. I could go in the post and try to get a move and go get an aggressive dunk to go spark something for my team, but yet I'm not allowed to chew my mouthpiece, something that I've done.
Right.
So there's always going to be pushback because there's a new set of rules, right? And it's something that's new. So I will tell you this, when I look at this, I didn't expect anything different. When I heard about a 113-page rule book, I didn't expect anything different but pushback on at least half of those rules. And that's what we're seeing right now, that there's just going to be pushback with guys that are saying, dude, like, well, what do you mean I can't do this? This makes absolutely no sense. I've done this all my career, or I've done this since Little League. Why can't I do this now when I've been playing this sport for the last 20 years of my life and you're trying to change things? So it's just with anything. At first there's pushback, and then people adapt, they adjust, and you just keep on going, and you trying to get to a resolution, right? And that's crowning the champion of last year's NBA or of this year's NBA season.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's at home with parents, in school, it was at work, it was, in the military, whatever. We've all had to deal with things where we're like, man, this is just a dumb rule. But you kind of have to.
I'll tell you, in college, right? Something so simple. In college, you wear regular socks. When you get to the NFL, you got to wear socks all the way to your knee.
Right.
And literally, I should have brought this up yesterday because we had Zane Beatles on yesterday, and he was like, "Hey, just be ready." He told me two things to be ready for that he had to adjust to, that he had a hard time adjusting to. He said, "Well, we got to wear knee-high socks. That's non-negotiable. So those socks come all the way up to your knees." And at first I was just like, well, okay, yeah, whatever, dude, who cares? But I found in my second game in the NFL, I'm cramping in my calves, and a lot of that, I switched my socks at halftime. My socks were soaked. It was something that was so minute that you wouldn't even think about. And another thing, it was halftime. In college, halftime, you go in and the band's playing, and it's like 20 minutes or something like that. In NFL, it's like 12 minutes from when the last person gets on the field. Like it's like a shotgun timer, and you just go. So that switch changes up a lot of different things that you're able to do at halftime. When I was in college, James, I couldn't eat before games, whatever the case may be. So at halftime, I always had a turkey sandwich that the nutritionist would have for me. When I got to the NFL, that didn't fly because it was a lot shorter of a time, but also you're playing and it's hot and you're exerting a lot more energy, I felt like, when I was in the NFL. But it was just different things where when you're younger or when you're going through things and you become a creature of habit, that whenever there's any type of change, you're like, man, this is different, and you're going to have something to say, or you're going to have some kind of pushback.
Yeah, for sure. And they're just going to have to figure out, the way to, adapt, improvise, and overcome. That was the old Gunny Highway and Heartbreak Ridge. That was his saying. So that's just what they're going to have to do. But in addition to, kind of getting used to being in the bubble and away from home, getting used to all these rules, 100 and some page rule book. They also got to get ready to play, and they haven't been on the court since mid-March. Michael Malone was asked how he felt about his team's conditioning now that they're down in Orlando.
I think the conditioning is in a pretty good place. Are we in game shape today? I'd say probably not. I can't imagine most of the NBA teams down here are. We have ample opportunity and time to get ready for that. But I think what set us back a little bit was we had to close our facility because of the multiple corona results that we had. So that took away phase 3 in a week to get ready prior to coming down here. So we didn't have that opportunity where we would have gotten extra conditioning in. But our guys are professional. I think they understand what's at stake, and everybody's in a pretty good place that we can build upon.
You only get into game shape by playing games.
Right.
No matter what. I don't care what they're doing in the bubble right now. You could run those guys to death. You could have them running suicides until they have to go out there and now be explosive on offense, slashing to the basket or pulling up jump shots, contested threes and being able to knock those things down, but also sprinting back now or sprinting down just in case there is an offensive rebound, but now the ball goes in. Now you got to sprint back on defense. Until you're doing those things, that's the only way that you're going to get in game shape, no matter what the case may be. And I promise you this, James, because I've seen it throughout my whole career. When I left high school, in high school, you're in shape. You play both ways. You never get tired. It seems like maybe that's because you're 14 to 18 years old, right?
Yeah.
You're still very young. When you get to college, when I was at the University of Miami, I thought we ran like we were a part of the USA 4x4 team. It literally, the conditioning that we did, it made absolutely no sense. You would walk in, sometimes you're seeing guys on the floor basically like they just died, and they're just like, just leave me alone. Don't talk to me. These are guys that are just conditioned in the group before you. So you would get frustrated and stressed out and worried, thinking that, oh my gosh, what are we going to run? I'm talking when I was in those 4 years of college, just the different things, the 110s, the suicides, the different the stair drills. We had this one hill that was about 1.5 miles from the University of Miami. That this hill was 150-yard incline, James. It started for the first 50 yards at a slow incline, then it dipped down, then it went and shot straight up, and it was about 150 yards. And how this drill was ran, we would go out there and they would say, hey, you guys got 8 hills today. And by the time the first person got to the top of the hill, that's when the rest period started. But your rest period was, you had to jog back on your rest period. So you would have 2 minutes now to get back. So the first person, you got a little wide receiver, right, or a little running back, or
right.
one of these fast DBs. They're going to get up this hill probably in like 20 seconds. And then now their rest period starts for everybody. And once that 2 minutes is up, it's, hey, hands on the line, go again, right? And we would run these hills, and I remember that I never passed. Our final test with these hills was 10 of them. And hold on, before that, Ed Reed came out to practice. Ed Reed came out to conditioning one day in the summertime. We had 6 of those hills. He ran 3 of them and said, I get paid too much money for this. I'm not doing this. And literally went in his car and sat in his car blasting music, windows down, while he watched us run the other 3.
Yeah.
So in my 4 years at the University of Miami, which I was always a guy that was very much in shape, I was one of those guys that I took pride in my conditioning tests. Our conditioning test was 16 110s. Never failed the conditioning test ever at the University of Miami. But for these hills, when we got to 10 of them, that was our last time running them. We would ramp it up. We would start at 4, go to 6, go to 8, go to 10. And I never once was able to make it in my 4 years when we ran the 10 hills. So each and every year, you run it once every year, you run the 10 times. I was never able to make all the times in that. And yet I still thought that I was in great shape. But guess what? When we showed up to training camp, I was still dog tired out there. When you start pushing against somebody and you have a 340-pound person that's pushing against you and trying to push you in the backfield, you're going to exert a lot more energy than just straight conditioning. So until you get out there and actually play games as far as the Nuggets, actually play real pickup basketball where now it's just their team going, maybe it's just 5-on-5 where it's just their team going against each other. That's when you're really starting to get some conditioning, because you could go sit there and run on a treadmill all day, but it's a lot more of different explosive movements, different stop and goes, slash into the basket, trying to get a rebound, now sprinting back on defense, where you got to take those things into account, where once you start doing those things, that's how you get in game shape. But that also, it's hard to simulate those things in just practice.
Yeah, no, and the one good thing about it, and I'm with you, they can run on the treadmill, they can run up and down the court, they can, push towels, whatever all of us used to have to do during basketball practice when coaches were trying to get us in shape. All the teams are in that same boat. So at least the Nuggets are dealing with the same thing as everybody else that's down there where, hey, we haven't played games in 4 months. I think the bigger concern for the Nuggets, and we thought it was just going to be Nikola Jokic, but it's actually Gary Harris, Torrey Craig, Michael Porter Jr., I think Monte Morris, of just not having their whole team down there. That's certainly a bigger impact of not only are they trying to get back in game shape, but they've got guys at different stages. And Michael Malone mentioned it in that last clip we played of, they had to shut down their facility for a week. So they've had this kind of start and stop kind of approach to getting going again. It's a bit of a mystery as to why those guys aren't down there. The team isn't saying. I think it's a privacy thing, which I totally understand, but it's also human nature to try and figure out why are they not there. Were they part of the group that tested positive? Do they have friends or family that they need to care for here? Do they not want to put themselves in the situation down there? All of which is certainly viable reasons for not being there, but the bottom line is they aren't there. That puts the Nuggets at a bit of a disadvantage. So we'll have to keep tabs on that as we wait for the August 1st, I guess, opener is one way to put it, when the Nuggets resume play against the Heat. All right, so we talked about earlier, Broncos had an offseason that a lot of people have liked. Primarily, it was their draft and the fact that they've added a lot of offensive weapons, given Drew Lock plenty of tools to work with. Bill Barnwell from ESPN recently put out an article where he ranked every team in the NFL from 1 to 32, their offensive weapons that they bring to the table in 2020. How did the Broncos fare? We'll talk about that coming up next. Before we get into how the Broncos' weapons rank against other teams in the NFL, I want to remind you to check out the Mile High Memories podcast. It's presented by ROX Rocks Heating and Air, hosted by Sandy Clough, the great Sandy Clough. Episode 11, we'll take a look back at the career of Terrell Davis. It drops this weekend, but right now you can listen to episode 10. Sandy breaks down the top 10 trades in Denver sports history, looks back at how they impacted the landscape in Colorado sports. It's a fascinating look back on those moves, some of which were blockbuster at the time, some of which maybe weren't talked about as much when they happened, but turned out to be big. You can get those wherever you download your podcasts or at 1043thefan.com. It's Mile High Memories presented by ROX Rocks Heating and Air. All right, so Bill Barnwell from ESPN put out, he does this every year. He did his rankings of offensive weapons for all 32 NFL teams in 2020. And he opens it up by saying this: the most important thing for an NFL team is to find a franchise quarterback. The second most important thing might be surrounding that quarterback with weapons. He talks about how the Ravens added Mark Ingram and Marquise Brown last offseason. Lamar Jackson emerged as an MVP. Patrick Mahomes with the Chiefs has had good weapons around him the whole time. So certainly this is something that the Broncos, or John Elway, seems to be buying into, because as we've talked about, they added a lot of weapons this offseason, trying to surround Drew Lock with as many helpers as they possibly could. If you just had to take a guess from 1 to 32, the Broncos' weapons that are around Drew Lock, how do you think they stack up against their other NFL teams?
I would say middle of the pack. So for me, it'd be anywhere from 32 to so 15 to 18. That's where I would have to say, because the players with the Broncos, although it looks great on paper, still got to go prove it. Melvin Gordon has to go prove that he could go average over 4 yards a carry. Phillip Lindsay has to prove still that, hey, he could be successful in this Pat Shurmur office. And now, what do both of these running back roles look like? Jerry Jeudy, yeah, he was an outstanding college player, but still got to come to the NFL and transition. KJ Hamler, the exact same thing, especially playing that slot position where a lot of times you don't know exactly what route you're running until you're already you've already bursted off the line of scrimmage. You're already 3 steps into running, and then now you have these choice routes depending on what the defense is running or throwing at you. Is it zone or is it the man coverage? It could change your route. Noah Fant, you got to continue to grow, right? And does Cortland Sutton continue to be successful now that there is more talent around him, because there is only one football to go around? And Drew Lock, you got to go play 16 games. It was nice to see you play 5 last year. It was nice to see that sample size. Nice to see you go 4-1. But what does your overall record look after playing 16? So I think they would be right there in the middle of the pack when you look at it, James, because there's still a lot of question marks.
Well, 2 years ago, Bill Barnwell had the Broncos' weapons ranked 22nd. Last year, they were 31st. And the way this offense has performed in recent years, it's hard to argue with either of those rankings. This year, and you're pretty close, you said 15 to 18. This year, they're all the way up to number 14, which I think, and look, I'm excited about this team, probably the most excited I've been since 2015. I went into every year since then, obviously the big questions at quarterback. There were questions in terms of, head coach, which I think is still there. I'm not one of those guys that thinks Vic Fangio is just, proved that he's ready to be an NFL head coach. But I am excited about a couple of things. It starts with Drew Lock. Obviously, having a guy that I think can be here for a decade is exciting. But this group of weapons, I'm excited about them. But I think you're right. I think there's, I think 14 is probably too high. I think they could end up being top 10. But I think right now, other than Cortland Sutton, who had the 1,100-yard season last year, went to the Pro Bowl, has proven that he can play at this level and can be productive. Noah Fant was, and this is what Bill Barnwell says, was inconsistent as a rookie. Yeah, okay, well, he's got to be more consistent. And then Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, like you talked about, look, they look great on paper. I think they were both really, really good picks. I think Jeudy falling to the Broncos at 15 was just a gift, but we've never seen them on the field wearing a Broncos helmet. Not for a practice, not for a preseason game, not for anything. So until I see what they can do on the field, we've got a lot of wide receivers come in here, and people were really high on them and hyped them up, and they didn't do anything. I don't think that's going to happen with Judy and Hamler, but until they show me it's not going to happen, I'm not going to put them ahead of, they got the Broncos ahead of the Seahawks. They got them ahead of the Chargers. I think that's a little bit overly optimistic, just given how unproven this group is.
I disagree. I think the Broncos do deserve to be over the Chargers. When I look at the Chargers, I know Mike Williams. I know Keenan Allen. That's it. I don't know who else is out there at that wide receiver corps. They just got rid of Travis Benjamin. He's out there in San Francisco now. Dontrell Inman, he's in Indianapolis now. There's the lack of names. Hunter Henry, I think there's more question marks about Hunter Henry, even though he's under the franchise tag, than there is about Noah Fant. And that's just because of the injuries. And then Austin Eckler, yeah, we've seen you do it, and we've seen you be successful, but you've always had that other person there as well. Even though when you started off last season and Melvin Gordon is not there, well, you still got it's only for a couple of games, right? And when Melvin Gordon comes back, you see that it's a 1-2 punch. It's very much that. So I think there's a lot of question marks, and now they don't have that prolific passer in Phillip Rivers that could dissect the defense and knows exactly where it's coming from. Tyrod Taylor, it's going to be a lot different. The offensive playbook with Tyrod Taylor is going to be completely different than it was with Phillip Rivers. And then when they do, or if they do make a switch to Justin Herbert, it's going to be the exact same thing. So I think that when you just look at those question marks for the Chargers, I think the Broncos deserve to be ahead of them. When I look at Seattle, it's different things. I look at Lockett being a shorter person, but he's an absolute burner. But can he continue to sustain? And most likely he will be. But a lot of his game is all about speed. And whenever that goes or decides to go in a different direction, I think there's going to be some question marks. DK Metcalf, can he make the sophomore jump, right? And yeah, we were excited, or I was excited for what I saw out of him last year, especially not being a first-round pick, especially we're coming out of that situation at Ole Miss with Deebo Samuels and all that, and him not being the number one wide receiver. I thought he had an excellent freshman campaign in the NFL, but the question marks with the Seattle Seahawks, you got to remember, they signed beast mode off the street, and so they had some question marks at that running back position. Are those still going to be some question marks? Tight end position, they went to Holster on that, and you saw what happened there. As far as San Francisco making that tremendous stop to move on and get that 1 seed, moving into the playoffs. So I think there's still question marks with a lot of these teams. With the Broncos, I think the biggest question mark that we continue to overlook is not the talent that's surrounding Drew Lock. Is how is Drew Lock going to now use this talent? Can he make the jump where he can continue to use multiple wide receivers, but also now be able to dissect defenses where he's saying, okay, you know what, in this situation, I got to go to the slot, or I'm going in a blitz situation, they're bringing the house. Can he make the right calls at the line of scrimmage where now you have some blitz beaters up? Because last year, you saw it, James, when the Broncos played against KC here, it was an absolute blitz fest, and the Broncos didn't have any answers.
Yep.
So now it's going to be up to Drew Lock to put them in great positions and be able to check at the line of scrimmage and say, hey, you know what? Throw up hand signals to a Jerry Jeudy, a KJ Hamler, or Noah Fant, where now these guys could beat these blitzes. Or now when do you go to, instead of doing that, when do you now have just your wide receivers and tight ends clear out and say, you know what, I'm checking this into a screen, or I'm checking it down to one of these running backs. And now that's the home run play that we're going to need. So I think a lot of it is on Drew Lock, and we've heard about the free will, and that's one thing that I'm really excited about, because you hear him talk about it, that Pat Shurmur's giving him the ability at the line of scrimmage to do some things and get in and check out of some certain things where now you should be able to get into some blitz beaters, and that's when your explosive and dynamic plays come.
Yeah, no, and look, I think it looks great on paper. I'm super, super excited about it. I think it's great that the Broncos are actually in this conversation, and we can have the debate of, hey, are they better than this team or that team, rather than last year when they were 31st, and it'd be pretty hard to argue it. I just, a little bit of a show me mentality on it. But if you made me bet, if you made me predict, I think they'll show that they're 14 if not better in terms of the weapons that they'll trot out there every single Sunday. All right, coming up next, it's time to take a walk down memory lane. My latest Timeline 25 article takes a look back at one of the most roller coaster years in Denver sports history. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. In Timeline 25, I've been taking a year-by-year look back at the 25 years that the Fan has been on the air since 1995. So going through each year, talking about the 5 biggest stories in Colorado sports and the good, bad, the indifferent, and breaking those down. Orlando, today I took a look at 2015, which I know your last season with the Broncos was 2014, right? Yeah, but you were a part of one of the key moments of 2015. It was just early in the year. What's your recollection of that playoff loss against the Colts?
Man, just not being focused. You know, I'm so mad that I've been on the sidelines for the last 2 weeks. Just being able to talk through 2011, 12, 13, 14, and now we're at 15. So we skipped a lot of that. But I think that each time that I was here with the Broncos, the playoffs told a different story.
Yeah.
And I look back at 2011, just glad to be there. I mean, couldn't believe it that we beat the Pittsburgh. Just glad to be playing against New England in that last loss, right? Just glad to be in Foxborough in the second round of the playoffs, right? With so many different things that had happened that season. 2012, play against Baltimore. It's not looking at Baltimore, not really taking them serious because we beat them about 3 weeks earlier in Baltimore, right? So just overlooking them. 2013, going into that game, we're the highest scoring offense. At the end of the day, this defense can't stop us. That's the thought process, right? Mm-hmm. So not taking that defense serious enough. And with everything, I'm a true believer that football, so a large part of it is about momentum. How do you capture momentum at the start of games, and how do you capture the momentum at some point at the start of the second half? And Seattle did that. We got the safety on the first play of the game, and the kickoff return for Seattle on the first play of the second half, right? And early 2015, the game that you're talking about, nobody's worried about Indianapolis. And I'll keep it honest with you, James. And that was, I think we got a little bit way too arrogant. You know, you remember in 2012, the coming out party for the Denver Broncos. Everybody's watching down in San Diego by 24 points and came back and win. I think that game ultimately, you know, that game changed a lot of our mindsets where we were probably a lot of times too cocky in certain situations when we did lose football games, when we're going in games and we're saying, hey, we're going to slaughter these guys. How do we beat New England next week? Or how do we beat this team? Well, a lot of times it was New England, especially in 2012 and the playoffs in 2013. Yeah, how do you get past New England the following week? So that in 2015, the start of that year with the playoffs in Indianapolis, I think it wasn't a lack of preparation. I think the coaches did everything that they could have done on their path, on their part. I remember getting to the stadium. I remember being fired up. I remember I got to the stadium. I remember Luis Vasquez wearing a pair of True Religion jeans. And at this point, I have never seen a big person, an offensive lineman, wear True Religion jeans. Okay. And I remember stripping down, like taking my pants off right there and just being in my shorts and trying his jeans on because I was like, if Lewis could fit these, I could fit these. So I need to order me a pair of these. How do I get that? And just being light and keeping the mood light. And that's always kind of how I approached it. But as a team, I think we got too complacent and we were just saying, hey, there's no way that we're losing this game. We're going to find a way to win this game. But how do we find a way to win the following week? Because if my memory serves me correct, we were 12-4 that year in 2014 to finish off the season. So we had the number 2 seed. Correct. So we knew that we had to go through New England. We obviously got the bye week because we finished at the 2 seed. And when we're playing against Indianapolis, it was a lot of, well, how do we go up to Foxborough and get a win next week? So that was definitely a dumb on our behalf. We got to be able to finish games. We got to be able to go out there and and compete and get wins in that aspect. But yeah, if I would say one thing where I think that a lot of us regretted, especially just in my 4-year span with the Broncos, is either just being excited and just happy to be in certain situations, or just not taking certain situations as serious as we should, where we need to execute. We need to go in and finish it off and not look too far ahead, just focus on what's right there at hand, right there, right now.
Well, and it's interesting to hear you say that because, I think everybody looks back at the Ravens loss, the divisional round 2 years before this as shocking. And it was. It was an upset, certainly, and it was mostly shocking with the way it ended, or the way it went into overtime. The pass over Raheem Moore's head, and then goes into double OT, and the Broncos lose. This game, it was 24-13. The Colts kind of controlled it, so it didn't have that shocking moment, but it was as shocking of a loss. Nobody expected the Broncos to lose this game. To me, there were kind of two storylines that came out of it, and I want to see, since you were part of that team, whether or not you think either one of them are accurate. So in the Timeline 25 article, I focused on the fact that morning, Jay Glazer from Fox came out with the report that John Fox was going to go to the Bears. So to me, here's the head coach he is the number 2 seed. They have true Super Bowl aspirations. They were there the year before, and he's already flirting with his next gig. That's odd. Adam Gase was interviewing for the 49ers job. He didn't get it. Jim Tomzula got it, but everybody thought he was going to get it. Jack Del Rio was interviewing for the Raiders job, which he ultimately got. You mentioned that you were a group that just wasn't focused. To me, and you also said the coaching staff did everything they could, so that was curious to me, because to me, this is a coaching staff that your head coach, your 2 offensive coordinators, they're spending a lot of time thinking about what they're doing in 2015, not what they're doing on January 11th when they play the Colts. How much of a factor do you think that had in the loss?
None, to be honest with you. I mean, well, right now, I'm shocked to hear that you said that Jay Glazer came out with the Fox to the Bears that morning, because never knew anything about that. We always knew about our coordinators leaving.
Right.
And it always happened. In 2000, and I think it might have been 2011, we have Dennis Allen. He leaves to become the head coach of the Oakland Raiders. It might have been 11 or 12, but he had left. And then you got Mike McCoy that leaves and becomes the head coach of the Chargers, right? So it was always kind of like, okay, you know what, we got to reload with these coordinators. When you're winning football games, that's the case. So never really knew about the Fox situation until you just said it, James. But as far as, like, we knew that Goose was interviewing for the 49ers job. Right. We knew that Jack was interviewing for the Raiders job, and it was most likely he was going to most likely get it. But at the same time, we were like, hey, let's put it together. Let's go on a run. So that constantly happens. I think that with the NFL, especially, we were shocked that we even had 2 years of Goose and Adam Gase. Because, I mean, you look at 2013, I thought he was gone right after that season, because highest scoring offense in NFL history, right? And I thought that Jack would have had a good look at other jobs as well after 2013, because you don't have Von Miller, you don't have Elvis Dumervil, but yet we're in the Super Bowl, right? So, right. But I never really looked into the Fox situation. I knew that there was some turmoil behind the scenes, and a large part of that was because after Super Bowl 48, I know that they wanted to have some personnel changes, some coaching staff changes, and I knew Fox was a guy that he strongly believed in his tree, and he was a loyal person, you know, ultimately, and that's why Foxy's not here no longer. I mean, because there's people that had different feelings about certain coaches that wanted certain coaches to be gone, and Foxy didn't see any justification in moving on from those coaches. And I'll tell you one person that it baffled me when I heard that he was on the chopping block, or that they wanted Fox to move on from him, was Dave Magazoo, my offensive line coach for the 4 years that I was here, which is crazy to me because in the 4 years that I was here, we led the league in rushing in 2011. Then Peyton comes in, and obviously when you have Peyton Manning, but also the group of guys that we had, we were a top 3 offensive line for the next 3 years. But yet there was some back and forth where some people wanted to move on from him, and Foxy didn't want to have it. So I knew that there was some back and forth behind the scenes, but I never knew that Bears offer was already out there. I remember being at Del Frisco's on the Tuesday night after the game, and that's kind of when all the dominoes basically fell, and we knew that he invited about 12 of us out, and we were sitting there in the back room, and that's when we figured it all out that, hey, yeah, John Elway and John Fox have agreed to go part ways, but also now it's the Bears, and this thing has trickled down so fast that maybe, there was talks about moving on, but I never knew that the Bears were in play going into that game against Indianapolis.
You're listening to KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. The other part of that game and kind of the fallout from it was, you mentioned that Foxy got fired right after the game. Well, they mutually agreed to part ways, however you want to put it. Then he took the Chicago job. A week later, January 18th, Gary Kubiak is introduced as the next head coach. I'm convinced, and again, I'll be interested to see what your thoughts are on this. I'm convinced that John Elway wanted to fire John Fox after Super Bowl 48, after that debacle in the Meadowlands, and if Gary Kubiak would have been willing to take the job then, he would have made the move at that point.
No, I don't think that he wanted to fire him. Like I said, there were some coaching staff issues. I know he wanted to move on from some coaches, and I know that's confirmed. There were conversations that were had that people overheard and told me about it, where they wanted to move on from. There was a couple coaches that, hey, let's move on from these guys, where Fox said, no, they're my guys. So I think that right there, that was the first defiance, right? And at that point, how do you move? Are you really going to move on from a guy that you were just in the Super Bowl? So I think there was some tweaks that wanted to be made, but when that person said no, he still had another year, no matter what, is what I'm saying, James. So I think he still had 2014, no matter what.
It would have been unprecedented. I just remember there was a lot of conversation during the offseason in terms of contract extension and when it would happen and if it would happen, because you're right, Foxy was going into the last year of his deal, but no coach wants that. It's kind of a lame duck year. So it was, hey, is he going to get an extension? And normally those things would happen, March, April, that time, that point of the offseason. It went all the way into the summer. I just don't think, I'm not convinced John Elway wanted to
probably
make
still dangling that carrot. Hey, if you fire these coaches and move on, we could talk contract extension. But what are you going to do? The ball's in your court, right? I mean, but yeah, I could see exactly what you're saying with that. I mean, because no coach, and typically you don't see that. Like, this coach came in, you were a 4-12 football team, right? Wins the AFC West. In 2011, 8-8 with the Orton and the Tim Tebow debacle, finds a way to win the West and makes it to the second round in the playoffs. Then after that is a huge part in landing arguably the biggest free agent in NFL history, right? And bringing Peyton Manning here, and now I think we're a 12-4 team. In 2012, or maybe a 13-3 team, but now you're winning a ton of football games. But in the third year of your coaching job, you have the highest scoring offense in NFL history. You make it all the way to the Super Bowl, and yet you haven't done enough to get another contract. So I think that it was largely because of not being able to control the situation and not being able to bring guys in that maybe John Elway saw fit in certain situations. I will tell you this, with coaching trees, right? A lot of these coaches are loyal to their coaching staff and are loyal to their guys. In 2014, my father-in-law, Bobby Turner, was on the sidelines. He had his knees done after they decided to blow it up out there with the Washington Redskins, right, with Mike Shanahan the year before.
Yep.
So he was on the sidelines and didn't coach that year. I've had a conversation with him that in 2015, when that season, when Gary Kubiak got the job, my father-in-law thought that, okay, Gary Kubiak got the job, I'm coming back to Denver.
Sure,
because
makes
of
sense.
that coaching tree, right?
Yeah.
Where now, when he did have the conversation, or tried to have the conversation, it was, hey, we can't move on from Eric Studeville. We're keeping Eric Studeville. So Gary Kubiak has never worked with Eric Studeville. He's worked with Bobby Turner, right?
Right.
Bobby Turner has had a boatload of 1,000-yard running backs, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a head coach and you've worked with somebody and it's worked so well, and that guy's on the sidelines, you're going to try to bring that guy in, right? So why was now a situation where Eric Studeville is the running back coach? And I think that it's a lot of just upper management dipping their hand in the cookie jar, where saying, hey, no, these are my guys. You're going to, you could be the head coach, but you're going to keep a selected few guys that are my guys. And I think that with the Foxy situation, it was the exact same thing. Okay, you could be the head coach. That's perfectly fine. And your contract extension or your contract's coming up and you've done certain things, but you got to abide by my rules in order to now continue to be here, right? Is Gary Kubiak the reason? Is Gary Kubiak the reason why the Denver Broncos won the Super Bowl in 2015? I would think
part of it for sure.
I think the big part and the main part, if you're going to look at a coaching staff, I think it's that mastermind that we call the defensive coordinator. I think Wade Phillips came in and said, hey, we're going to play man-to-man defense because we have the personnel and guys, and we're going to play a different style of defense.
No, I'm with you. And that became that was the third biggest story that I had for 2015. So the loss to start the year in January of 2015, which ended the 2014 season for the Broncos, the loss to the Colts, I had number 5. That led to a lot of the other stories, though, that later in the year would become big. So Foxy gets fired. They bring in Gary Kubiak. They want to hire Vance Joseph as the defensive coordinator, but the Bengals won't give him permission to interview him. They want to hang on to him. So kind of by default, Gary Kubiak goes to a guy he knows, a guy he'd worked with in Denver and in Houston, and 68-year-old at the time defensive coordinator Wade Phillips brings him in. That led to what I had as the third biggest story, was just the emergence of the no-fly zone. This defense that had a pass rush with Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, had the most sacks in the league, just became a dominant group, finished the year as the number 1 ranked defense. But not only that, it was just more the fact that defense took over games. I mean, the first touchdown the team scored in the 2015 season didn't come until the third quarter of the opener. It was an Aqib Talib pick 6 against Joe Flacco. The next week, 4 days later on a Thursday night game, they go up to Kansas City. Manning leads them on a 2-minute, last-minute drive in the final 2 minutes to tie the game. But then the Broncos get the scoop and score from Bradley Roby at the end of the game to win the game. It was a defense that, was putting points on the board, scoring touchdowns. I think they had 5 or 6 touchdowns that year. Wade Phillips came in, and he looked at that personnel and said, here's what I can do with it. And I don't know if it's an indictment of what Jack Del Rio did with that group or not, but man, he took him to a whole nother level in 2015.
Yeah. He's changed the philosophy, right? Said, hey, with Jack played that underfront, right? So you were going to play traditionally 4 defensive linemen out there, and then to the strong side, you were going to have a Sam linebacker, where Von's your Sam linebacker. But now, when you look at Wade Phillips, he came in and said, I'm going to play a true 3-4 defense where I have my DeMarcus Ware, my Shane Ray, my Von Miller, my Shaq Barrett. Those are going to be my outside rushers. Those are going to be my contained guys. But on the inside, man, I got a Derek Wolfe. I got a Malik Jackson, where these guys have played defensive end already in Jack Del Rio's system, but they're going to have now the free will to really beat guys with quickness, where the guards and things like that. And then they put Sylvester Williams at the nose tackle because it didn't matter who you put at the nose tackle position in that situation, because nobody was going to be – you weren't going to be able to double team anybody. I remember, and this is my first year not being here, we're getting ready to play against the Broncos. I think it's like Thursday night football or something like that. in San Diego, and we're literally watching film, and this is when I had Joe D'Alessandro, the new offensive line coach that was out there with the Chargers. We're watching film the night before the game, and it's Saturday night. We've already did our team meetings. We've already done our special teams meeting. Now we're in our position group meeting. We're watching film, and he cuts on this tape, and we go through like the first 5-6 plays, and I said, "Hey, Joe D, what are we doing? Why are we watching the Broncos highlight tape the night before the game?" He's like, "No, we're not watching the highlight tape. We're just watching when they played against Baltimore." And literally the first 6 plays, James, was it's a highlight. The defense is just sack, pick, or whatever the case may be. And that's what we're thinking. We're watching a highlight tape in that situation. But that's how good that defense was. And when you have that personnel with Derek Wolfe and Malik Jackson and Shaq Barrett, Shane Ray, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, you could send 5 every single time. And you could even add one. You could add a Danny Trevathan, or you could add a Brandon Marshall, where now it's, hey, these guys got to stay in there to block. And now you got the back end with the TJ Wards, the Darian Stewart, the Chris Harris, the Aqib Talib. You got Roby coming off the bench, Kayvon Webster coming off the bench. You could just roll guys in and out. And the depth of that defense as well. I think a lot of people overlook that. You got a Bradley Roby, first-round pick for the Broncos. He's coming off the bench. Kayvon Webster, third or fourth, either a 3 or a 4th rounder. But they're coming off the bench. But these are great guys that in situations that at that time would be starting for any other team in the NFL, right? So when you have those guys and now you have a Chris Harris and a Aqib Talib, that these guys could truly play man-to-man coverage, when those guys get tired, you're allowed to tap your helmet and go off to the sideline and get a play off and get some water and then get back out there because you just want to be as fresh as possible. Right, so you look at all those factors, and Wade Phillips knew exactly what he had and said, "Hey, I'm going to send the dogs. I'm not going to call them off. We're going to blitz. It's going to be a blitz fest. It's either Vaughn and company are going to get to the quarterback, or the quarterback is going to have to throw the ball up a little bit early." And now we got guys good enough on the back end to see all of that through it and really play through it and see the quarterback the whole time and make a break on the ball.
Yeah, I mean that team, that defense had a ton of talent. A bunch of playmakers, but it was the perfect marriage, right, of defensive coordinator and talent, because they had a defensive coordinator who was, smart enough to see it and kind of turn them loose and let them go make plays. So that was what I had as the third biggest story of the year, the sort of the emergence of that defense, the no-fly zone. Number 4, I'll just roll through these real quick. Number 4 was the Nuggets finally turning the page from Brian Shaw, a guy who didn't make it 2 seasons as head coach, 56-85 during his tenure in Denver. And then in that summer, they hired Michael Malone, who's been here ever since. He won 33, 40, 46, and 54 games his first 4 years, and then we'll see what happens this year. Number 2 story, it's got another connection to you because of your hometown. In August of 2015, the Rockies finally parted ways with Troy Tulowitzki, trading him to the Blue Jays. Now, it's funny because when Troy Tulowitzki was a rookie, it was the 2007 season. He was this young guy with all this enthusiasm, and he, really cared about winning. He was super gung-ho. That team went on the Rocktober run, and, the town was in love with Tulo. By the time he was finally traded, people couldn't stand him. They wanted him gone. He was constantly injured. He had the infamous heavy legs that he couldn't play, and it was April, 8 games into the year, and he already had heavy legs and had to sit out. So I think people were kind of over that. Jeff Bridich, that was his first year on the job. He got rid of Tulo, but I don't know that he got a lot in return. So let me run down real quick for you. Oh, here's who Jeff Bridich got for Troy Tulowitzki from the Blue Jays. He got Jose Reyes, who had a big contract that they had to take on, another disgruntled shortstop. Miguel Castro, who had a short stint over 2 seasons with the Rockies. He went a combined 0-7 in Colorado. Jeff Hoffman, who's still here, and during his first 4 years has been 8-15. And then Jesus Tinoco, who finally made it to the bigs last year. He's 0-3 as a Rocky. So for a guy that was a 4-time All-Star, multiple-time Gold Glove player, just a treat to watch at the plate and in the field. Boy, they didn't get exactly a haul in return for Troy Tulowitzki.
Yeah, I mean, just because they got volume, right? Not
yeah.
They didn't get quality, right? They just got quantity in that situation, and that a large part of that is when people come in, right? And hey, I'm the new GM. Let me do what I'm doing. Let me script or let me mold this team the way I see fit. And I think with that deal, it was just, hey, let me just get as much possible people and try to have as much turnover as possible. And now let me start implementing my philosophies. But when you look at the deal and you look at the production out of a lot of people and some of these heavy salaries, it was a bad deal. It's a deal that probably should have never been made.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I think his philosophy was exactly what you said. Hey, get 3 or 4 young guys, and hopefully one of them sticks, right? Hopefully Castro or Hoffman, one of them turns into a big-time pitcher, and then it'll turn out to be a good deal. Unfortunately, none of them have really blossomed, so it has not been much of a deal. Tulowitzki didn't do a ton with the Blue Jays. I think they did make the postseason either his first or second year there. Then he went on to the Yankees for a cup of coffee and retired a couple of years ago. All right, the number one story of the year, and it's not the Broncos winning the Super Bowl, which most people would think for 2015, because technically that happened in 2016, so I'll write about that for Thursday. To me, the biggest story of 2015 was the roller coaster ride at quarterback for the Broncos. So it's Peyton Manning, and everybody likes to say, hey, Father Time's undefeated, and they proved it in 2015. I tend to be of belief that this is more of a philosophical change than just a matter of Manning breaking down. He got injured and had to come, played poorly against the Chiefs and then missed 6 games, part of 6 games and a 7th start. But I don't know that he just all of a sudden couldn't play anymore. I think it was more of Gary Kubiak and Rick Dennison come in. They want to run the West Coast offense. They put Peyton under center. That's not a thing he's comfortable doing. I mean, it's a classic example of square peg, round hole in my mind. I think that's why he showed numbers that were worse. But I want to go back to the previous year and see what your take was, because you guys had that game in 2014 at St. Louis where Julius Thomas hurts his ankle, Emmanuel Sanders gets laid out on the sideline, Manning didn't look very good, and you lose 22-7. Kind of after that, even Fox and Gase sort of changed the approach. It became more run heavy. Manning didn't put up huge numbers in the second half of that season. I think he threw 4 touchdowns in the last 4 games combined. Did you see at the end of 2014 a deterioration in Manning, or was it the philosophical change offensively that affected his numbers?
Well, real quick, I want to jump back to that Rams game that you were talking about.
Okay.
I think we ran the ball 9 times in that game, and Adam Gase went out and said, hey, kind of forgot to run the football. And, even though it's 22-7 or whatever the case may be at the end of that game was played very close, a lot closer than what that final score was.
Right.
In that game, I would tell you this: the offensive line, we took it upon ourselves. We got pissed off. Our guy here at the station, Mark Schlereth, me and Mark had a real beef because of that game for a long period of time, because he actually, I think he was working for one of the major networks, and he went on and actually bashed us and was like, hey, they're supposed to be doing this, they're supposed to be doing that. Like, look at this offensive line. This is why they got dismantled after that game. And it was a very frustrating time for us, because with offensive line play, we want to run the football more than we throw the ball. And we threw the ball 50-plus times in that game. And I think that's when you really got a look and you were saying, hey, you know what? Well, maybe after that Rams game, maybe Peyton doesn't have exactly what he had all of his career. Maybe he might be going down in a different direction. Maybe Father Time might be catching up to him. Maybe that right arm might not be exactly what it once was because of throwing the ball 50-plus times. So we took it upon ourselves and got very frustrated with how the media looked at it. I know I got extremely irritated that week because Richie Incognito that Tuesday was working out for the Broncos. I was the left guard for the Broncos. Richie Incognito only played left guard in his career, whether it was with Miami, whether it was with St. Louis. Up until that point, he only played left guard. So I got frustrated with seeing him coming in to work out. But a lot of us looked at it as a great opportunity as well, James, where we did something that we've never done as an offensive line in Broncos history. We all decided to address the media that Wednesday, and we laid the blame on ourselves, even though that we knew that we only ran the ball 9 times total that game, and it was a throw fest. We said, hey, it's our fault. We'll get better. And we absolutely came out and dismantled Miami the following week.
Yeah.
And it was a night game. Everybody was watching, and we let everybody know that, hey, that was just a fluke. But with Peyton and with what you see as far as Father Time, I always believed that Peyton, no matter what, even watching 2015, even how that season has completely shifted as far as what the Broncos offense was, with Peyton, with his mind, no matter what, as sharp as his mind was, you always had an opportunity to dominate on offense. And if there was, you look at the plays like the DT play, right? The little screen to DT, how many times have that went for big yardage or 50 plus where it's touchdowns, and that's because Peyton truly understands what the defense is giving him. He understands what blitz it is, and hey, this is the play I need to get into in order to be successful or to have an explosive play in those type of situations. So I no matter what, in 2015, the Broncos were always going to have an opportunity to win with Peyton. It doesn't matter if his right arm wasn't as live as it once was, because his mind was always as sharp. But at the same time, when the Broncos decided to hire Gary Kubiak, when they decided to make Rick Dennison the offensive coordinator, you were going to a zone scheme. You were going to that Shanahan system. You were going to that West Coast thing. Peyton was going to be under center because of the head coach, because of the offensive coordinator that you're bringing in. And with the running backs that you have, with the C.J. Anderson, and because of how C.J. runs the football and the style of runner, you were going to be able to be successful in that style of offense. It wasn't, and because of how set up the defense was at the same time, the offense didn't have to go out there and put 35 points up. So I look at it as a team saying, hey, well, we have this quarterback. His mind is still sharp. His arm might not be 100% where it once was. Well, how do we disguise that? We bring in an offensive coordinator. We bring in a head coach that specializes in this zone scheme tree that everybody talks about, the Shanahan tree, and how successful it's been. And you're going to have a 1,000-yard rusher. You're going to be able to have the play action where you don't have to have a quarterback that's going to sit back there and shotgun 35 times a game or 40 times a game and throw the football, where this scheme and this system allows you to do a lot more in the run game and a lot more bootlegs and things like that. So I think that John Elway did a heck of a job in hiring Gary Kubiak and just understanding exactly what his quarterback was at that time. And, hey, we need to go to a different system where this quarterback is not going to have to sit back there now and throw the ball 40 times a game.
Yeah, and I think in terms of wins and losses, and particularly, obviously, winning the most important game or games at the end of the year, it certainly turned out to be a good decision. I just think it's a little unfair when people talk about how bad Manning was that last year. And it's for a few reasons. One, from the first year he got here, so you were here for 3 of them, it was constantly stories of, does Manning have any zip on the ball? And, people tweeting from practice, oh, he seems to have more zip today. Like, it always happened because he kind of threw a duck. I mean, he never had a great arm, but, man, that guy could drop it in like a stork flying over and delivering the baby. I mean, he was on the money. So that part of it, like, well, he never really got by on his arm. The other part of it was, and I mentioned this earlier, the week 2 game at Kansas City, they're down 7 with 2 minutes left. And all of a sudden, this is kind of like Reeves used to do with Elway. All of a sudden, Kubiak said, all right, go out, do your thing. We gotta try and get back in this or tie this game. And he goes out and leads them on an 80-yard drive and throws a strike to Emmanuel Sanders on a little skinny post to tie the game. When he had to do it and he got to be in shotgun and do his thing, he was still fine.
Yeah.
He just was really uncomfortable under center and running waggle and bootlegs and stuff like that. Like,
Or
that just was not a good fit.
Or a sprint 19
Right.
versus under center.
Right.
Where you got your quarterback that's 37 years old. He has to get under center and now reverse out and sprint out to hand the ball off. You know, it was you could definitely see that he was very much uncomfortable. But exactly what you said, James, in that 2-minute drill, those situations where it's, hey, go operate out the line of scrimmage and go do your thing and get us back into this thing. When defenses are lining up or they're playing certain ways where they can't get a lot of calls in, he's going to expose that all day, every day.
Yeah, it was definitely square peg, round hole. I think he's unfairly categorized as a guy who couldn't play anymore at that point. Now his stats weren't very good, so the Broncos start off 7-0. He's setting all types of all-time records. They lose up in Indianapolis, his first trip back there. They lose the Kansas City game when he goes 5 for 20, 34 yards, throws 4 picks, and has a quarterback rating of 0. That's when it came out that he was injured and he'd missed the next 7 starts. So on the year, Manning, in those 9 games, he only had 2 300-yard games, threw 9 touchdowns, and 17 picks. Yet midway through the third quarter of week 17, and I was in the building sitting next to my son, and it gives me goosebumps to this day to think about it and to talk about it, watching him on the sidelines. And I couldn't take my eyes off him during the whole game. And the Broncos were doing things and moving the football, but just couldn't get it in the end zone. They got all the way down the 1-yard line and fumbled, just crazy things happening. They had 5 turnovers while Brock was in there. And all of a sudden he starts taking snaps from the backup center. And you're thinking, ooh, maybe he's going to get back in there. And man, when he runs out there with 8:18 to go in the third quarter, it was that place was electric. It was just an amazing scene.
What about our guy Tyler Polumbus? He ran out there too now.
Well, maybe that's why it was.
You know?
Yeah. Maybe that's why it was. It was the Polumbus factor of him trotting out there. But definitely a cool moment. But boy, a up and down year for Peyton Manning, for the Denver sports scene in general. Check it out at 1043thefan.com. It's timeline 25. We only have a few more of them to go as we break down all 25 years that the Fan has been on the air. So 2015, fun look back.
James, I can't wait to now see what you now to see you talk about the Broncos for the next 4 years. That's what I can't wait.
Yeah,
that'll be fun. This piece.
Me getting to go back to all my Trevor Siemian rants, and my blood is going to be boiling for sure. All right, when we come back, Legends Week, powered by Silverhorn Motors, will continue. We'll chat with former Broncos wide receiver Eddie Royal. That's coming up next. Legends Week, powered by Silterhorn Motors, continues, and we go out and bring in former Broncos wide receiver Eddie Royal. Eddie, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you joining us. Hey, just to kind of kick things off here, when you look back at your 4 years in Denver from 2008 through the 2011 season, what kind of jumps out in your mind as maybe the best moment or your favorite memory from your time in the orange and blue?
What jumps out at me kind of first is it didn't last long enough. Yeah, like 4 years kind of just flew by, and then next thing you know, I'm playing in San Diego, and I'm on a rival team, so that kind of stands out a little bit initially. I wish I could have stayed longer, but as far as the highlights of my career, first off, draft night. I mean, being able to speak to Coach Shanahan, a guy that I looked up to since before I got into the league. So getting a phone call from him to be a Denver Bronco was just awesome. And, I mean, that first game was hard to beat. It was Monday Night Football against the Oakland Raiders in their stadium, and we came out with the win and had a good game. So that game and then the next game, my first home game, being able to catch a touchdown and then the 2-point conversion and win the game. So those two kind of stand out to me.
Eddie, how have you been during this pandemic? I want to, James, me and Eddie go back. I've talked about how Clady's my friend. Eddie and Ryan Clady are best of friends. So we've all been in the same household and under the same roof with our families and stuff like that. So, Eddie, how are you doing during this pandemic? How are the kids and all that stuff? And what have you been able to do during this time to make the days go by a little bit faster?
Man, I should ask you. I saw a picture of something on Instagram. You had me worried for a little bit, man.
Yeah,
I meant to reach out to you. So are you good? First off,
yeah, I'm good. I'm back off the bench, man. I just had to get some stuff cleaned up and something that I needed to do for a couple years. So, you know how it goes. We only get that insurance for 5 years after we're done playing. So, got to take advantage of it.
hey, I hear you, man. But for the pandemic, what I've been doing, just luckily I got my backyard finished. I just bought a new house. I'm in Virginia. And so I just bought a new house and finished the backyard, and I didn't hold back at all. I got a basketball court back there. I got a putting green. I also got a pool. So it was done in perfect timing for something like this to happen. So I haven't really had to leave the house too much, but the few times that I do go out, it's out there hitting that golf ball.
Your backyard sounds a little cooler than mine, Eddie, but in my mind, I just heard that we're spending the pandemic the same way, like doing yard work. That's how I heard that. So, hey, you mentioned getting the call from Coach Shanahan on draft night and then those first two games, which, funny you brought that up, the second game, that was the Ed Hockey League game, right? That was when Cutler fumbled the ball, but then they called it incomplete, and you guys got a chance to cap that off. But I'm looking at your numbers from that rookie year. 91 catches, 980 yards, 5 touchdowns. I mean, that offense with Cutler, with Marshall, with Tony Scheffler, with Clady, with you, I mean, it was loaded. Do you ever stop and kind of think, man, if Shanahan had stuck around, if they hadn't made the coaching change, just how good that group, which all of you were really young, could have potentially been? You ever look back at that and kind of think, man, we missed a golden opportunity?
Yeah, I definitely think about that. I mean, you look at that offense. We were one of the top offenses in the NFL that year. We just had some injuries on the defense, which kind of limited us and what we could do. And we had a lot of young guys playing on that defense, but that offense was so young. We had Peyton Hillis coming along, and he was having a great year to finish up. And, I mean, we just had to add a couple more pieces on the defense and maybe one or two on offense, and we were ready to roll. Because that year we were only one game out of the playoffs. Had we won that last game against San Diego, it would have put us into the playoffs, and who knows what would have happened. Because, like you said, the team was so young.
Eddie, I want to read off a stat line to you. 15 games started, 129 targets, 91 reception, 980 yards, 5 touchdowns. And that was your rookie year. And since you've done that, there hasn't been a rookie wide receiver to be able to do that and put up those numbers. With the Broncos right now, they went and drafted Jerry Jeudy. They went and drafted KJ Hamler, 2 guys that they're looking to these guys as, hey, they're the future. Do you think that record is still going to stand in a year from now, or do you think that these guys have a legitimate opportunity of putting up some numbers like you did back when you were a rookie here for the Denver Broncos?
I mean, I hope not. I hope that they can. I hope they both can beat it. To be honest with you, just for the Broncos' sake, I think that both of them are capable of doing it. I mean, you look at what they did in college, and he got a lot of attention for what he did playing at Alabama. A guy that can run every route, play inside and outside. I mean, his route running ability, as we've seen on Twitter and Instagram, is just through the roof. I'm still shocked that he was there for the Broncos to take. So he's one of the steals of the draft for me. I think he's going to be a Pro Bowl guy early in his career. So that I think that he's going to be great right off the bat. It's just how many targets he's going to get. You got a lot of weapons on that offense. So how many targets is he going to get? That's going to determine if he can break the record or not. And then Hamler's a speed guy. I mean, you talk about speed, that guy's got it. So I think they're both capable of doing it. It's just whether the offense allows them to.
Eddie Royal joins us as part of Legends Week, powered by Silterhar Motors. And Eddie, you were here through an eventful 4 years. So it was the last year of Shanahan, the 2 years under McDaniels, which was a whole we could do probably an hour on that. And then in 2011, you're part of the Tebow season. That was crazy in terms of just the hype and everybody, nationwide getting kind of caught up in all of that. Obviously, you had the big touchdown catch in the playoff game against the Steelers. When you look back at that year, anything that jumps out in terms of just kind of encapsulates the craziness of the 2011 Tebow season?
Oh God! I mean, we just Orlando was there. It was almost unbelievable, even to us playing, that it was happening. I mean, just the nature of us winning those games. I think it was a Jets game that, I mean, we had no business being in the game or winning that game. There was a couple games down to the wire. Even a playoff game, you just look at it and you're like, the Broncos should not stand a chance in this game. And, I mean, we just kept believing in crazy things just kept happening. And I think for a second there, everybody in the locker room actually thought that we might be able to win the Super Bowl just riding this wave. And so, I mean, we had a lot of momentum, a lot of craziness going on, and the fans are going crazy backing us. And we went into New England and found out that Tom Brady is a real deal.
Yeah, we definitely did that. I remember at halftime, I was like, man, can we just call it a game? It's cold out here. Kind of want to be done in this situation. James just touched on your 4 years here. I want to skip past that now. So after that Tim Tebow, right? After we went with the Tebow mania and after that New England game, and you're a free agent now. And obviously everybody's paying attention to where Peyton's going, and you see the Broncos get him. Did the Broncos ever reach back out to you? Was there ever any negotiation talks? And, you know, is there any bad blood or any animosity with you of not being able to come back to the Broncos and play with a guy like Peyton Manning because of the different people, the Jay Cutlers, the Kyle Ortons, the Tim Tebows that you've had to play, and now you just saw the team that drafted you get arguably the biggest free agent in free agent history and sign Peyton Manning?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a situation where I wanted to come back, but at that moment, before I signed, I went on a visit to San Diego, and Peyton hadn't made his mind up yet. And I was talking to the Broncos, and they let me know that, hey, if we don't get Peyton and we have Tim as our quarterback, we're going to be a running team. So the receiver position isn't that highly ranked on the priority list for our team. And so knowing that, they told me that they wouldn't be able to match the offer that San Diego was giving me. So if I did come back, it'd be on a lesser salary than what I would get from San Diego. And just, I mean, at that point in my career, as much as I wanted to stay, I couldn't and leave that much money on the table. I had to take care of myself financially first. And as much as I wanted to be there in Denver, it was just the right decision for me and my family.
Eddie, final one from me here. Other than working on your putting out in the backyard and swimming some laps, what have you been up to of late? What's been the post playing career kind of path, and what do you got going on?
Yeah, so I actually looked into coaching, thought about possibly doing that, and I know those hours are pretty crazy, so just messing around, I started doing some broadcasting. I caught a couple college football games last year, and I had a good time doing that, and so I might consider doing that and sticking with that. It'll just be a way to keep me around the game, and since I grew up around it, it's hard to stay away, so calling football games has been a good way to just be around it and still give the audience some of my information that I got.
Eddie, you carved out a nice career, whether it was here with the Broncos, out there in San Diego, or with the Bears. What would you tell this Broncos offense is so young right now, but what would you tell these young wide receivers? Because I look at this room and there's a lot of talent. Cortland Sutton, he's going into his third year, in his early 20s still. And then you got Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler. What would you tell these guys that are high draft picks that might not see 100 targets in a year? What would you tell these young guys for the Broncos if you could talk to them?
Yeah, I think it's just making the most of every opportunity, overworking. I know that there's a lot of people who believe in resting your legs. And, man, these guys need to be able to run all day. That's kind of what I learned when I got to the league, is that if you can outrun everybody, and if you can run every route full speed even into the fourth quarter, you're going to have the advantage. And the little things matter, man. Whether it's early on in your career or later on, as you know, you got to be able to know the game up top. You got to be able to outsmart your defender. And so not just footwork, it's film study. It's all the little things that sometimes people take for granted. It's going to make them a Pro Bowl player instead of a very good player.
Eddie, I loved watching you play while you were here. You were a joy to cover. Really appreciate you coming on and spending a little time with us today.
Hey, thanks a lot for coming on, Eddie. And it sounds like there are no more meetups at Clady's. We're all going to have to take a trip down to Virginia to see this backyard now.
I'm all about it, but I heard about your new mansion, Orlando. I mean, I know you're still building it. It's so big, it's not even done. I mean, I'm waiting on my invite.
It's funny that you talk about the backyard and you're like the pool and the sports court and the putting green. I'm like, oh, maybe I should do a putting green, because I'm doing my backyard right now with the pool and the basketball court as well. So great talking to you, buddy. Thanks a lot for coming on with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
There he goes. Eddie Royal, part of Legends Week, powered by Silterhar Motors. And boy, just kind of looking back and thinking of those 4 years, Orlando, he was so much fun to watch. That rookie year when he had the 91 catches, his first game, he mentioned it, in Oakland on Monday Night Football, he just torched the Raiders. I think that he and Cutler and Brandon Marshall and Tony Scheffler and Peyton Hillis, man, they had the makings of just a dynamic offense that that season, and this goes back to, I remember this from right in the timeline 25 about 2008. They were 8-5 with a 3-game lead in the AFC West. Had to win one game down the stretch, or have the Chargers lose a game. They become the first team to ever blow a 3-game lead with 3 games to play in the NFL, and Pat Bowlen decides to get rid of Mike Shanahan. Man, if they pull off one of those games, or the Chargers lose one of those games, Broncos history could have been a lot different, because Mike Shanahan would have remained, and who knows what that offense would have done.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with you, James. When I look at Eddie's career, he had some feet issues early in his career, but he was a guy that I really learned a lot from him, even though he was at a different position, and just watching him and how he approached the game, and always getting out there early, taking care of business. And although he wasn't a 1,000-yard receiver as a rookie, he was 1,000 yards all purpose. He had 109 yards rushing that year. He had 11 rushes for 109 yards. So his total that year is 1,089 yards. And for him to come in as a rookie out of VTech, and for him to get those things accomplished, that's you got to give him high praise, because not a lot of wide receivers are able to come in and really transition. With the biggest difference for a lot of these wide receivers in the NFL versus college level. In college, you might see 3 defenses being played all game, the whole game. Right. First quarter, second quarter, all the way through the whole thing. In the NFL, you're going to see that in 3 plays, 3 different styles of defense, so you got to be able to adapt and adjust. And that's what he did throughout his whole career. And, I remember I've always wanted to ask him that question, was there any animosity and how were you feeling about the whole Peyton situation?
Right.
And, because that's got to be huge. A team drafts you, you play with Cutler, you play with Kyle Orton, and then you're playing with Tim Tebow. You have 3 different head coaches in 4 years, and you're finding a way to be successful. And now all of a sudden Peyton Manning is in Denver, and you're at a division rival, So it was nice talking to him, but he's always been a guy that's just taking care of business and went about it the right way.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting when you were talking to him about that offseason, and yeah, it would be hard not to think, man, I just missed out on, kind of the golden goose, right? Like if you're here when Peyton Manning's here, you're going to put up monster numbers. And the year before he had 19 catches with Tebow at quarterback. So that would have been night and day. But it was interesting to me. He said the Broncos told him, hey, if we don't get Manning, we're going to be a running team with Tim. I had always kind of been under the assumption that if they hadn't gotten Manning, John Elway was, kind of hell-bent on trying to move on from Tim Tebow. But it sounds like from that conversation, it was Manning or it was going to be Tebow, and they were going to ride that thing out as long as they could, which obviously it turned out great for the Broncos. But I think Tebow threw 8 passes the rest of his career after that. And if Manning had chosen the Titans or the Niners or somebody else, Tim Tebow would have been the starter here in 2012. It's just crazy how that all works out.
Yeah, I've never heard that backstory either, because when you look at after the 2011 season, John Elway doesn't fully commit to Tim Tebow at the end of season press conferences.
Yep.
Doesn't fully commit, but now hearing what happened with Eddie, and if it's not, if Peyton doesn't come, we're riding out with Tim Tebow. It's just interesting to hear those little backstories, but you're exactly right. Can you imagine what the Broncos last 8 years look like if Peyton Manning doesn't come here?
Oh my gosh!
In 20, for me right now, I'm telling you right now, no matter what, everybody would have figured us out on offense.
Yeah,
we were out there and we were wondering how we were winning, but that's what thing that the NFL does, right? They're able to adapt and adjust, especially from year to year, right? So teams might not do a good job of doing it in the course of a game or from first half to second half, but they're going to try to do that through free agency, through the draft, and they're going to try to adapt and adjust. So with Tim Tebow, I just think about it of what it could have been, and man, running the ball in 2012, if Tim Tebow was here, we probably would have been running the ball 50 times a game, and at some point, teams would have been able to figure that out. And I mean, who would have been the next quarterback for the Denver Broncos at that point?
Yeah, because to some extent, people forget this because that playoff game was so amazing. But really, 4 of the last 5 games under Tebow were kind of disasters, right? You lose your last 3 regular season games. There was the Christmas Eve game up in Buffalo that was a mess. The season finale here against Kyle Orton and the Chiefs, the Broncos lose 7-3. It couldn't muster really any offense. And then obviously the season ends up in New England with the 45-10 loss. So I think, save for Dick LeBeau in Pittsburgh, I think you're right. I think not only would they have figured out the Broncos offense with Tebow, I think they kind of already had figured it out, at least based on how those last 5 games looked.
Yeah, good teams had, right, at that point. I mean, Buffalo came out there. That defense just absolutely dismantled us on Christmas Eve out there. I remember being at that game. I remember wanting to stay at that game. It was Buffalo. I had 37 family members and friends that drove up from Toronto, and we just absolutely just laid an egg and couldn't get it done. And, I think a large part of that game was the maturity of the team. First time in Buffalo, a lot of guys were at the casino the night before and hanging out and just – hey, because we're here in Colorado and casinos are a little bit different and you got to drive up to the mountains. But Buffalo, they're all over the place, right? So a lot of guys were at the casino and they could get there quick and not focused on the game. And then KC, that game happens and, our right guard goes down, Chris Cooper. That's when the foot injury happened and everything that it could have went wrong in that game against KC. And KC, I thought that they had already figured it out as well from even the first time that we played them, where Tim only threw the ball 8 times and only had 2 completions. I think that they were on the verge of figuring it out in that game. So at the end of the season, they definitely knew exactly what we were doing offensively. So, and then you go against New England and Bill Belichick. When you go against good teams that are sound offensively, defensively, and on special teams, you see that, what was it, like 42-10 or something like that?
45-10. Not to bring up a bad memory, but yeah, 45-10.
Just absolutely dismantled out there. And in a game where you're supposed to run the football, right? Because it's cold and the weather permits it, and that's what you need to do, and it's the playoffs. But New England wouldn't do it. New England wouldn't let up. They wouldn't budge. So we just absolutely got wrecked out there. But yeah, teams are going to adapt and adjust. They're not going to stay the same, and that's they're going to transition and turn over, and thank goodness for Peyton and him picking the Denver Broncos, because when you have a quarterback like Peyton Manning with the mind that Peyton Manning has as well, you're always going to be in the games, and you're always going to be able to expose defenses as well.
Yeah, just it was fascinating to talk to Eddie about that, because his career here in Denver, while short, it certainly bridged some interesting times, right? The end of Shanahan with that Cutler offense, and then the Tebow offense at the end. I didn't get into it with him because I didn't want to bring up a sore subject or a negative necessarily, but he was here for both of the McDaniels years, which had to just be, I don't know if fascinating is the right word, but to just be a part of that, if you're looking back on it, probably was awful at the time, but looking back on it, you'd be full of stories, right? Of, Brandon Marshall punting the ball in frustration during practice. Just, it was one drama after another. Yeah. A lot happened in 4 years when Eddie Royal was here.
Hey, we got some breaking news that's coming from Ian Rappaport. Adam Schefter is also tweeting about it. The Chiefs have found a way to, after they just spent all that money on Patrick Mahomes' deal, they have found a way to get Chris Jones under contract for the next 4 years. It's an extension worth $85 million. It is $60 million guaranteed upon signing. So Chris Jones still in the division for the next 4 years.
I love when people talk about, they can't do anything. They don't have any cap space. Yeah, you can kind of make cap space if you want to, right? If you want to spend cash now to rework guys' deals, you can find some cap space in order to get things done and keep who you want to keep. Cap space is an excuse teams use when they just either don't want to spend the cash or really don't want to keep a guy.
Yeah, absolutely. If teams want to keep guys, you're going to find a way. Just like Kansas City had to find a way to keep both Sammy Watkins while tendering Chris Jones, just in case he didn't sign a long-term deal, right? And now you're seeing the blockbuster deal happen for Patrick Mahomes a couple weeks ago, and now you're seeing a huge deal for a defensive tackle happen for Chris Jones, like a week and a half later. So I've never been a believer of, the cap space and we don't have anything. Did Kansas City get worse this offseason? No, they found a way to keep all their wide receivers. Then they went and drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire out of LSU in the first round, and they found a way to keep their all-pro defensive tackle in Chris Jones.
Yeah. They didn't get the least bit worse, and they kept their franchise quarterback happy, right? Like, he wasn't going to go anywhere, and I'm not saying he would have been unhappy, but there's no turmoil, there's no questions hanging over his head about the contract that he has to answer all the time. They kept basically everybody happy and kept everybody in town, which is not exactly what you want to hear if you're a Broncos fan, but in terms of the NFL and having a true defending champ out there, they'll certainly be it, because they're basically back intact. Hey, this was a ton of fun today. Looking forward to the next 3 days as we continue to do this. We agreed a lot today, though. We may have to work on that for tomorrow.
I like this version of us, man. I like agreeing. I think the conversation was great, and the show flew by. I mean, it was a pleasure working with you today. I was a little stressed out. How is these 4 days going to go? But I'm looking forward. I'm a little bit intrigued of what's to come later on in the week. But I had a blast. Have a great day, James.
Yeah, you too. It was a ton of fun. Looking forward to the next 3 days. Make sure you keep it here, because Stokley and Zach coming up next.
We are here. You don't have to think about it. It is right here. It is right now. How you doing, Brandon Stokley?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Better than yesterday, and I was doing great yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah.
So continuing to trend upward.
Yep. Got on that Peloton today. Dominated it. Yep, dominated it. And,
love it.
So feel good. So feeling good today.
All right, man. We have some.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. Yeah, we are doing just fine. And I come in. I'm listening to Orlando and James, who sounded great.
Big O's back
all morning. Big O's back in the saddle. Yeah.
All right. Good news. Good news.
Yep. He's back. And I'm listening to those guys. Yeah. Actually, he wants to go ahead.
What's up, Stoke?
How you doing, my man? How you feeling?
I'm good, man.
All right, good to have
off
you back.
The bench, you know what I mean?
I love it, my man.
Yeah.
Well, I was driving down the road and I heard, 5 minutes ago, deliver the breaking news that Kansas City Chiefs star defensive tackle Chris Jones and the Chiefs reach a 4-year deal worth up to $85 million, according to sources. The Schefter's all over this one. On the ESPN article that has just been posted, they said Chris Jones have reached an agreement, 4-year contract. Sources tell Adam Schefter. According to the sources, the $80 million contract includes $37 million due at signing, $60 million guaranteed for injury, $5 million in incentives, making the value of the contract up to that $85 million. I mean, dude,
whole lot of money, huh?
It's a whole lot of money.
Chiefs throwing that thing around. They're making it rain over there in Kansas City. Holy cow.
They really are. There was a thought, and I'm going to say, what Orlando and James said, what I think most of our listeners know what's coming at this point, but may not have known that this was coming just as recent as 3 weeks ago. Like, the Mahomes deal was not the end-all, be-all. They are still operating how they want to operate. Sammy Watkins is back. Chris Jones is back. And here we go. The task is a big one for the Denver Broncos.
Certainly is. And I think, when you remember back to the Patrick Mahomes contract and what I told you then, teams can do whatever they want. Don't buy that hogwash that they try to tell you, hey, take this deal, do this team-friendly deal so we can go do this. If they want to pay guys, they can find ways to pay guys. And you saw Kansas City and how they structure that Patrick Mahomes contract, and now they piggyback that with a big contract for Chris Jones. Look, they needed to get that guy locked up. He's the centerpiece of that defense. When you talk about an interior defensive lineman that can just cause havoc, there's not many of those guys out there. And if you have one, especially on a win-now team, you try to keep that guy for the long haul. They got him. They got the Honey Badger on the back end.
Yep.
I mean, that you got some playmakers now. And so you look at Kansas City and you say, hey, I mean, that was a smart move by them. But the notion and the thought that, oh, man, we paid Patrick Mahomes, they're not going to be able to do anything else and re-sign these guys. I mean, we've told you since day one that ain't the case. And as you see today, they're continuing to spend money. And I think for Kansas City, that's a home run signing.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to disagree with what you just said in terms of it being a home run signing. That guy is, he's their Aaron Donald. He is their disruptive force in the middle. His 2018 season was one of the best defensive tackle seasons that we've seen.
He went on a sack streak like, I don't know what it was, 8-10 straight games with a sack or something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but I remember that. Yes, it was impressive.
Yeah, he ended up finishing as a D tackle. And I love this, that ESPN.com, when you click on the link of Chris Jones' name, right? So his name is in the article, right? It's in blue, so it's linked. When you click on it, his information's supposed to come up. They have Chris Jones, the Dallas Cowboys punter, come up.
Oh,
great
awesome.
job, folks.
Yeah, nice.
But because
everybody wants to see that guy.
I was trying,
right?
I was trying to look up that sack streak that you're referring to, because I remember you're on it, man. That 2018 season, it was like 10 straight games.
Yeah.
He had a sack.
Some kind of record, I believe.
Yeah, it was. You are on it, man.
He had just an unbelievable year.
And especially at his position, to be able to get in the backfield as regularly as he did. And then he followed it up. It wasn't 15 and a half sacks. That's hard to duplicate. But even 2019, the 9 sacks.
He was hurt, though, too, I believe, this past year.
He missed 3 games.
Yes.
Yep. So he would have been a double-digit sack guy.
Absolutely. And, sometimes it's not all about sacks. It's about just, getting that pressure, getting the quarterback off his spot, making him move. And we've talked about this a lot, Zach. What would you prefer, an interior guy that can cause havoc or a guy running around the edge? And we've always said, hey, give me that interior guy.
Yes.
Because it's right in the quarterback's face.
Yes.
And they don't like that. Tom Brady, he hates those guys in his face. The Giants, they beat him twice because they were in his face with those interior defensive linemen. And Tom Brady, when we came here in the AFC Championship game, when we beat him, Malik Jackson, Derek Wolfe and company, they were in his face. And now we have the outside guys too with DeMarcus and Vaughn coming off the edge. But we had the interior pressure. And so when you look at those interior guys, they are so valuable because that's what the quarterback sees. Look, they just slide up in the pocket if they don't have that rush up the middle. And they don't even feel those outside guys. Just run them by the quarterback if you're a tackle, or you can chip them, you can double them. It's a lot harder to do that with interior guys. And you get pressure in a quarterback's face, now that's what spooks them. That's what gets to him the most. And Chris Jones is one of the best in the business.
Yeah, he really is. And I remember yesterday we were having a conversation about, what's more valuable, elite pass rusher off the edge,
right,
or a wide receiver. If you were to go another layer into that conversation and say what's more valued, an edge rusher or a disruptive force in the middle like Chris Jones, like an Aaron Donald, I think those guys, the Aaron Donalds, the Chris Jones, those guys are harder to find than the edge rushers, whether you're talking about DNs or outside linebackers. They wreck the game.
Yeah,
they wreck the game, and they're just few and far between.
No, yeah, obviously they're both very valuable, but I think you go with the interior guy there because of just being right there in the middle, and once you get the quarterback off the spot, most of these quarterbacks, they don't like to move left and right. They want to slide up in the pocket and keep their eyes down the field. Now, if you make a move left or right, now you're limiting most of them to half the football field now to throw to. So those guys are so valuable, and you look at what they're making now. You look at a guy like Aaron Donald. You look at a guy like Chris Jones. You look at a guy like J.J. Watt bringing that interior pressure. It's valuable. It's valuable to get those quarterbacks moving, and you see it. You see it with the Kansas City Chiefs agreeing to that contract with Chris Jones. You'd say $60 million 4-year contract, 60 guaranteed.
Yeah, 60.
80.
Yeah. It's worth up to 85. There's $5 million worth of incentives. The guaranteed number, and I'm just pulling it back up here right now. The guaranteed number is $60 million guaranteed for injury. So 60. Man, that's a big number guaranteed. That's really the only number we should focus on, or primarily focus on.
Well, look, if you got yourself a great player, and you don't want to extend yourself too much. Look, I mean, you give him that type of contract, make most of it guaranteed. If you know that nobody knows him better than they do. So if you're not scared that he's going to just shut it down on you and stop working and become just a bad guy, then make most of it guaranteed. Who cares? I mean, he's one of the elite in the business. So I think that's a smart way to go about handling this contract and getting it done. Hey, you want to do this type of contract? You want to keep that guy happy? You don't want to have to go through a season, and because you're a Super Bowl contender, and so you don't want to go through a season and have your best defensive player unhappy and asking for a trade, and that could be a nightmare for that team. So it was smart. Give them that guaranteed money, make most of it guaranteed, and get the contract done. So smart move by Kansas City. I mean, they're just winning the offseason.
They are, and it's hard to walk away from this one and have any other opinion. And multiple things can be true at the same time. Denver Broncos, I thought, had a rock-solid offseason, maybe even a grade of an A. But the Kansas City Chiefs, what they done, and you think of last offseason, trading for Frank Clark, bringing Frank Clark into the fold. He's just 27 years old. Chris Jones is just 26 years old. He actually just turned 26.
Wow.
On July 3rd. So this is a young group up front that at times early last season did not look the part, and then by the end of the season, their defense was playing just as well as anyone else in professional football.
Yeah, they were. Got a new defensive coordinator over there, Steve Spagnuolo. We broke it down earlier in the season. They were awful. They were downright awful, and the Broncos were their get-right game. That was their get-right game. And ever since that Broncos game, they got their stride going, and they were a totally different defense. And like you said, by the end, they were making plays. They were helping contribute to that football team. So, but also we got to look at, hey, it's a smart contract, a smart decision by Chris Jones. If they throw you a good contract your way right now, you sign it and you run with it, and you're dancing, you're partying today and tonight, because you look at the uncertainty of this season, you look at the uncertainty going into next season, and the salary cap and all these different things. Nobody knows what the cap's going to look like. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Teams might start trying to pull back for a little bit and wait and see and start signing those 2 or 3 years down the road before they start really spending money again. You mentioned that yesterday, and I gave you pushback, but the more I thought about it, I think it could be I don't think it's going to be dramatically a huge drop for free agents, but I think it will be. It will impact those guys. So I think you're spot on with that yesterday, so I wanted to piggyback and go back to that.
Man. Wow, you did a U-turn and
yeah,
look, pat me on the back a little bit. That feels good.
Right. Unlike my wife never says, I never admit when I'm wrong, but so I wanted to come out and do that today and just go ahead and say, hey, I think you were more right than me. Okay, how about that?
Oh my goodness!
So, but I'm serious when I'm talking about Chris Jones. I think it's a smart move by him, because just the uncertainty of the world right now, and certainly the uncertainty of sports, and how all this is going to impact the cap. For a guy like that, look, he was going to get paid regardless. He's one of the best, right? The top 2 or 3 interior defensive linemen in the game. He was going to get paid, but still, man, if you can get that right now before, no telling what's going to be going down the road here in the next year or so, you sign that type of contract. So great move by him. Great move by the Kansas City Chiefs. It's a bummer for the Broncos. Obviously, you're going to have to be seeing this guy for the next 4 years or so. But it's the Chiefs they're continuing to keep their squad together this offseason. And that was a big one right there. Mahomes and then this guy, Chris Jones. I mean, that was 1-2.
Yep, and you know what? This is another drafted player from Kansas City that they eyeballed in the second round out of Mississippi State. I mean, he was supposed to be good. I remember him being on the all-rookie team, but I didn't think he was going to be this good. I mean, this guy is absolutely lights out, and he's always available. Like the 3 games that he missed in 2019 that kept him from being a double-digit sack guy for consecutive years, those are the first games he's ever missed in his career. He's played 16, 16, 16, 13. So he's rock solid, reliable. He gets after the quarterback. I remember him in the Super Bowl breaking up pass after pass of Jimmy Garoppolo. Ended up with 3 knockdown passes in the Super Bowl, as well as a pressure that forced an interception in the second quarter. He's just everywhere, man. He's everywhere. The look, if we're talking about the offensive line, for the Denver Broncos, this is what you're up against. You're up against guys like Frank Clark. You're up against guys like Chris Jones. And you got your work cut out for you. Again, no one's tucking their tails between their legs.
No.
But it's a challenge. Those guys are the Super Bowl champs.
Right. I mean, it's not like they're unbeatable, but I mean, he's one of the best in the game. Top 2, top 3, and they signed him to an extension today. I mean, it's a great move by them. So that's all you can say.
And how about this?
But I like what we're doing here. You can still like what we're building here, what we got going on here. But, Kansas City's checking everything off the – they're checking all those boxes right now this offseason. Mahomes, Chris Jones, they get the rework the deal with Sammy Watkins. So, they're gearing up to make that, to make that other run at the Super Bowl this year.
The tweet here from Patrick Mahomes, right as we signed on the air. Patrick Mahomes, and y'all thought we couldn't ... crying faces. Never mind. # run it back. And he's obviously talking to those people and say, "Oh, you pay Mahomes, you're not gonna be able to pay anyone else."
Right? Yeah. It's if teams want to get stuff done, they can get stuff done. So it's you look at the Chiefs and they wanted to get it done. They know the value of that guy, Chris Jones. And do you remember what he was known for before, that huge season 2 years ago? Do you remember coming out of college what he was known for?
Oh, hold on a second. Oh my goodness. Wasn't it like something at the combine, like his pants fell down or something?
Yes, his pants fell down at the combine, and he bit it. Yes,
that's right.
And he bit it. His pants fell down, he bit it, face first, trying to hold his pants up and stuff.
Right.
That's what he was known for. Nice job there.
I totally forgot about that. I'm like, wait, what happened right before?
Yes.
It was like a swerve. Yeah, that's right. His pants fell down running like the 40 or something.
Yep, running the 40.
Oh, my gosh. That is great. Well,
big deal for him, obviously. And
yeah,
it's a big deal for the Chiefs, getting them done. And get, like when you're that type of football team, you don't want any distractions. And it's just a great move. I mean, because he wasn't going to come to camp. I mean, he wasn't going to show up without a long-term deal. I mean, that was obvious. And so for them to kind of take that distraction and remove that, not have to worry about that, it's a big win for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it is. And I'm seeing from Ian Rappaport, and he just tweeted a video here, and Steven's working on it. Maybe we can play it. But he said, and I'm a little bit confused because I'm just seeing this on the fly. He says, how do you...
So what's different than...
Right. How do you do a big money deal in a pandemic? ? He said defensive tackle Chris Jones took no signing bonus and will make roughly the same in 2020 as he would have on the franchise tag. The Chiefs gave him a lot more guaranteed money. Smart work on both sides. This is Ian Rappaport talking with who's the guy with the I don't want to describe him by his physical features and make him. Andrew Siciliano.
Yes.
This is.
He does a great job.
He does. The
red zone guy.
No. Red zone guy is
Who's that?
Chris Hansen. Chris Hansen. Yes. Andrew Siciliano is the guy. He's
really.
Yeah. Andrew Siciliano is he can hear everything.
No, I realize that.
Okay.
I know who he is.
Okay.
Thought he was a Red Zone channel guy.
No. That's a different guy.
Chris Hansen. I thought he was on Dateline.
No, wait.
You're busted.
Yes. Why don't you take a seat there, Jim? You've been on camera for the last 25 minutes. Why don't you No, you're going to take a seat there. Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, no, maybe you're right. The NFL Network guy, is it Chris?
Yes, it's Andrew Siciliano.
No,
he's the Red Zone.
No, it's Scott Hansen. Scott Hansen is the NFL.
NFL Sunday Ticket Red Zone is Andrew Siciliano.
Stoke, you're wrong on this one. Scott Hansen is the in-studio host for Red Zone all day long. He's the guy like from wire to wire. He gets all fired up. He throws it back and forth from the games.
Andrew Siciliano is an American sports television anchor, reporter, and radio broadcaster. He's a play-by-play voice announcer for the NFL's Los Angeles Rams. He is also currently the solo host of NFL Sunday Ticket Red Zone. Airing on DirecTV's Red Zone channel. So that's on Wikipedia. So you go ahead and just.
I'm pretty sure Scott Hansen. If you pull up a picture,
just go ahead and I don't know. So what did I just say? What did I just say? This is on the internet, so it's got to be true, right? Right?
Scott Hansen is the handsome guy with the strong jawline.
Look at the rawmostlaw.com text line. They're going to tell you who's right.
Scott Hansen is the guy on the Red Zone that's all day long. He's the only guy that you see
what
on Red Zone.
I'm talking about DirecTV.
I'm talking about Red Zone, the Red Zone channel. The Red Zone channel, Scott Hansen. Okay. Andrew Siciliano. All right. This is Ian Rappaport. Can we fire this audio? This is Ian Rappaport on NFL Network talking about the Chris Jones deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, Andrew, if you want to be a team that not only makes a Super Bowl and wins a Super Bowl, but gets back to the Super Bowl, you got to keep your really, really good players. Obviously, the Chiefs a couple weeks back did that with Patrick Mahomes, signed him that huge deal. And the plan always was to handle their quarterback first, the best player on their team and the best player on their offense, and then turn their attention to their franchise-tagged defensive tackle, the best player on their defense. And obviously this is something that Chris Jones has wanted for some time. There was a question last year, was he going to show up for minicamp? Was he going to show up for training camp? He handled it. He showed up. He played his best in some of their biggest games despite battling some injuries. He waited and waited an unbelievable amount of times for Patrick Mahomes to get done, sat through a pandemic, and finally just moments ago agrees to terms on a 4-year, $85 million deal, $60 million guaranteed at signing. Just a massive, massive haul for their massive defensive tackle. And, of course, for everyone else who's kind of waiting for the franchise deals to get done, we'll see how many actually get done. The Chiefs got 2 big ones done in a couple weeks.
All right, forget what he just said. We need to get back to the red zone stuff.
Yes.
We're both right.
Yes, we are.
Apparently, we're both right.
Exactly.
There's a red zone.
There we go.
And I didn't know this. I didn't know.
There we go.
There's a red zone for DirecTV,
Yes.
and then there's a red zone for the rest of us.
Yes.
So if you're a Comcast
Okay.
customer, over 60% of the metro, which means I'm more than 60% right. Scott Hansen is your red zone guy.
All
But
right,
if
there
you
we
have
go.
DirecTV,
I just watch DirecTV, and I know that's my guy that I see on the Red Zone channel. I know that's him.
Oh, my
That's it. All right, we're
gosh.
both right. How about that? How
Oh,
about
my
that?
gosh. It's
Just go ahead and tell
unbelievable.
me you were wrong. You were wrong. Come on.
I am
You were yelling at me for no reason. I knew I was right.
I'm
I knew
about
I was
40.
right.
I'm about 40% wrong. So I'd rather be me than you in this case.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. We're both right. We both win. We both win.
That's
How
actually a
about that?
best case scenario because
That's
I'm
right.
like, wait, I watch this every Sunday.
And
like,
I'm saying the same thing. Now I'm second guessing myself. Like, oh my gosh.
You are a red zone guy after all, aren't you?
Well, no,
You're
that's
a
what-
closet red zone guy.
My
You've been
son-
telling me for years you don't watch red zone.
My son is in the other room. He watches in the other room. I'm in the other room. Okay, so he's in the the theater room. I'm in the other room. I like to watch games, but I can hear it. And I will go in there every now and then to check out what's going on. If he starts yelling and I'm watching the Broncos play the Jets, right? And we hadn't scored a touchdown. It seems like in 3 months, and I hear my son yelling about something.
Right.
I do go over there every now and then and watch the Red Zone channel just to check it out to see what touchdowns look like.
Right.
Okay, is that all right?
You
Is
know
that fair
what?
enough? I mean,
That's
you think
fair.
I'm lying about
Dude.
watching the Red Zone channel? You think you busted me? Huh?
I thought I
Goodness
did.
gracious.
I just added up the evidence. But I'll tell you, if you are only a red zone guy, you might have forgot the Broncos are an NFL team these last few years. The least featured team on red zone, the Denver Broncos.
Oh, it's a rare appearance here for the Broncos. Oh, no, never mind. They didn't score.
Oh,
no
that is
touchdown. They're
hilarious.
kicking another field goal. Kicking another field
That
goal.
is hilarious.
Oh,
All
my
right.
goodness.
We have so much to get to. And because of this breaking news, we never got to your tease about
I
Justin Simmons.
prepared. I was ready to go. I came down here. I was focused. I mean, and then you did that to me. You put me on the back burner.
Oh, my goodness. All right. What a great way to start this show. All right. We are going to get to your Justin Simmons conversation.
Like 2 hours.
All right. But first, we have a mystery guest. All right. I'm going to give you a couple clues on who he is.
Okay.
He played football and basketball in the Pac-12.
Wow.
Right? Starter for both as a freshman. He was a first-round draft pick and played 10 years in the NBA. And he might have won a slam dunk contest. Or 2. Or 3.
Wow.
He'll join us next. All right, we are efforting our guest here, and we hope to connect with him shortly. I say guest because I sort of teased that it was a mystery guest. You may have heard me say his name yesterday.
You did.
I know that.
Did.
I know that.
So then, yeah.
It's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Someone said,
Did you mess up yesterday?
No. I just didn't. See, last night when I was looking at the segment and putting down a couple of questions, I said, what's the best way that I can try to hook our audience to come back to the next segment? But someone said, you told us who it was yesterday. But our audience is constantly changing. So there's people who don't know who I said yesterday.
That's
so
right.
we were, and hopefully we will connect with him. But getting a lot of reaction on the Chiefs off season when it comes to the breaking news from about an hour ago that Kansas City and Chiefs star defensive tackle Chris Jones reach a 4-year deal worth up to $85 million. And someone says, let the Chiefs implosion begin. And I just still don't understand that mindset. I don't understand that thought process of let the implosion begin. They're all locked up. They returned the most starters in the National Football League. Their quarterback's going to be there for a decade. Chris Jones just signed a 4-year deal. He's 26. He just turned 26. They signed Frank Clark last offseason. He's 27. They bring back Sammy. I just don't see it. But we will get back to that conversation in just a minute because we are joined by our guest. I told you going into the last break, sort of teased a mystery guest of sorts, that he played football and basketball in the Pac-12. He was a first-round pick, played 10 years in the NBA, and might have won a slam dunk contest or two. And I'm talking about the one and the only Nate Robinson, joining us here on Stokley and Zach. Nate, first of all, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you coming on, man.
Man, thanks for having me. And it's 11 years in the NBA.
I think I said more. You know what?
Hey, you got to get all those now. Come on.
Hey, my partner Stokley, once in a while, people say he played 14 years. I said, no, I played 15. Don't take that year away from me.
I need my years because I still should be playing right now. I still should be playing.
Well, you know what? I wanted to ask you about that. Since you just said that, I'm watching the Big Three. I'm watching Joe Johnson go to work and just eat people alive. And I think of a guy like you who could just always find a way to put the ball in the bucket. Do you watch NBA basketball? I guess I know the answer, but you watch NBA basketball saying, how is this dude in the league and I'm still not?
Yeah, I say that, but, God has a different plan for me, man. He blessed me with 11 great years in playing in the NBA. I still work out, still play at a high level now, and, I'm a fan of basketball, so, of course, I watch the NBA. I watch guys that are not as talented play, and, I'm just still a fan of just the game itself.
Nate, we have this NBA bubble that's kicking off here, and we're all kind of holding our breath. Do you think that the entire league? Well, I say the entire league, all the teams that are in the bubble, are they going to be able to pull this off? Are they going to be able to be disciplined enough? We already have a guy that's got to go back into quarantine from the Kings. I'm seeing an Instagram model say that she was invited into the bubble already by a player. What is your level of optimism? You just said you love the league. What is your level of optimism that they're going to be able to pull this off?
I don't know, man. Honestly, they are already inviting people into the bubble already. It's crazy, but guys want to play. They want to play. They want to hoop. I get it. It's just we got to wait and see, how everything unfolds, man, and see how disciplined guys can be, and just sitting down, chilling, and being ready to play. I know what we're going through right now with this whole pandemic and this the COVID. It's something that's really serious, and they need to take it serious.
We're joined by. Nate.
If they can be disciplined enough, I think they can pull it off. But if not, then they need to call it off and let guys go back home and be in quarantine with their families.
And we're joined by Nate Robinson. Nate, looking at you, man. Obviously you weren't the tallest guy. And we were visiting with Rod Smith, the wide receiver, yesterday, and I asked him pretty much the same question. What made you what drove you? What made you an NBA player? What was it?
I think my hard work really carried me over the hump for so many years. One thing my dad used to always tell me is hard work beat talent when talent don't work hard. So he was like, if you add your hard work with the talent that you have, the sky's the limit for you, son. So I just took that and ran with it, and I knew I could compete at a high level. I've always been around NBA players like Jamal Crawford, Jason Terry, Doug Christie, Sean Kemp, Gary Payton. I played against these guys when I was high school, college. So I knew I always had the confidence to make it. I knew I was was good enough, and I just needed the opportunity. And when I got that opportunity, I seized it and I ran with it.
Nate Robinson joining us here. When you look back at your time in the NBA, if I could just be morbid for a second, if you're on your deathbed, what's your last memory? What is your favorite? One that's on the tippy top of your time spent in your 11 years in the NBA.
Besides draft day, and I'm gonna say probably one of my one of the shot that I hit over Iverson is one. But one, I would just say my Chicago Bulls season, that 2013 season, was very special. Was able to, the circumstances that I had to play under, non-guaranteed contract, third point guard off the bench, people counted me out, didn't really have a chance like that. But, I really got the opportunity to show that I'm more than just a dunker. I'm more than just a guy that comes in and gives highlights. That was the opportunity I had to, show that I can play at a high level and play on a playoff caliber team and perform, pretty solid, I would say. And watching the game as a kid, my dad used to always say, stars are born in the playoffs. So when I got the opportunity to play, we played in the playoffs. I knew I had to perform. I knew I had to, be ready for the moment, and I was.
Nate Robinson joins us here on Stokley and Zach. Nate, I mean, you originally enrolled at Washington University on a football scholarship, and you played some football. And then you then you wanted to concentrate on basketball. But I mean, you were a really good football player. Talk about that.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, football is my first love. It was the first sport my father introduced me to. Playing in Arizona, where I kind of, spent a couple years with my dad, playing in an apartment complex that we lived in, tackle football, with kids in the neighborhood, and, moved back to Seattle and, play Little League football. It was just a natural gift to be able to run fast, cut, juke, move, tackle. It came natural. My dad is the only Orange Bowl, Rose Bowl MVP to ever walk this earth.
Wow.
And the record still stands. And, yeah, man, it's just, something that I loved. I just love the game of football, what it brings, the toughness about it.
Could you have made it to the NFL? Could you have made it to the NFL?
I think I could have. That was something that was, it was in, in my dreams as a kid, making it to the NFL and playing in the NBA. I wanted to be the first person to do both. That was a big-time dream of mine. And, I wanted to show people that I can do both. And I went to college at the University of Washington. They gave me a football scholarship, and I walked on to play basketball. And, yeah, man, it was a great time.
I got one more question before we let you go, Nate. Nate Robinson joining us here. Did it bother you once upon a time how much you were known as a dunker and not as a basketball player? And be like, wait, hold on a second. You guys are giving me all this love for dunking, which is sweet, but once upon a time I was getting 17 a night for the New York Knicks.
No, it didn't bother me none. I just wanted to prove myself to them that I can be everything that they need, not just a guy that comes in and gives you highlights. For me as a smaller guy, I picked up full court. For over a career, I think I've averaged 3 assists a game and only averaged 20-something minutes. So just imagine if I played, the 40 minutes that Chris Paul and Darren Williams and some of the top guards in the NBA at the time were playing. I would have produced, way more, points, rebounds, steals, everything. Everything would have went up. And I think that if I would have had the opportunity to showcase what I could do, everything would have been a lot different. And but like I said again, I love the time that I had. The time that was given to me. I just tried to make the most of it.
Well, you're going to get another opportunity to make the most of basketball in front of people. The 5-tournament Pro Basketball Invitational set to take place in Las Vegas later this month, July 19th to the 29th. At the Orleans Hotel in Vegas. It's available to stream on pay-per-view. It's a 6-team 3-on-3 elimination tournament. Names like Joe Johnson, Mike Bibby, Mario Chalmers, Nate Robinson, and so many others are going to be competing in this thing. The 30 players will compete over that 11-day span. I'm looking forward to this. Nate, go get buckets, man. That's what you do.
I mean, that's what I do. That's what I'm going to do always, man. So, yeah, the 5 tournaments coming up. I hope you guys stay tuned, watch. A lot of good talent, a lot of guys that still love the game. That's what I love most about the guys that you guys named. The guys like Will Bynum that will play, Chris Johnson. You got, Eddie Curry. You got so many different players that want to, that so much love for the game. They want to give back and play and show them, this is what we love and this is what we do. So you guys can, really stay tuned and watch. It'll be awesome. You guys do me a favor. You guys can go have a clothing brand that just started. It's called Hold That Clothing. Me and Carlos Boozer, started a brand. Joe Kim Noah is the founder. He's the one that started Hold That. So I want to give a big shout out to Joe Kim Noah, Carlos Boozer, my guys that helped me start Hold That Clothing. www.holdthatclothing.com for the merch. So show some love.
All right, man. We love it, Nate. Thanks for your time. Have a great day and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks, Nate. Appreciate it, buddy.
There he goes. Obviously, audio got a little choppy there at the end, but we appreciate him stopping by. And, Nate Robinson is a guy that, he carved his niche, and
he did.
It's like he's a name that every basketball fan knows. Like, you cannot be a basketball fan and not know who Nate Robinson is.
I remember him with the Bulls, and when he had that epic run that he was on, he just provided energy. He was so much fun to watch, a little step back hitting those three. I mean, that guy had energy. He was a competitor, and you could still hear it in him today. And I think, you listen to a guy like Rod Smith yesterday, Nate Robinson, Rod Smith undrafted, Nate Robinson. Obviously, he was a first-round pick and went to University of Washington, but still, at 5'9", I believe.
Yeah, 5'9".
5'9".
That's what he was listed as.
Right. To do what he did, it takes something special inside of you, and you have to have that type of drive. And what a cool story, though. I didn't realize that he went to University of Washington on a football scholarship.
Yeah, how about that? And was playing as a freshman.
Right.
I think he started 5 or 6 games as a freshman, as a DB.
Had a couple interceptions.
He did. I mean, think about that. He's 18 years old on a football scholarship in the Pac-12. Typically, I'll say typically, maybe 2 out of every 3 incoming freshmen, usually redshirt. I mean, across the board, your high-profile guys will play right away. Those are the stories you hear about. Most incoming freshmen, they redshirt, and they get a year to add strength. Nate Robinson is probably 5'8". He's 18 years old. He's playing in the Pac-12 and starting games and picking off quarterbacks.
Right. That tells you all you need to know about him. So, that's awesome. What a great story, and what a great career he had in the NBA, and he was fun to watch.
Yeah, he was. And this tournament, Carlos Arroyo, remember him? The guard, you got Jamario Moon, the dunker, and Nate Robinson, and Eddie Curry mentioned. They got a couple former top picks, Brandon Rush. A bunch of these guys are in this tournament. All right, cool. Shout out to Nate Rob. Let me ask you this, though, because I was thinking about this when he was answering that football question. Could he have made it in the NFL? And he thinks so. You did not play high school football until your senior year. You were a basketball and baseball guy. What was your prospects of playing Division I for either of those sports? I don't know if I've ever asked you that question. Like the prospect of you being a Division I baseball player, Division I basketball player, and did you have hopes to, make it to the big leagues in one of those sports?
Well, my dreams were, I wanted to. I love to play sports. Obviously, I love to compete, and so for me, I had aspirations of playing one of those two at the next level. Kind of like football, man, but I didn't have, recruiters, knocking on my door left and right. I wasn't getting a mailbox full of mail from recruiters, but so I might have had to take obviously going to a smaller school, walked on or so, but I was more than willing to do that. And as far as football was concerned, I did play my freshman year, and that's when I tapped out. I played quarterback, and it was like I'm done. So I played all 3 my freshman year. So And then after that, I just wanted to concentrate on basketball and baseball. And so that's I mean, I was 155 pounds coming out of high school.
Wow.
Yeah. So
little boy.
Yeah.
Would have thrown you in the post.
Yeah, you would have, but not when I finished college. I'd have gave it back to you. So
What were you when you were done? When you were coming out for the draft?
190.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So
45-pound swing.
Yeah, pretty much 35, right?
Oh, 35. Yeah.
Yeah.
Joker does that before the All-Star break.
He does that in quarantine. in and out, up and down. I did see that picture, by the way, of him. He looks good. He looked good.
He does look good.
He looked good.
He looks a little heavier than he did a couple weeks ago, right?
Right, which is good. We don't want thin, Joker. We don't get too thin now. Keep it thick now. But for me, look, so it was one of those seasons. When I started playing high school back again my senior year, this is it for me as far as football is concerned, because I didn't love football. That's why I quit after my freshman year. I just didn't love it. But I played quarterback, and I was like, I'm not going anywhere. I don't care what happens. This is going to be it for football. And then I started having a blast doing it and having fun, and I had success, and yeah, it's kind of crazy how it all worked out.
It really is. It really is. And so what a story for Nate Robinson. What a story for you. We appreciate Nate dropping by. Corey in Michigan says, in relation to the conversation we were having about the Kansas City Chiefs, if you're just joining us and haven't been near your phone or radio, the Chiefs' star defensive tackle Chris Jones has reached a 4-year deal worth up to $85 million, $37 million due at signing, $60 million guaranteed for injury.
Yeah, the interesting thing, because we didn't get to really react to the Ian Rappaport piece, so – it's not on top of the franchise tag. Franchise tag, it's not an extension, and he's going to play the year on the franchise and then sign a 4-year extension. So he's pretty much, what Ian Rappaport said was there was no signing bonus here. All of it's just guaranteed. He's like, how do you do this type of contract with everything that's going on? Well, that's how they structured it. So he's not making a huge jump over what he was going to make this year to begin with. So it was one of those things where I think both parties looked at the situation and what was happening and what was going to happen possibly and said, okay, let's structure this thing. Let's do this thing the best way possible. And Chris Jones is like, all right, no signing bonus for me this year. That's fine. But all this money, I'm going to get more money guaranteed, which is smart. Give me the most money guaranteed. And he got, 60? 60
yes.
of it guaranteed?
Yep, 60 guaranteed.
Pretty good deal for him, and I think it's a good deal for Kansas City.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's not like a resetting the market type of deal. That's not what it is. Like for instance, I believe Aaron Donald's guaranteed money is actually higher than the total value that Chris Jones's contract could be. I'm looking at I believe according to overthecap.com, nearly $87 million in guaranteed money for Aaron Donald. Just about 60 for DeForest Buckner, 63 for Fletcher Cox. So those are some benchmark names league wide that we look at. This is not a deal that is going to rewrite the record books.
Right, but given the times, and the uncertainty, and of what's going to happen here, not only this football season, but moving forward to next offseason, the following offseason, what is the cap going to look like? What are teams going to do when it comes to spending money and all of these types of things? So I think when you're his situation right now, and he was tagged, he was a franchise player. They franchise tagged him, just like Justin Simmons, like Shaq Barrett, right? You don't know what the future is going to hold next offseason. You don't know what the future is going to hold this season.
Right.
Right? Are you going to make half your salary this year that you're supposed to make because they're only going to play half the games? You're going to make, who knows how long this season's going to last. Will they play every single game? I have my serious doubts about that. But so you look at the situation and the uncertainty of this football season, next off season, and the following football season, and you know what? You take this type of deal.
Yeah.
And you say, this is what I'm going to get. And so smart move by him.
Corey in Michigan says the money matters for the Chiefs. You cannot afford as good a roster top to bottom if you start paying big money at the top. It's just a fact.
Well, you got to draft well. You got to draft well, and you're going to have to make some decisions here, moving forward on certain guys, obviously. But when you got a quarterback, he'll make up for a lot of flaws, a really good quarterback, right? And when you got certain guys in certain positions that can get after a quarterback, that's kind of what we had there in Indy. We had a great quarterback, obviously, and then we had Robert Mathis and Dwight Freeney coming off the edge there to get after the quarterback once we got the lead. So that's kind of what they're building there. Frank Clark, Chris Jones. So they'll still be able to pay people. They'll still be able to pay people, and you saw it with Chris Jones, and maybe not as many, but you have to draft well. That's the main thing now, because you're going to need some cheap talent that plays well for you.
Yeah, and drafting well is exactly what the Chiefs have done up until this point. So, yeah. All right, Mile High Memories presented by Rox Heating and Air. That's ROX, Rox Heating and Air. Thank you to everyone who subscribed to the podcast and made it a success. Vote today, or no, that was yesterday. To episode 11 available now, Sandy's top 10 trades in Denver sports history. There's a few surprises in there. Get it wherever you download your podcast or at 1043thefan.com. Do we know what won the poll yesterday? Okay, we're going to double check, because the poll was a Denver sports star that was derailed by injury, that had their career derailed by injury. And the choices were Antonio McDyess, Terrell Davis, Peter Forsberg, or Troy Tulowitzki. So the voting was yesterday. I'll let you know in our next segment what won, and that episode will be recorded this week, and then will be available on Saturday, and then moving forward. And the poll winner was Terrell Davis. So that is going to be certainly a fun conversation you're not going to want to miss. All right. We said we were going to lead the show with it, but we got our own derailment because of the breaking news about Chris Jones agreeing to a 4-year deal with the Kansas City Chiefs, so we had to address that, but now we get to it. Stoke does not believe that Justin Simmons and the Denver Broncos are going to get a long-term deal done by tomorrow's deadline, and the answer to why that is comes from Stoke next. All right, it is getting down to crunch time for those on a franchise tag to get a deal done, get a long-term deal done before tomorrow afternoon. Justin Simmons is the topic of conversation in Broncos country squarely with this conversation. And you, Brandon Stokley, do not believe that the Broncos and Justin Simmons are going to get a deal done. Go ahead and explain why.
Well, just too much uncertainty surrounding what's going to happen here in the next year, year and a half with the salary cap, the future of the NFL, what's it going to look like. I just think with the uncertainty, you look at the Broncos' ownership situation, also on top of that, and just not really wanting to kind of overextend yourself right now a little bit because of that situation, right? You don't have the one guy there that's obviously Joe Ellis is running the ship and can do what he wants, but you still want to be a little bit more cautious during these types of times, right? I just think that the Broncos will play the wait-and-see game here. And, people were throwing around numbers about Justin Simmons, 6 months ago or whenever he first got franchised, or the thought that he was going to get franchised and he's going to be the highest paid safety in the league, or right around top 2 or top 3. And he's making $11.4, I believe it is, this year under the franchise tag,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
And that's a big number. That's a big number, and that puts him. He comes in at about seventh. Seventh in the NFL with that number, tied with Anthony Harris from the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at the situation now, and if you're the Denver Broncos, you're bargain shopping it. That's what you're doing right now. And you're not going to overextend yourself right now to sign him to a top 5 type of contract. You're just not going to do it. So unless they are willing to take a deal and a really good deal, then you shouldn't do a long-term deal if you're the Denver Broncos. Play the wait-and-see game. Justin Simmons had one really good year, and that was last year. That's it. That is it, right? The other 3 were just okay. They were just okay. He didn't do much his first year. Then his third year there was, he said it. What was the words he said, Zach?
It was, I don't remember specifically, but it was a sentiment of it wasn't up to my expectations.
Exactly. And he had a really good year last year. So
he did.
I think for the Broncos, the best thing for them is, unless Justin Simmons and his camp are going to take a good deal for the Denver Broncos, and the Broncos feel like it's a great deal, then you just play the wait-and-see game here and see what's going to happen, because there's no need to overextend yourself right now with a big contract. And I'm looking at different guys' salaries here and contracts here.
Yeah.
And if I was the Denver Broncos and I could get Justin Simmons tied up to a 4 or 5 year deal, right around Harrison Smith's, the strong safety for the Vikings. He comes in at 11th. And you got a guy, Jordan Poyer,
yep, for the Bills.
For the Bills, comes in at 12th, and they're 9.75 to 10.2. Okay, is where their average salary's coming in. And Harrison Smith signed a 5-year extension, and he got close to $30 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
$51 million overall in the 5 years, so it averages $10 million is his average salary. So I'm looking at a contract kind of right around there. Maybe you bump up the guarantees money a little bit more.
So making like $32 million guaranteed, something like that?
Yeah, just kind of what you saw with Chris Jones, right?
Sure,
you just make more of it guaranteed. And but if it's not a team-friendly deal, if you're the Denver Broncos right now, you don't even think about it. It's a no-brainer because of the uncertainty surrounding what is going to go on and how the salary cap is going to look here in the next year. So I think for the Denver Broncos, it doesn't make sense to do a deal with Justin Simmons, a long-term deal right now with them, with the uncertainty of the NFL in the next year or so.
Well, everything you're saying is making sense. Back to the level of play on the football field as well. Justin Simmons had one great year. And I do want to call it a great year. I thought he was rock solid, and if not great, he was really, really, really good. Career high 4 interceptions, career high 15 pass breakups. Was, in terms of tackles, in the mid-90s once again. The guy plays. I mean, he does.
Give me the career highs again for the.
It was career high.
Well, he had his best year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because he didn't really do. He wasn't playing all that great before that. So they should be career highs if he had a really good year.
Yeah, but
Right?
it's across the board. His second season was a pretty good year too, where it was. He was it wasn't close to this past season. I'll say that. So you're right. But career highs across the board. He had the year in 2019 that we thought he was going to have in year 3, 2018.
That's right. Yep.
But
that's right.
But what we saw was a really good football player that John Elway drafted in the midst of a desert of draft classes. Justin Simmons was that a tall glass of water, and I just. Everything you're saying is making sense from the pandemic standpoint, the uncertainty of it, what he and his agent Todd France of CAA want to get paid, or probably going to be closer to the Tyrann Mathieu, Landon Collins of the world, where you start approaching that $14 million a year. It gets hard when you press the conversation for me to try to defend that type of number. Because when you look at guys like Earl Thomas and Tyrann Mathieu, those are special football players. Eddie Jackson, those are special football players. Justin Simmons hasn't played special football, but at the same time, I don't know if the Broncos can afford to lose a guy who is just entering the prime of his career, and hopefully last year was the first step into that window, who is young enough that you can rationalize a long-term extension. And then I just I'm like, a part of it is like, this is the one thing you got right. This is the one thing you got right during that period. And I know that shouldn't play too much into, like, sentiment shouldn't play too much into the business of it, but at the same time, I think it's a small factor.
Oh, yeah, I think that plays a little bit. I mean, especially when it's one of your draft picks, you want to keep those guys. I just think that for the Broncos in these times that you don't want to overextend yourself. And like you just said, you laid it out really nicely there. But his best year was last year. I thought he had a really good year. But I want to see it again. Let me see it again before I make you a top 5 paid safety in this league, right? And I'm not saying that he can't do it, but given when you put everything in that blender and you mix it up, to me it just says Broncos don't do a deal here unless it's a really, really good deal for you. You don't do a long-term deal unless it's a really good deal for you. So moving forward, if he goes out and he has a great year this year and backs that up, and now you try to get something done. Maybe in the middle of the season, maybe towards the end of the season, or whatever the case may be. Well, I guess if you're the franchise tag, you might have to wait until free agency.
Yeah, you do.
So, but you can always franchise tag him again.
You
You can always franchise tag him again if you want.
You can, but then you're talking about paying out of the nose for a one-off.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like you have to be convinced.
Well, there's a little bit of a gamble there. There's a little bit of gamble going this route.
Yeah, there is. Like, I'm of the mind here that if the Denver Broncos don't get a deal done with Justin Simmons, this is his last year with the Broncos.
I'm not going that far. Because you could still make him a top paid safety right before free agency hits or right when free agency hits and get a deal done with him. So
yes, you can. Yes, you can, and that's worth mentioning.
You can still do something like that. So
I'm saying, like, as a fan, I am mentally preparing myself for this to be the last go-round because it's more likely than not, I think in most cases, and I guess we'd have to go back and take a look at it and do some research, but I think in most cases when that player gets tagged, well, I don't know if I want to say that. I was going to say that in most cases when the player gets tagged, you don't end up getting a long-term deal done after the franchise tag.
You're probably correct there. I mean, I would assume that you're correct. That once they play that year out, usually they're gone and they're playing for another team. But you just never know. I just think it's best for the Broncos to just wait and see game here. Now if we saw last year, the year before also, now I'm more like, okay, I'm willing to invest that type of money. But that wasn't the case, and so you got to be careful with the money and what you're spending here, and you want it to match the production. So for me, I want to see it again before I throw a whole boatload of money out there and a lot of guaranteed money to Justin Simmons. So I think the 1 year, the franchise tag, it's a fair deal. Let's see what it looks like, see how he plays, how he performs, and then you can try to get something done. If you can't get something done, you really want to keep him, you can franchise him again. and keep him that go down that route, and then just have his rights, obviously, and then work on an extension and try to get something done throughout the course of the offseason, kind of like they're doing now. So you got – look, you can play that game if you're the Broncos. Now, you would – if this is the guy you want to keep around, obviously you want to get him to sign to a long-term deal, but I just think with everything that's going on right now for the Broncos and for the NFL, it's best to say, hey, Justin Simmons, you got to prove it again to us, and if you do, then we're willing to do it. But right now, I just think that it's probably not in the Broncos' best interest. Unless you get that deal right around Harrison Smith's deal, which is around $10 million a year.
Oh, that'd be perfect. That would be perfect.
I'm on board for that, but I'm not. People start talking about 13, 14 million a year. I'm like, whoa, hold up, wait a minute, right? I'd like, no, not going there, not going there. But if you get around that 10, look, 5 years, 50, 5 years, 52, 35 of it, up the guarantees in it, that type of deal. Okay, I'm willing to do that, but. When you start looking at the Earl Thomas and the Eddie Jacksons, no, I'm not going there.
Well, hang tight. I think we have a little bit of breaking news in relation to Justin Simmons, and tomorrow's deadline is just coming across the wire. And I'll tell you what it is next. All right, got a bit of news to pass along. And this is coming from Mike Kliss from just the last couple minutes. He says, per source, multi-year deal between Justin Simmons and the Denver Broncos doesn't look good.
Okay.
And he put that doesn't look good in quotes. So he's hearing that from someone in the know. He says, after exchange of proposals in April, talks stalled. Two sides have not been talking with 25 hours to the deadline. Simmons looking at playing on a 1-year, $11.44 million tag.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of, everything that we talked about, I think makes it a lot more difficult to get a deal done. It was going to be difficult to begin with, but I think if we weren't dealing with what we've been dealing with and the uncertainty moving forward here of the NFL and what it's going to look like for the next year and a half, I think they would have got something done, like we've seen with DT and Vaughn, et cetera, right?
This is going to be the first guy that plays on a tag under John.
Wow. And, I mean, that's what you prefer. You prefer to get these deal done. Obviously, you franchise tag your really good players. You want to keep them around for a while. So they've been able to get those deal done, usually, like you said, but everything that's going on here, it just makes it that much more difficult, and so you're seeing that and you're hearing that from Mike Kliss. So, yeah, I mean that's probably the way it's going to look and reevaluate. I don't think that's a bad thing for the Denver Broncos. I really don't. I think that's might be in their best interest right now is to just kind of take a step back and see what this year looks like. See what Justin Simmons looks like. Can he back that year up and prove that he's one of the top safeties, or what is it going to look like? So, especially when numbers are being thrown around when you're talking about his contract and when we were talking about it 5-6 months ago, whenever that was, and you're talking about being paid as a top 3, 4, 5 safety in the league. To me, you got to do it for more than 1 year to be paid like that.
James Merrill out of 1043thefan.com stops by. James,
James?
What do you make of this conversation we're having?
I'm right there with Stoke. I think that Justin Simmons is a really good player. I don't think he's a great player. I think if you ask me, hey, and this is maybe a kind of a morbid hypothetical, but hey, if one of their safeties had to miss the whole season due to injury, who would they be better off to lose? And it'd be Justin Simmons over Kareem Jackson. I don't even think he's the best safety on their team.
It's hard to argue that, really, right? I mean, Zach, what do you think?
Well, I was going to say, what an interesting and, yes, morbid way to look at that, but it really forces you to choose if you were going to have one guy be healthy for the full year and if one guy had to be down for the full year. It's hard to disagree with that, but at the same time, that's not the reality at play. The Broncos have an opportunity for the next couple of years to have the best safety tandem in professional football, and I don't want to lose too much sight of that.
No, and again, it's going to come across like I'm ripping Justin Simmons or
it always does, James.
I know. If you're not leading the parade with the pom poms, right, then you're the hater.
Yes.
I think he's a really good player, but it's a salary capped sport, so. They're fine this year. They got the room for it, but we don't know what's going to happen with the cap as revenues are impacted by coronavirus and all that kind of thing. And man, it's a team that's built kind of to have some flexibility, right? If Drew Lock turns out to be a player and they look like a team that all of a sudden is a perennial playoff contender, they can keep guys around, whether that's Von Miller, Jarrell Casey, you name it. If not, they're kind of in a position where, man, they can dump a lot of salary pretty quick and figure, hey, we're in total rebuild mode, and how do we do this? I don't think they're going to have to go down Route B there. I think they're going to be on Route A because I think Drew Lock's going to be good. But I'm just not sure committing 4 years and $60 million to a guy that, again, is a really good player, but how big of an impact player is he? Does he change games? Kareem Jackson, and I say it all the time, 2 games last year, he changed the game. The Broncos don't win at the Chargers, and they don't win at the Texans without Kareem Jackson on the field.
And they don't lose to the Jaguars if he does play.
Correct. There you go. So he really impacted 3 games. So great point to add that one in there. I can't say that about Justin Simmons. And again, that's going to sound like I'm being super negative about him, and I'm not, because there is something to be said for, hey, he's super consistent. He's there every single play. He doesn't make mistakes. Because I also can't think of a lot of big plays where Justin Simmons is just running a step behind and he got, he blew the coverage and gave up a big touchdown.
Right.
So to be fair, kind of both of those, he's just sort of, he's kind of in that no man's land, right? Like he's kind of like a good ref is a ref you never notice. A good offensive lineman is a lineman who you never hear their number. I'm not sure that's a good safety, is a guy that you never notice that he's out there, good or bad, but that's kind of where Justin Simmons falls for me.
Yeah, that's a great point, James. And me and you've always been eye to eye, in sync with Justin Simmons. And it's the same thing. Like, if you don't sit there and say the Broncos should sign him to a 5-year, $100 million deal, you're bashing on the guy. I think he's a solid football player. But you made a good point there, James. And when you talk about, flexibility for the Broncos football team heading into next offseason, heading into free agency, because if this cap takes a big hit, now all of a sudden, do you want to be in the situation where you're forced now to cut certain players that you might want to hang on to? You don't want to be in that situation. What situation would you prefer to be in? A situation that is flexible. And in a one-year contract with Justin Simmons is off the books next year. You have flexibility with Jarrell Casey. You have flexibility with A.J. Boye. So they have some contracts that are real flexible, so I think they'll be able to navigate those waters if they become murky, if they become a little, muddy next offseason, the cap drops. They have some guys that they can, work around to help themselves out, so where all of a sudden it's like, well, we got to cut Von Miller. We know he had 12 sacks last year and he played really well, but we just got to cut him. That will give them the flexibility if they just kind of stay pat and they don't do a long-term deal with Justin Simmons.
Yeah, and that's what you got to set yourself up for, right? Because the worst-case scenario would be your defense has a really good year. Jarrell Casey has another Pro Bowl season. A.J. Boye kind of looks like that guy he was down in Houston, and he fills in for Chris Harris Jr., and you're thrilled with him. And Vaughn bounces back, and then you're saying, well, we got to release one of them because we're up against the cap that's been adjusted down for the first time in maybe forever because we're locked in with Justin Simmons. And that's just that side of the ball. You also have to look at it if you're being realistic and you're planning ahead. You need some flexibility on the other side too, because what if Garrett Bowles isn't the answer, right? Or even if he is, then you got to give him more money to keep him. So left tackle in 2021 is going to be a more expensive position, either because you have to spend money to get yourself out of the Garrett Bowles mistake, or because you have to spend money to keep Garrett Bowles because he finally turns into a player. Either way, that's now all of a sudden a position that's $10 to $15 million a year. So you got to give yourself flexibility all over the place. So this doesn't surprise me at all. I actually think it's a smart move. And you go through that list and, the John Elway's history is always franchise guys, and then right up against the deadline at the 11th hour and then some, he re-signs them.
Right.
But those guys have always been kind of irreplaceable, right?
Yes.
Like Matt Prater, even as a kicker, he's a guy that's making 59-yarders to force overtime against the Bears at the gun. There's not a lot of guys that make that kick. DT, I know he gets bashed a lot for some reason in this town, but man, that guy, there aren't a lot of players with his size and his speed that are just floating around out there. Vaughn, obviously, is a one-of-a-kind guy. Ryan Clady's there aren't a lot of top 5 left tackles that are just out there. So, again, this is going to sound like I'm bashing him, but Justin Simmons, as good as he is, he's not irreplaceable. So why back yourself into a corner?
James, do you want to hang out with us for one more segment?
Sure, no problem.
Okay, because I do think there's a bit of a worst-case scenario here with Justin Simmons and the Denver Broncos, and I'll tell you what it is next. James Marilat dropping by here on Stokley and Zach, hanging on, doing a little bit of overtime, hanging through the commercial break, because I want to throw this out to you. I'm not disagreeing with both of you, and you both are synced up, and I'm agreeing with 80% of what you guys are saying. And just to reset, you guys, we all agree Justin Simmons is a really good football player who more than likely wants to get paid like a special player. He's not a game-changing special player. But here's one of my fears, guys. Last season, at age 26 years old, we saw the very best of Justin Simmons. Forget Pro Bowls. He was an all-pro in Vic Fangio's defense, which has had a tendency to really get the best out of its safety play. That guy, in year one with Vic, had the best year of his career. He is just entering his prime. I would hate to see Justin Simmons play on the franchise tag for the 11.44, and he goes out there and backs it up, is an all-pro once again, is dynamic, builds on what he did in 2019, and he's just 27 years old this year, and that guy goes out and signs a 4-year deal with whoever, pick a team, and we're watching this guy who's the only guy from the class of 2016 that has a chance to see a second contract. Paxton Lynch, Adam Gotsis, Devontae Booker, Connor McGovern, Andy Janovich, Will Parks, Riley Dixon. All of them are gone. And the one guy who hits becomes the best version of himself while simultaneously John Elway is letting him walk out the door.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, when you read off that draft class, it makes me think about all the people who laugh when I say I could be a GM. I could pull names out of a hat and pick better than that. So that's the first thing that pops into mind. But I kind of look at this type of a decision, and I kind of look at it and go, well, which of the two bad scenarios could I live with better, right? And the two bad scenarios are the one you just outlined, where he plays great, he has another all-pro season, and you end up losing him because he goes elsewhere. Or the bad scenario where you sign him to this deal, you're hamstrung by it, you have to cut a Von Miller or somebody else down the road to free up salary cap space, and he turns out to be good but not great, but you're paying him like a great player. Which of those two would be easier for me to stomach? It would be easier for me to stomach the one where we lose him even though after he plays really, really well, because at least then I got the money to go replace him or try to replace him or even re-sign him. The one where you got a bunch of money tied up in him for 4 years, an albatross of a contract, and I'm not saying it would turn into that, but that's the two options I'm looking at here in terms of bad options. That to me is worse because that hamstrings you and hurts your team down the road. The other one, at least you can buy your way out of that one.
Yeah, I'm with you, James. I like the way you looked at that and looking at two scenarios there. Best case, worst case, and. If you have worst case, I mean that's just gonna absolutely kill you. And the other scenario, look, if you sign him he plays a franchise tag, plays well, you don't re-sign him, he goes on. You're gonna get a compensatory pick, you're gonna free up money, we've talked about it a lot, and it's not bashing him, but I don't think it's a guy that you're going to look back there and say, man, we just missed Justin Simmons. How did we let him go? Now, that's Kareem Jackson for me, right? Like, you know when he's not in there. And like you said earlier, Marilat, look, some of those things are when you don't notice him, it's because he's just doing a good job of covering and not letting people behind him and not getting burnt, which is a good thing. Yeah. But at the same time, if you want to be paid like a top 3 safety in the league, I need to see more impactful plays. I need to see more turnovers. I need to see interceptions, fumbles, calls, all these type big hits, all these types of things if you want to be paid upper echelon type of money. So I think when you look at both of those scenarios, I think it's best for the Broncos to just play it out, see what happens, and at the end of the day, if he walks, and you just live with it and you just got to move on.
Well, and it's kind of like what hurt the Broncos more in 2019? Letting Shaq Barrett leave and he goes and plays well somewhere else, or having all that money tied up in Juwan James and he did nothing? I would say it's Juwan James because you didn't use that money to re-sign Shaq Barrett or go sign somebody else or do something else. So that's kind of the scenario. Neither one of those is good. You hate to see a player leave and thrive elsewhere, but, man, having money tied up in a guy and he's just not producing, we saw it last year. Bryce Callahan, Juwan James, a ton of money tied up in two guys who played a combined 63 snaps. That just was a killer.
James Marilat from 1043thefan.com dropping by. So if and I'm seeing someone else on the RamosLaw.com text line that the Broncos should have kept Will Parks. And that's a sort of a different conversation, but maybe similar to the Shaq Barrett conversation. You already kind of had a plan there. You're going to overpay someone who is not going to be in that starter role. But the plan moving forward, if Justin Simmons goes out there and has a similar year to 2019, James, I think I'm safe to say he's probably not going to be with the Broncos beyond this year. They're not going to tag him twice. And you're talking about paying, I think it's 120% of the previous year's salary. So that number is going to, balloon to a top 5 number with no guarantee of a future with him. So I don't think that's going to happen. They can't negotiate with him during the year. So it'll be at the start of free agency where the Broncos just have a seat at the table, not some sort of advantage. I'm assuming that Justin Simmons, and maybe I'm assuming incorrectly, but I'm preparing myself for him to be his year with the Broncos in 2020, his last year. So what's the plan then? Is it drafting a safety in the first or second round?
I think that would be the plan, yeah, because I think you can draft a safety and then come in and play right away. I mean, we saw it with Steve Atwater in 1989. He started as a rookie alongside Dennis Smith, helped him be the number 1 defense, and they went all the way to the Super Bowl that year. So I do think that's a position you can drop a guy in there. I guess I'm not so convinced that he's going to leave. Now, that would be a little bit of the Brock Osweiler thing, right? Like, well, he got his nose bent out of shape and he's upset at the way he was treated. I would just look at it and say, man, they paid you a lot of money. They paid you $11 million last season. If the Broncos have a good year and they're trending up, let's say they win 10 games. If my 10-6 is right, they make the playoffs and they got this, kind of rising star at quarterback. You've been a Pro Bowl twice in Vic Fangio, a Pro Bowl player or an All-Pro twice in Vic Fangio's defense, and they're offering you a 4-year, $80 million deal or whatever. Man, you got to have your feelings pretty hurt to say, no, I'm going to go find greener pastures and, pick your place. I just don't know that it's outside the realm of possibilities they can re-sign him. Plus, look, the whole situation we're all in at the moment with COVID kind of gives the Broncos the out of explaining away why they had to do what they did, of like, hey, we would have loved to have given you a big deal. We didn't know it was going to happen, but now that things are certain, we love you. You played great. Let's get this done. Here's a Brinks truck that we're going to back up to your house. Let's move forward. I just don't know that the relationship is going to be damaged that badly.
Yeah, and real quick here, I think when you look at, what will you do if he leaves situation, well, you can draft a guy, obviously, but there's a lot of bargains out there in free agency also, that you could find where you don't have to overpay for. Whether it be a 1-year prove-it guy with a guy coming off of an injury or whatever the case. 2 years ago, the safety market just bottomed out. It was awful. I mean, nobody was getting paid for whatever reason. Now, it bounced back a little bit last year, so we don't know what that safety market is going to look like. We don't know what the market in general is going to look like. I guarantee you there's going to be some good deals to be had in free agency, so I think you want to put yourself in that position to be flexible, to be able to go out there and possibly get some good deals and not overpay for a guy right now, because we don't know what it's going to look like. And if you have to draft a guy, you draft a guy.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. This is a really, really interesting window of time for the Broncos. And you want to know what? Deadlines have made people do things that they have not done up until that deadline. So until tomorrow afternoon, we'll see how this shakes out. We're going to have our fingers on the pulse of this one. You can be sure right here at Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. James, thank you so much for stopping by, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. It was fun. Thanks
James.
All right, there he goes. Always a good time going back and forth with that guy for sure. All right, I have a serious question. Why?
Serious one?
Yeah. Why?
You have questions on serious?
Why in the world is Monte Morris, Torrey Craig, Michael Porter Jr., and Gary Harris all not in Orlando, in addition to Nikola Jokic? We're going to check in on the NBA bubble next. What in the world is going on with the Denver Nuggets and the attendance in the bubble? Our good buddy Matt Moore, who we love checking in with here on Stokley and Zach, Matt Moore of the Action Network, hanging out with us once again. I knew, and we all knew, that Jokic wasn't quite in Orlando yet, and that was a conversation that we had here this past week. But I believe it was yesterday when the news pops out that Monty Morris hasn't been pictured. We heard that from you. Hasn't been pictured or filmed down in Orlando. In addition to Torrey Craig, Michael Porter Jr., and Gary Harris. In addition to Jokic not being in the bubble yet. Matt, what in the world is going on?
So there was essentially, and you're seeing this across a lot of the teams. Like, I'll say this first off. One, a lot of the teams are having the same problem, and nobody is really talking about it because there aren't reporters that are able to go into practice and count how many players they have. Multiple teams are short on guys to the point where I don't know if 5-on-5 is possible, and that includes the Nuggets. Like, they are missing a lot of guys because there were team activities and various social events that happened before they went into the bubble for quarantine, and they happened to catch it there. And there have been multiple tests. Look, the Nuggets aren't going to confirm or deny any of these cases at all. They're not going to talk about it. They're not going to confirm it. They're not going to talk about who's there or not. But you can deductively reason that if Gary Harris, Monte Morris, and Michael Porter Jr., along with Torrey Craig and P.J. Dozier, are not in Orlando, and they haven't been announced as having an injury, which all of the other injuries have been announced, why else would they not be there? There would be, he's got a personal issue and he's going to join us. He would put out some sort of statement. The league's guidance has been to give the players the option to announce whether or not they're positive. Like Russell Westbrook made the decision to announce he caught it, is positive, and that's why he's not there. James Harden's also not in Orlando. And there's a lot of speculation about that, but there's been no confirmation. This is where it gets tricky because you can deductively kind of reason what's going on, but you also want to stay away from speculation. So it gets concerning. One thing I will say, Nikola Jokic is not in Serbia. He's not in Chicago, where a photo was taken of him on Saturday night, and there's only one place that he can be, and that's in Orlando.
Wow, and we're joined by Matt Moore of the Action Network. Matt, I mean, it's crazy. I couldn't believe it when the report came out and all those guys for the Nuggets weren't there, and you just left it, like you said, to just kind of speculate, well, they must have it. Once this process, how long is the process once you have it? Now, is it still 2 weeks, and then do they have to get there and wait a week? Like, what's the process for these guys to go into the bubble and start practicing again?
So the first time that you test positive, that's it. 14 days, you're not doing anything. You're staying in your house. Don't go anywhere. Don't talk to anybody. Chill. 14 days later, you take your first test, and that's got to clear negative. Then you got to take your second test. And then
how much longer after that, after the 14 days, do you take that second test? If you go negative and then you have to take another test, how much longer is that?
24 hours. It takes
20,
12,
okay.
Yeah, it takes 12 hours for the return. They're getting results back between 8 and 12 hours later. That night, you'll take another one. Then you wait until the morning. If the second negative one clears that next day, then you can leave for Orlando, and then you have to take another 2 tests once you arrive.
Wow!
Like, this is what it's going to have to. Like, this is how it has to be. Is they can't bring more people into that environment with it that are positive, and they can't quarantine them there, and they can't have the travel. So you have to be negative before you leave. And my understanding across the league is that's one of the issues that's going on right now is guys are asymptomatic. It's been 14 days, but they're still testing positive. That for whatever reason, they're still testing positive. This virus isn't on like our schedule. It's on its schedule. And so until they clear those negative tests, these players that are not in Orlando won't be even heading down there to start the quarantine process, which takes another 2 days.
So when you put all these details together, and you have done such a good job with keeping track of the order of operations as you just laid out to us, and then you combine it with your optimism week by week, day by day, where are you at today, Matt? I
was really low to start the week, and I've kind of rebounded, and we're back up. Stocks are rebounding in my optimism scale. And here's why. One thing is you have things like the issue with Rashawn Holmes yesterday for the Kings, where he went out to get Postmates, which was just stupid, just blatantly dumb. But he got caught, and he got punished, and he's in court. Not punished. He got caught and placed into quarantine. And so, like, the system is working. The second thing is that they are continuing to test everybody day by day, and there haven't been positive tests for people in the bubble. Like, all of the tests that have been caught have been people in quarantine. So the filter that they're using to try and create that bubble is holding for now. That risk increases as more of these guys that are positive come in. But I think part of this is that the system so far is working and they're maintaining it. The only issue I have right now is we just do not have a good idea of exactly how many guys are missing. And like if you're the Nuggets and you're not practicing with Nikola Jokic, as good as the rest of these guys are, what are you doing?
Right.
If you're the Rockets and James Harden and Russell Westbrook aren't there, I don't care if you have the other 15 guys that you're allowed to have. It doesn't matter. Harden and Westbrook are your entire team. So, like, what are you exactly doing down there if those guys aren't there?
Well, go ahead, Stoke.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask about the accommodations there. You know, you're talking about the bubble. They're staying in the hotels, and you heard some rumblings early on from some guys, and now it seems like, I don't know if they've been told, hey, that doesn't sound good, you know, talking bad about these accommodations or the food or whatever the case may be. What are you hearing about the accommodations?
So, for the most part, I think this is definitely millionaires whining about having to stay in, you know, what most of us would consider really nice accommodations. I think it's like they're used to a certain standard, and that's fine. And I don't even mind if you complain about it, but don't complain about it on social media because you're just asking for us to be like, really? We're in a pandemic and this is your problem? The food, like the quality of the food I don't care about as much. I will say this. There have been issues with stuff like the timing of the food. So like the proteins haven't been there with the rest of, like the hot food hasn't come with the cold or whatever. If you're an NBA player and you're trying to get on a schedule, this stuff is all regimented. These guys live in routine. Like Stoke, you know this from your time. Like you live on a routine of you eat here, there's game time, you eat here, you have training, you eat here. And so if you're having a practice and then the food isn't ready, that's going to be annoying. I think a lot of this is just the NBA has had to prepare for about 1 million possible fires while also constructing all of this in an operation that costs hundreds of millions. And there's some things have slipped, but they're trying to correct them day by day. I think things will probably get better and not worse on that front as they get settled into a routine.
Matt Moore of the Action Network, filling you in what you need to know about this bubble. So is there a target, Matt, where each of these Nuggets players, like for sure, are going to be there? Is there some sort of plan in place, or we just letting these chips fall where they may?
No. The answer is no. So again, there's been no confirmation either way on Nikola Jokic. I would tell you that you're going to want to probably have me on either tomorrow or the next day if you want to talk about Jokic. That's based off of what I know, but again, the Nuggets have not confirmed or denied any of this information on background or anything. The rest of those guys, there's no timeline. There's been no mention of timeline. It will simply be they test. And here's the other thing. Even if they test negative in Denver, you won't hear about it because there's nobody to find out about the flight. And all of this information, bear in mind, whenever there's a leak in the NBA, you have to ask yourself, what's the reason? Who has reason to let this stuff be known? And right now, neither the agents, the players, or the teams have any reason to leak this information in case they get to Orlando and then test positive. So until they're out of quarantine and return to practice, you won't hear. And there's absolutely been no information on any of those guys so far. There's no estimate. There's no time frame, nothing.
Wow. Matt, what's the schedule coming up? So they've been over there for, a little over a week now, something like that? What's the schedule moving forward for when they start up, and how many games before we'll start seeing playoffs?
They had a day off yesterday for practice. They returned to practice this afternoon, and Michael Malone speaks to the media tonight. They'll continue practice for the next week. On the 22nd, they have their first scrimmage game. They will play between, I don't remember, it's 4 or 5 scrimmage games before the start on July 31st, and then things get going. I would imagine practices will likely get lighter once the scrimmage games start. But a lot of this is going to be dependent on what we've been talking about. Let's say that Gary Harris, Monte Morris, those guys get back. You're going to want to ramp them in slowly. And if you're in the middle of scrimmage games, you also don't want to be playing Will Barton 45 minutes in the scrimmage game. So maintaining all of this, in order for the Nuggets to get into a good place, they have to have everybody available. Obviously the concerns are first for getting everybody healthy from positive tests. But second is you got to get everybody into a good place because the risk of injury in the situation, everyone's really concerned about it. Every person I've talked to that's involved in this is really concerned about the risk of injury once scrimmages start.
It's always a real concern. But, our guy in the morning, Mark Schlereth, talks about, he has this phrase, kinesthetic awareness. Like, is your body used to doing what it's going to be asked to do at the highest level? And that we've never had a period of time where we're going 100 miles per hour, go back down to 0, and then are asked to crank all the way back up again with months in between the 200 miles per hour. So it is going to be fascinating. And this is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Is there a certain team out there, Matt, where you say, you want to know what? Maybe this, in a bizarre, twisted way, this time period with no basketball benefits Team X, and are the Nuggets maybe a beneficiary of that because they were not playing good basketball leading up to this pandemic?
Well, I would have said so if, half of the team was actually not there. That takes the wind out of those sails pretty fast, including their franchise player, 2 starters being out. I think I look at the Sixers. Ben Simmons was dealing with a knee injury and wasn't going to be back until right before the playoffs. He's fully healthy. Brett Brown was talking yesterday about how they're using him at power forward, which will fundamentally make them a more dangerous team by getting another creator and Shake Milton on the floor. I think you look at a team like Houston, but again, Westbrook and Harden are big question marks there. They're a team that I think they needed the energy because of playing small takes so much energy out of them. So I think that's an opportunity. And I think the Pelicans are another team that they've just been battling injuries so much. For them to make the playoffs, they needed kind of a hard reset. Even with, an easy schedule that they had in front of them, they were still in such an injury risk. Lowering the number of games for them to get into a playoff versus Memphis, I think really opens up their chances.
All right, Matt, great stuff, man. We will leave it there for now. Always appreciate you giving us some time here on Stokley and Zach. And
well, let me just
go ahead,
one more
Stoke.
if I
go
can,
ahead.
Matt, real quick. So you said they had the day off today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
So what do they have for these guys to do? Do they have to stay at the hotel? Can they, you said the one guy got in trouble because he went out. I mean, do they have activities for them to do, or it's just kind of like, hey, you're just going to hang around the hotel for the whole stinking day?
Well, they had a whole pool party with 2 DJs that they brought in from the outside, professional DJs, and only Dwight Howard showed up, which is one of the most funny things I can possibly imagine that they brought in.
Wow.
The Nuggets
Nobody showed up to the party.
Nobody showed up. The Nuggets went to the pool yesterday, and it seems like they had a lot of fun. There's stuff for them to do, but it's all very limited, and part of it is, you think about what you can do as a millionaire athlete versus, hey, you're on a Disney campus and you can go do these 5 things. That differential, I think, is pretty wide, and why so many players are like, don't placate us. We're just we're here to get the money.
Yeah. Well, I've seen the pool party. Guys can go fishing, on a guided fishing tour. They can play golf, from what I understand. So it's really not the end of the world. They can get their money while playing golf and swimming and going fishing and all that. And you know what? I got to jump in because I got to ask you one more. Do you think these guys are going to be disciplined enough to stay, celibate over the next couple months? I heard Stephen A. Smith say, look, there's a real thing at play that these guys are not going to be wanted to be surrounded by just guys for months at a time. And then here we went, over the weekend, day 4 of being in the bubble, we have an Instagram model who says that she was invited by one of the players. Some folks believe it's Montrezl Harrell, a sixth man of the year candidate. Do you think these guys are going to be able to control themselves without, having people penetrate the bubble?
I think it's definitely been a concern from the start. What we're seeing a lot of here is the same reflection of what we're noticing in society, where if you look at a lot of the data, young people are the biggest super spreaders because they don't really consider the risk. Like they understand, like, oh, it's a risk, but not for me. And I think that we're seeing a lot of the younger players taking that same approach. The more veteran teams, the more veteran players, you're not going to hear about this from. It takes a certain amount of maturity to understand the situation, both for their own health and for the importance of the league, and to act professionally. I think we're probably going to see some escapades. I am looking forward to the first story of security intercepted a woman trying to enter campus. I think some of these things are going to happen. But I think for the most part, especially as the playoffs go on, a lot of that will go down as the more veteran teams advance.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Matt, great stuff. Matt Moore, the Action Network, dropping by. Appreciate you, man.
Take care, guys.
Thanks,
All
Matt.
right, there he goes. Matt Moore.
Interesting.
It is,
right?
Dude, it is so interesting.
I did see some of the nuggets in the pool on like Sports Center or something. They showed Chris Paul throwing. They showed Chris Paul throwing the bags, the bean bags, cornhole, and so but you could see it getting. If you're just stuck in a hotel room, getting really, really boring. But at least you can, like you said, you can go fishing, you can go play golf, which would be great, right, for a lot of guys that love to golf. That could take up some of your time because. I mean, what are you doing all day? I mean, you got even, on the days you have practice. So you go, you practice, do a little rehab, but then you have the rest of the day. There's only so many movies or TV you can watch. That just gets really old. So you need certain activities that keep guys just from losing their minds, wouldn't you think?
Well, you know what? You know what a lot of these guys do for hours and hours and hours and hours on end?
PlayStation.
They play their video games.
Yeah.
These NBA players are.
Well, I think that's most athletes. I think a lot of athletes, young athletes, they do that. I mean, I did that, in the NFL, and I could have sat there and done that. So that's a good point.
Yeah, and the 2K video game has a life of its own. I mean, it's like Madden when Madden was at the peak of its powers, and I've discovered here recently people are not a big fan of Madden as much as they used to be. But anyway, these basketball players playing their 2K.
You're a gamer now. Look at you.
A little bit. I didn't realize that.
Advice from Zach Bob.
No, I didn't realize there's a huge contingent of gamers that really don't like Madden and the direction that it's gone, and they want whatever. But these guys, they can play their video games, right? You're spending a portion of your day practicing. Right? You can play your video games. You can go on guided fishing tours. You can hang out at the pool or in the pool. You can go play golf. I mean, life could be worse. Right?
No, certainly. But I'm not saying I feel bad for him at all. But it's it can get old really quick. It can. And you're making a lot of money. I get all that stuff. But you can see it getting really, really old really quickly.
You know what? And yeah, for sure.
If you got a family, you're missing your family, your kids, you don't see your kid. I mean, that's just it kind of is what it is, certainly. But I'm just telling you, it's kind of like when we're in training camp. It just goes by so slow, but we're constantly busy. They constantly have things for us to do, and I'm sure there's a lot of gambling going on too. Cards being thrown.
Yep.
I mean, I just kind of put myself in that situation. What would I be doing? I would be playing. I'd be playing a lot of golf. I'd be playing a lot of cards. That's probably what I would be doing a lot of right there, those two things.
Probably sounds a lot like your day-to-day now.
Yeah.
You're in your own bubble.
I mean, you could see a lot of money changing hands if you had this long of time together with guys and the type of card games that you could have. Holy cow.
Yeah, there's no question. Did you see J.J. Redick shotgun in the beer in his as he's sitting in the ice tub after practice?
I didn't click on it, but I saw the video on ESPN or whatever, but I didn't click on it. Somebody else was doing one too. I was just like, is that like you just got done with practice? You're shotgunning beers? Holy cow.
It's like the old Larry Bird. Like you see him after just having a couple beers.
Yeah.
After. All right.
I didn't. I mean, that's just kind of, I don't know. It's just.
It's different.
Yeah, it's different.
My
we
body
just got done with a good
right.
That's like back in the 70s and 60s.
Right.
They show the Super Bowl and guys at halftime are smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, who's
right?
that dude from Kansas City having a beer and a cigarette at
I don't know,
Cutler or someone.
Yeah. So I mean, but you don't see that stuff anymore, right? With nutrition the way it is, and it was kind of surprising to see him do it, right after practice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's different. But yeah, I saw the guys in the pool and hanging out, and I see these guys reeling in these big fish, and so we'll keep an eye on it. It sounds like the fact that the Monty Morris's, Torrey Craig, MPJ, Gary Harris, I don't know if there's a clear explanation why they're not there. And hearing Matt just kind of navigate through it, there's not like one thing.
Well, it's got to be. I mean, that like we talked about yesterday, you're left to come to the conclusion that they have the virus. Well, I mean, what else could it be? What else could it be? Because like he said, if it was a personal issue, you come out and say, hey, this guy's got a personal issue, right, he's dealing with or something like that usually. But when you go silent on it and you're not talking about it, you're left to come to the conclusion maybe one of them has something else going on for whatever reason, but you're left to come to the conclusion that they have the virus. It's just the only thing my mind can go to. Anything else, I'm just like, no, I can't go there. Can't figure that out.
What about just a professional athlete who's, empowered and doesn't quite need to be there yet? Like, I don't need to be there yet. I'm going to be there, but I don't need to be there yet. I'll get there, in a day or so or something like that.
No. I don't understand. Look, do you want to play? Or did you opt in? Did you opt out? You didn't opt out. Well, you need to be there with your teammates then. I just don't – I can't fathom that. Now, if you're a certain star of the game, there's, 5 to 10 stars of the game, and I guess you could do that if you wanted to do that. Say you're James Harden, right? He's not there. Maybe he doesn't have it, but maybe he's just like, I want to chill for a little bit longer type of thing. I don't want to go over there and lock myself down for that long. Okay. All right, I can maybe buy that. But if you're a Michael Porter Jr., no. If you're who else is
Monty Morris?
Monty Morris. No. Who else?
Torrey Craig.
No. I mean, they're not on that level. You need to be there with your teammates.
Yeah.
We're trying to win a championship here. So
yeah.
Where are your priorities at? Then you should have just opted out.
Yeah,
that's what I would have said if I was the Nuggets. Y'all not coming here? You want it? Nope. Okay. Y'all are out. We don't want y'all over here right now. So. I can't buy that one with those guys, but you just never know. You never know. But my mind, I'm just telling you where my mind goes for all those guys is that they probably have contracted the virus. But we'll see. I'm sure they'll speak on it.
Yeah,
at some
eventually.
point.
Eventually. Yeah. I do want to mention this, and look, you take it for whatever it's worth. All right, but we have a RamosLaw.com text line. People chime in, right? There's a guy, I don't know why he would say this, okay?
Uh-oh.
But he
that
said.
He spotted Joker on 25.
Nope, he said. No, he said, Monty Morris was at my bar on Sunday night. And I texted him back. I said, which bar? And he said, I don't feel comfortable sharing, but it was here in Denver.
Okay.
And then he eventually did tell me what bar it is. I'm not going to say what it is
because
we wouldn't take their advertising money probably here. But he's hanging out. So you say, now I'm just going to go here for a second. I have no idea if this guy's telling me the truth. I don't know why he would say that.
Why you said that?
What's that? Decipher why? Why? Well, if the name of the bar was a sound, it would go.
Okay, I got you. We're good.
All right, so.
Back open? Back open? That's what I mean. I got you, but I didn't know they were back open.
I think they
are. Is that essential business?
I went golfing a couple weeks ago. Is that essential business? I went golfing.
For some it is.
For some it is. I went golfing to a place that, is a spot like that, and they had a big sign out front like, yes, we are back open, so... All right. But so again,
alrighty then.
Just if I can go here for a second, I don't know if this guy's telling me the truth, but if he is, it'd be more of just young people acting foolish. And I hope he wouldn't be sick and be out, right?
Well, what if he's not sick and he's just going out? Just wait. I'll be there in a little bit. I'll be there in a week.
Yeah,
I'll be there in 3. I don't want to do all that right now. So, I don't. I just think, man, you got a job to do, right? I mean, this is your job. I mean, still, your season is right now.
Yeah.
We know that everything's different. So for you not to show up and you didn't opt out, and you don't show up and you don't have the virus, that says, man, you're not all in. And if I'm the team, I'd probably just say, just stay away then, guys. We'll just play with what we got. You either got to be all in or not, and you don't show up a week late or 2 weeks late if you just wanted to hang out for a little bit longer while your team and your teammates are out there working and trying to accomplish something. That just doesn't make sense. So it's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah. And this guy, the King Center, Rashawn Holmes, is already back in quarantine. Like, he's down there. He's back in quarantine. He left the bubble to go pick up a food delivery. And I couldn't believe that Instagram model, who has quite a following. I
saw that.
She put out that she was already.
Somebody retweeted or something.
Yeah, she was already invited in.
Yeah.
I
Well,
was like, this
of course.
is like day 4 of the bubble, and
try to sneak something in there.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you this.
I mean, what do you think? You ain't gonna try to do that?
No, I did it.
You did it in the bubble.
We had our own bubble. So back in New York State, they used to be this thing called the Empire State Games. It was a big deal. They'd split New York up into 5 different geographical categories like New York City, Western New York, the Adirondack region, which is like Albany, my region. And it was a big deal if you made this state team, right? There'd be 10,000 athletes there from all different sports across the board. And I was lucky enough to make the state team. And we were kept on a campus, and it was very much bubble format. You were not allowed to leave. You were not allowed to have visitors. And it'd be a different campus across New York State every year. So we were at the Binghamton campus, and a beautiful campus. And I'm there with my teammates. And I'm starting to date my now wife. And she wanted to come hang, and I wanted her to come hang, but we weren't allowed to do that. So me and my roommate dressed her up, put her in big baggy sweats, put the hoodie on, put her hair in the back of the hoodie so you couldn't see. I think she had a hat on, and she went and walked upstairs and hung out in my room. We penetrated the bubble.
So she was dressed like a guy. You dressed her up like a guy.
That's right. It's a true story.
Wow. Did you have security there though? Like, I'm sure the NBA's got security. That thing's on lockdown city.
No, it wasn't like security.
Right.
It was like maybe one person in charge of the whole dorm.
Like, whoop, 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 whoop. Look, hey, buddy, you got it. And you sneak by the other way. That ain't going to happen in the NBA bubble, I don't think.
Right.
Like, oh, hey, buddy, hey, where's the vending machine at? And then she goes by, right? I mean, I saw Chris Paul, and I noticed that yesterday. The big credentials that they have is almost like what we had to wear for the Super Bowls, walking around with their big credentials and their things on. And so I would assume that it's probably more difficult to do it but those guys can be creative whenever you kind of are locked down. But that's a funny story.
It is. I don't think I've ever told that one on the air.
No, I've never heard it.
All right.
What y'all do?
We played cards.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Got to give a birthday shout out. Got to give a birthday shout out to Tanner Young, who turns 21 years old. He listens from Laramie. And I also want to give a shout out to a guy who hit me up in a DM on Twitter, Tyler Cooper. He and his daughter, they listen every day from Wichita, Kansas. And his daughter, Domenico, is turning 9 years old today. So she's going to hear this. Say happy birthday,
awesome.
Domenico.
Happy birthday to both of them. Awesome.
I love it.
I felt like I was almost in Laramie, Wyoming on Sunday when I drove to the place that I drove to for baseball.
You were up in Johnstown, right?
Yes.
Isn't that like the furthest,
I don't know.
I think
it felt like
the furthest town up north.
I don't know. It felt like it, but yeah.
What kind of ride was that? How long are we talking here?
It was like an hour and 10, so it wasn't too bad, but it just felt like forever. I don't know. I hadn't made that type of drive in a long time. It was a long one. Just felt like a long time.
I got to read this. I got to read this RamosLaw.com text. And shout out to Bob in Orlando, Uber driver, listens every day. I see you, Bob. Someone says Torrey Craig is not at the bubble because he was at a party about 10 days ago with a bunch of teenagers. I know this because my girlfriend's best friend took a picture with Torrey in his apartment at his party and posted it on social media and tagged him in it. And Steven, you said it wasn't too long ago you saw some of these Instagram these nuggets at parties. He just told me that yesterday off the air. He's like, some of these guys were like videoed at a party like 2 weeks ago. So again, I don't know what to make of it.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know what what has to be in place for you to get to the bubble, what you need to do beforehand, and if they just got to pass certain protocols first before they get there. I figure if you just tested negative a couple times, you were good to go to the bubble. So if you're at a party a couple weeks ago, whoop-de-dee, you still should have been able to go down with your team if you were negative, if you wanted to, whenever they went. So. I don't know. It's just strange times, but not having that many guys there. Certainly, if you're one of those guys that are there right now, and you're trying to, give me a name.
What kind of name are you looking for?
Name for the Nuggets. Just give me a guy.
Torrey Craig.
Yeah. Okay. If you're there right now. Okay. If you're there right now practicing, and
if you're there, okay.
Yeah,
so if you're Mason Plumlee down there,
yeah, Plum Dog's there right now, grinding away and trying to get better, and you're trying to win a championship. You're like, man, we might be able to do this thing. You don't know how this thing's going to play out, and you got 4 or 5 guys that aren't there. You're just like, what is going on here? So Will Barton was the name I was looking for. Will the Thrill, right down there. Paul Millsap. You're trying to grind down there, and you don't have half your team, right. Guys that you're going to be counting on. Man, I mean, you're just like, why are those guys not here? And certainly, if they aren't sick, then look, I don't want you here. I mean, you're out there, you're trying to enjoy yourself while we're here working. No, it doesn't work that way. So either you're all in or you're not here in this situation. And I wouldn't think that any of those guys would just tap out just because they don't want to be there right now and they want another week of freedom. That's hard for me to fathom that those guys, they're not tier 1 guys that they would just tap out and just say I'll show up in a week. I just don't see that happening. I'm left to speculate that they have the virus and they're waiting to be cleared through all the proper protocols and everything before they join their team. That's where my mind's at right now. Until somebody tells me otherwise, that's what I'm led to believe. All these sightings in the world, I'm just like okay. I'll be. I'm not until
skeptical.
I see. Yeah, very skeptical. Until I see it with my own eyes, I'm skeptical.
Okay. I apologize. Johnstown is not as far up north as I suggested.
It just feels like it is.
But
when you make the drive from Castle Rock, it feels like it.
I thought it was like in one of the furthest counties north, like in Larimer County. Am I way off on that? I don't know. I mean, it's not like
it's past Firestone. It's past Longmont. It's like Loveland. I don't know,
like
man.
Loveland area.
You get all those. It's a hike.
It's further. It's far enough north for me to say it's way up north. Is that fair compared to the rest of the state?
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
Because I just got attacked on the RamosLaw.com text line. Open up a map, Zach. I'm sorry, I don't have a map on me. I don't spend a lot of time up there. So, all right.
It's a hike, especially I was driving myself there. My wife and son went earlier, and I was driving myself up there. It's just wow, okay.
But you're coming from down south quite a bit.
Right. Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah.
All right. There's got more reaction to saying Johnstown is far up north as I did than anything else I said today.
We got some great listeners over there. That's what I was telling you. Longmont area.
We do.
I mean, Firestone, the great Firestone Sally. So we got a lot of great listeners in that part of the country.
No, in that part of the country, no doubt. All right. You can hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line if you want to become part of the show, 303-713-1043. Hey, real quick, while we have a quick break in the action, did you see the Oakley helmet visors? What did you make of that?
I did. I didn't get a good, clear picture of what exactly they look like. I read the article about what they're trying to do and accomplish there. I never wore a visor. Some people wore them. It just fogs up on them. It's hard to breathe. And these look like it's going to go down a little bit further. They'll have little bitty holes in them. But I didn't see a picture, like a color picture of what exactly the visors are going to look like. But, during these times, you got to be creative. And if I was a player, I would say, okay, you know what? It's probably not ideal for me running around all over the place and having to breathe and having something cover my mouth. But during these times, okay, I probably would wear it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is everyone's going to be on the same page. You're going to have to wear it.
You're going to have to. That's what they're saying. You have to wear it because I saw J.J. Watt said, he wore a visor and he's like, I couldn't breathe.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
And he's like, I'm not wearing one again. So that's going to be mandatory.
Well,
that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think
I think everybody should understand, right?
Yeah, this is hopefully a 1-year deal. much like the space we're living in, we hope that there's going to be an end to this at a certain point in time, and you'll go back to the helmet that you want. But look, they just changed the helmets, a year or two ago, and there's people that were banging the table, and Antonio, who was
Remember
like
that ordeal? He wouldn't play. He couldn't wear his old helmet.
He wouldn't play.
I bet he will now. I bet he will now.
He'll play now. Where does
Oh,
Antonio
man.
Brown end up? I mean, that's a whole different conversation.
Hopefully nowhere. Hopefully nowhere. He doesn't deserve to end up anywhere.
Yeah, I still think he's going to. He's still
Probably will. I don't think he deserves to, and I'm not pulling for that guy. Bad guy, and you learn a lot about people when they got power, and he was a total jerk when he had power. Now all of a sudden that power's taken away, and any apologies start coming out. No. I'm not buying that. So that's kind of where I stand on Antonio.
Okay, I like it. All right.
I do like the song though. Can I get that before we hit break? Can I get just that piece real quick?
A whole lot of money?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I mean that's number one, isn't it? There
It
we
is
go. That's all I need.
Still
Yes.
number one
Yes.
on the Stokley and Zach charts. Chad Kelly's Under Armour All-American
Yep.
still somehow floating in the top 10.
Absolutely.
Capri Bibbs just outside the top 10.
Oh, Shorty gotta
go.
Yes, just outside the top 10.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Justin Simmons. The deadline is tomorrow. And earlier this afternoon, we had a piece of information given to us that we did not have until today's show. We'll take a dive into that conversation next. Tomorrow afternoon is the deadline for Justin Simmons to get a long-term deal done with the Denver Broncos. If the deadline passes, he will play on a one-year franchise tag worth $11.44 million, making him the seventh highest paid safety in professional football for the 2020 season. Stoke, you don't believe that the Broncos and Justin Simmons are going to get a deal done. You said that yesterday, and then while we were on the air, just about at 1 o'clock this afternoon, Mike Kliss puts out, per source, multi-year deal between Broncos and Justin Simmons, quote, doesn't look good. After exchange of proposals in April, talks stalled. Two sides have not been talking. With 25 hours to the deadline, Simmons looking at playing on that one-year $11.44 million tag.
Yeah, just from a Broncos perspective, you look at it and you say there's just so much uncertainty surrounding the next year and a half. And what is the salary cap going to look like? How many games are you going to play this year? And so you want to give yourself flexibility heading into the next offseason to where you're not stuck with a big contract that you just handed out. And, you know, these guys that are looking for, you know, he's going to make 11.4 this year. I'm sure he's looking for, you know, 13, 14 million a year, if not more. And all of a sudden, next year's free agency, that might be down. It might be down all across the board unless you're a top 3 or 4 player. And Justin Simmons isn't that type of player. And so if you're Broncos, from the Broncos' perspective, I think it's best to just wait and see what the market's going to look like for safeties then. How much are they going to play? What's the salary cap going to look like? Unless they want to do, you know, more of a hometown type of deal. If they want to do that now you sit down and you listen, and you're talking about around $10 million a year type of contract. And I think if that's the case, certainly if you're the Broncos, you listen. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the situation. It looks like they're wanting more than that number. And I think if you're the Broncos, it's best to just wait and see what the future holds here and not lock yourself up to a long-term deal.
Man, I was really hoping that they were going to figure this out. I was really hoping, because you hear from Justin saying, this is where I want to be. Love Denver. Just had a daughter this past year. Loves Colorado. Loves being a Bronco. You hear from John Elway. John Elway, when his sentiment towards Justin Simmons was different, wasn't it? It was like, we love Justin. We want Justin to be a Denver Bronco for a long time. And
well, he got it right.
He got it right.
Right?
He got it right.
John got it right.
Yes.
So if put yourself in John's shoes. I don't mean to cut you off there, but put yourself in John's shoes, right? You're like, hey, that was one of my picks I got right. You're proud of that guy. Not only was he a really good football player for you last year, but also he's awesome in the community. He's a great guy, great young man. I mean, these are the type of people you want on your football team.
Yeah, and he said back in the month of March, in mid-March, he said, this is John Elway, we remain focused on reaching a long-term contract agreement with Justin, and he's a big priority for us. The franchise tag is a placeholder in this process, and our goal is the same, to make sure that Justin is a Bronco for a long time, end quote. So you have two guys both saying that they're on the same page, that they want it to work, but you know, this is the game, right? You got a guy named Todd France from CAA Sports who wants to get the absolute best deal for Justin Simmons and his family, and for himself, by the way, that 3%. And this may be the only time that Justin Simmons truly gets to cash in as a professional athlete. We don't know what the future holds for Justin. You know, all these guys are one injury away. So, you know, it just, I'm partly discouraged by the news from Mike Kliss saying that not only is the deal not getting done, that they haven't spoken. It's been now, he says they haven't spoken since April. I mean, dude, we are in the middle of the month of July. I would have thought there had been some communication leading up to tomorrow's deadline.
Yeah, because I'm with you on that, because like you said, both parties want to get something done. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Justin wants to be here, and John Elway wants him here. We know that. That's a fact. But at the same time, so that's a little bit confusing to me why they haven't even exchanged proposals at all. But I think the answer to that is, look what we're dealing with right now. And the Broncos just don't know what things are going to look like 6 months from now. 8 months from now. And so they're taking the cautious approach here and the wait and see approach. And so I think that's what, them not talking or exchanging proposals. The Broncos are just kind of like, hey, we're just going to play the wait and see game here and have him ride out the 1-year contract. But hey, stranger things have happened. The deadline's coming up. All it does is take one proposal being sent, and next thing you know, you get the ball rolling, you get something done. So it could happen. I mean, I put the percentages really, really low.
Put a number on it.
Oh, I mean 5%. Okay. 5%. I mean, it's really, really low. Just if you haven't been talking, I mean, come on. We got, I don't know, what time tomorrow? Less than 24 hours away?
Yeah, I think it's like 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
tomorrow, 4 Eastern.
I mean, it's going to be really difficult to get something done by then. I just think the Broncos just want to see.
There's that sneeze.
Excuse me.
God bless you.
Want to see what the future holds here as far as the salary cap and what all that's going to look like. What's the market going to look like for safeties next year? We saw 2 years ago the market plummet for safeties.
Right.
I mean, there was no action. You had really, really good safeties available that you could have got for hardly nothing, and it bounced back last year and this past year, but still, you might be able to get some bargains. So don't tie yourself up to a long-term deal and make your situation next year tougher than it needs to be. And I think that's the way they're looking at it right now. Which can you blame them, really? Can you blame them right now with what we're dealing with?
No, I can't. I mean, I think it's unfortunate because you know my affinity for Justin Simmons. I'm a huge fan. I wanted him to be a Bronco for a long time. He's the one guy. Like,
who's not a huge fan of Justin Simmons, by the way? Just throwing that. I am myself also, but I mean, I think Marilat is also. We can also be a little critical of him,
no,
right?
No, for sure. And I really, I get to a point with my. And I'm not defending Justin Simmons because you're not attacking Justin Simmons.
Right,
but I get to a certain point when it's like being an advocate for Justin when you start to say, okay, well, what are the game-changing plays? Like, he had the best year of his career in 2019. When did he shift a game?
Yeah.
And it's hard for me when you pin me down like that to really kick out of that pin. Now, I've seen him make terrific plays.
1, 2, 3.
That's right. I'm kicking out two. But we I think of the interception against Kansas City when he just slides out of the he's not even in the camera frame.
Nice play.
And he slides
really nice
in.
play.
I think of him jumping over the line of scrimmage 2 years back and blocking a field goal or an extra point or whatever it was. I think he had one in 2016 or 17 like that. I know he's done it twice.
Yeah.
We all agree he's a really good football player. It's just a matter of, do you want to pay him like Tyrann Mathieu? Do you want to pay him like Eddie Jackson or Earl Thomas? And I think, but by the lack of communication, the answer from the Broncos is no.
Not right now.
Not right now.
Not right now. Let's see what the future looks like in 8 months. It's tough for me to be critical of the guy because he's a really good player. He does all the right things on and off the football field, and those are the type of people you want on your football team. So it's hard because it almost sounds like you don't like him, and that's not the case.
I know that's not
right.
the case.
That's not the case. Really like the guy and like his play. I think he's a good, solid football player. I just don't see special football player. And so that's why I think the Broncos are doing a good thing here by not paying him and just taking a step back and just let's see it again. Show me again. That's what I want to see. Back up one really good year with another really good year and hopefully even better. And if you do that now, you definitely deserve to be paid top 3, top 4 safety.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I just question whether the Broncos will be able to get that deal done with Justin if he goes out and backs it up again. Like, this offseason for me was the time to get the deal done and make him a long-term Bronco. After this point, I guess I'd have to go back and look at the percentages, of guys that get franchise tagged, play on the tag, and then afterward get a long-term deal done. It just doesn't happen all the time. So, I'm preparing myself of like, okay, he's going to play on the tag. They can't renegotiate with him or get a contract done until free agency. At that point, the Broncos are just a seat at the table. They are not at the head of the table talking only with Justin. And if the Simmons camp is holding out for the best available deal right now, if he goes and plays well again, what would make me believe that they're going to sign with the Broncos? What makes the Broncos different at that point?
You got to overpay. You might have to overpay a little bit, and that's just, if you want him back, that's what you'll probably have to do. Or you franchise tag him again. You can always throw it on him again.
You don't want to tag him again, though.
You don't want to, Zach. You don't want to, but you know what? You do what you got to do. And so once you find out the landscape, now you can franchise tag him again, and guess what? He can only negotiate with you now. He could get another offer from somebody else, but now they're going to have to give up a first-round pick or whatever it is, and that's not going to happen. So now you have the leverage again, and you can try to work out a long-term deal with them. And if it doesn't work, then he's going to have to play on that 1 year, and he's going to be making a lot of money. So you always got that avenue if you want to use it. If you're the Broncos, if he plays great and you don't want to lose him, and he's not listening to your long-term deal, throw it on him again.
Well. First of all, I would hate
that's not ideal.
Yeah, you're going to pay out the nose for no security. But if he goes out there and balls out and you want to keep him, you're saying, well, you're going to have to overpay him to keep him. That's where they're at now. Like, he played so well that the Broncos are going to have to pay a little bit more than they want to keep him around. Not like quite to the Juwan James level or maybe even Graham Glasgow level, but you're going to have to overpay for him. And it just, I'm just having my doubts on him being a Bronco beyond 2020. I'm just preparing myself for this to go down. And, I'm looking at the Broncos draft history. I mean, which guys saw a second contract during this period of time? You look at the 2013 class: Sylvester Williams, Monty Ball, Kayvon Webster, Tavares King, Vincent Painter, Zach Dysert. You go to 2014. Who saw a second contract? Bradley Roby, Cody Latimer, Michael Schofield, Paradis, Corey Nelson. You look at the class of 2015: Shane Ray, Tyson Brilo, Jeff Hireman. I guess Hireman did get a second contract.
He did. Hireman did.
Underwhelming, but he did. Max Garcia, Lorenzo, Roland and the Benzo Doss, Darius Kilgo, Trevor Simeon, Torian Nixon, Josh Furman. I mean, golly.
Well, look, I think Marilat laid it out nicely when he said, look, you got two scenarios here. Okay, which one can you live with the most? And you painted the one picture we talked about. Okay, hey. If he plays great, you got to franchise him. Obviously, that's not ideal. But if he plays great and you lose him, you lose him. Okay, those things happen. You draft another safety, maybe earlier than you wanted to, second, third round, maybe first round if you love somebody there, or you go hopefully out in free agency and you get a nice bargain out there this offseason coming up, because there's going to be a lot of bargains out there in free agency this offseason. Worst case scenario here is if you lock him into a long-term deal, he performs more like he did his second or third year and not his fourth year. Now you're paying him top 5 money and you're stuck with his contract and he's not living up to it. And now all of a sudden this offseason hits, the salary cap goes down, and now what do you have to do? Jarrell Casey played really good last year. You would love to keep him, but you can't. A.J. Boye, you'd love to keep him, but you can't because the cap went down. You got that contract with Justin Simmons. Which one, is worse for your organization? I think the second one is. And so I think you can live with the first one. If it happens, it happens. If Justin Simmons has to move on, he's got to move on. I mean, we can't act like, oh, my goodness, what are we going to do when Justin Simmons leaves? That's not the case. He's a really good player, but still. Guys like that come and go all the time. It happens.
I'm not going there.
It happens. It happens. You got to be ready to move on from good football players. Julius Thomas was a really good football player here. He moved on. It is what it is. You got to try to replace these guys. It's just the nature of the game.
Yes. From a fundamental standpoint, you are correct. Everything you just said is correct. You should be ready to move on. It's professional football. But when you said like this sort of Justin Simmons situation happens all the time, it doesn't happen all the time for the Broncos. Like he is a drafted player that turned out to be an all-pro and is entering in his prime. The Broncos haven't had too many guys like that. And I was hoping that because the empty draft classes of 2014, 15, 16, and 17, where one guy has seen a second contract, I thought Justin Simmons played well enough that he would be the candidate. Elway and him are saying all the right things, and here we are. And I'll say this. I am as just surprised that they have not gotten a deal done that I am that they haven't spoken since April. I can't believe they haven't had communication with Justin Simmons' camp since April.
I'll tell you this. I think if it wasn't for this pandemic, a deal would be done with Justin Simmons. I just think, look at John, like you talked about, Zach, look at his history. These things always get done. Now, they might come up to the final day, but they get done with John Elway.
Yeah.
Right? These are guys you want to keep. You don't franchise tag bad players. You franchise tag really good players, guys that you want to keep.
Right.
So, and they've always got these deal done, from Matt Prater to Demaryius to Vaughn, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? They get these deals done.
Yep.
And that was my thought process with Justin Simmons, but I think it's the pandemic and it's the unknown of what the future holds when it comes to the having flexibility with your salary cap moving forward, and what these top tier guys will look like and what will free agency look like next year. You don't want to put yourself into a bad contract and 6 months later you look back and like, man, we could have got him for $10 million. We paid him $14.5 a year. Man, that was a bad deal for us. So I think if it was last year at this time and we're going through the same thing with Justin Simmons, they would have got it done. And they would have made him, probably around the fifth highest paid safety in the league, maybe more than that, and he would have got a lot of money guaranteed. But because of what we're going through, that's why they haven't gotten it done with him.
Well, maybe we'll hear from John Elway at a certain point in time that echoes that same sentiment that
I think, yeah. Well, I think it gives them an out, too, like you said earlier. I think that was you that said that earlier.
James.
James, it kind of gives them a little wiggle room there. It gives them an out. They say, hey, man, we'd love to have done something, but, we just don't know the future here. And but we still want you around. We still love you, though, buddy.
Yeah, well, you know what? Here's what I would hate to happen, is if Justin Simmons plays on the tag, plays out of his mind, finds a new home, and plays with that team when he's 28, 29, and 30. We watch him continue to play at an all-pro level, and then don't forget, Kareem Jackson is 32 years old this season. And it's something to consider that, Jackson is under contract in 2021. His dead cap goes all the way down to $3 million. So if they want to move on, they could. He's an unrestricted free agent in 2022. But by that point, he's 34 years old. Justin Simmons will be 29 at that point. And it's a real possibility that Justin Simmons walks out the door. Kareem Jackson ages just a little bit, as we've seen, over and over and over and over again in this league. And we're left with what we thought could have been, this incredible duo, and yes, a highest paid duo in the National Football League. But we have seen how safeties have thrived in a Vic Fangio defense, from Adrian Amos and Eddie Jackson to Kareem Jackson and Justin Simmons. Lest we forget, Justin Simmons did not have a year like he had with the Denver Broncos until 2019. In fact, 2018, we thought he was going to totally break out, and he was rather underwhelming, and he actually said that himself. And then he breaks out in 2019 in year one of Vic's defense. I think this dude, and maybe the Broncos will have the best defense in the National Football League, and maybe they go 10-6, and it's a playoff team, and we say, you know what, sign him to the franchise tag. It was worth it because, man, what an awesome season. But the reality that is setting in for me is quite simple. It's that this is probably his last year as a Denver Bronco, unless they figure something out in the next 23 hours and 10 minutes at the time of recording. They have 23 hours and 10 minutes to figure this thing out. But, I'm starting to side with Stoke that, he just doesn't believe it's going to get done. There's different set of circumstances at play. And, he's going to be with the Broncos. That's the good news. But I think we should be preparing ourselves that this is the last go-around for Justin. Despite what he said, despite what John Elway said, when you're telling me that with 23 hours left to the deadline, Todd France, his agent, and John Elway hadn't spoken since April, I mean, that's tough, man. That's tough. And here, we were hearing whispers, on social media, that Justin Simmons could be resetting the whole market at the safety position. Well, now we know that's not the truth. And maybe that was in the minds of Justin Simmons and Todd France of CAA when they were having this conversation in April, but maybe that is exactly why they haven't spoken since April, because Todd France and the Simmons camp want to reset the market or be a top 3, top 2 paid safety, and John Elway's like, whoa. Hey, we're going to hook you up. We want you to be a Bronco for a long time, but top 3 money, I can't go there. And it would actually match up with the same way that John Elway has approached a lot of his own free agents in the past. Just not ready to back up the Brinks truck. We just haven't really seen that yet. So, outside of Vaughn, that was a long time ago. So, hey, you want to know what? This may be the last year as Denver Broncos for Von Miller and Justin Simmons. And that's not the craziest thought in the world either. When you look at just the contract structure of both these guys, again, unless something changes here in the next 23 hours. So we are going to obviously continue to track this thing. I'm still holding out a little hope that a deadline like tomorrow's in such uncertain times, maybe we get a Chris Jones type of deal where it's friendly for him because he gets the security with the uncertain future of a pandemic and the fluctuation of a salary cap, but also the Kansas City Chiefs not being, financially broken in half, not even giving him the signing bonus that you thought he would have got, and certainly not resetting any sort of market at the D tackle position. So, all right, we will leave it there for now. Blast of a show. Shout out to Nate Robinson, who joined us a little bit earlier in the show. Steven behind the glass, Stokley, who has already bolted for the door, and we toss it to our guys. The Drive coming up next. If we all just had 22 Janos,
we'd be all right.
What's up, Drew? It's just after 3 o'clock. Oh. All right. How we doing, Drew? We're doing all right. We're doing all right. John Elway here? All right, just making sure. Mama Hamler here? Marshawn Lynch here? Let's go! Let's go, Kevin! Let it breathe on a Tuesday! Turn it on! Woo! Rona. Yeah. Chadwick.
What's happening, my man?
I was listening to the Stokley show. Dude, they did have me laughing in the car.
That's always a good thing.
Because they were trying to talk in code words about like a Nuggets player at a certain type of location, and it's just funny hearing them hem and haw through, trying to, say the dude was seen in a strip club, and they just didn't want to say it like that. Bears be in the crib and everything. I didn't know those type of places were even open, to be honest with you.
That's essential.
For who?
Depends on who you're talking to.
I guess, yeah. These NBA guys. Guys, just guys, period. It's not NBA guys, just guys.
If you could play any sport.
Yeah.
What, and you don't have the, we'll call it the current limitations of being DMac.
Wow. Going out with a bang on your last day filling in, huh? Going out in a bang. Yeah,
basically,
go ahead.
I was just saying that your size would not be a factor. You could choose any sport to play. Which sport would you play? And then what position would you play?
I'd be the third baseman for the Boston Red Sox. That's what I always wanted to be.
Okay.
Nothing's changed.
Your entire life?
Yeah.
When did you first have this vision?
I don't know, 8, 9 years old.
When did you give up on that dream?
There's a very specific time.
Give it to me. Okay.
It was senior year in AP history class when I was 17 years old.
In class, you realized there's no way I'm going to be the third baseman for the Boston Red Sox.
I gave up on that dream. I was accepted to 4 out of the 5 schools I applied to.
Mm-hmm.
3 out of those 4 schools had baseball teams. And the one school I chose to go to did not have a baseball team, Syracuse.
There you go.
But it by far had the best college radio station.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it had multiple college radio stations options. There were 3 different college radio stations at the time at Syracuse University. 3 different ones.
Wow.
And there was one that was very professionally run, WAER, which is where my man Mike Tirico and Ian Eagle and those broadcasters came from. It was a jazz station, but it had all the broadcast rights to the big Syracuse sports. So they had lacrosse, basketball, and football. Now, there was a commercial station in town, WSYR, that also had the broadcast rights. So think about that for a second. At Syracuse University, you could, or if you were in the Syracuse area, you could listen to the professional station, say if the Fan was broadcasting a game with professional broadcasters.
I can't wait to hear your other examples going to be opposite the Fan.
You could listen to a student radio station do the exact same game at the exact same time. First of all, would rights holders even allow that to happen? Here in town, would CU allow 2 different local radio stations to broadcast the games? Probably not. Probably not is the answer.
I've been up in the press box at CU, and I know there's been some student broadcasting. I'm not sure where it was broadcasted from.
I'm talking FM, on the FM band. It was a non-commercial signal, but it was like you could hear it clear as a bell
anywhere in Syracuse the same as the regular broadcast partner.
That's why Syracuse is what it is for broadcasters.
That's why it is what it is.
Home of Mike
and then
Evans.
there was Mike Evans. Mike, I'll give you a great story about Mike. So let me tell you the 2 other stations, then I'll tell you a story about Mike, which is amazing. The other station was WJPZ, which was a top 40 station, student-owned and operated completely. There was no adults in the building. There were no bears in that crib. There was one advisor, Rick Wright, but he was useless. He really seriously, all he did was show up at our yearly banquet. That's it. Other than that, the students sold all the advertising. They did all the programming. They took care of all the engineering. It was literally, Chad, all run by the students. And it was done so in a commercial way. It was on FM, and it did compete straight up with other, it was a top 40 station. It was modeled after Z100 in New York City or Hot 103. More maybe like Hot 103, actually. It was Hot 97 at the time, hip-hop station. And they also had sports, too, but I wasn't interested in sports. I wanted to be the zany morning show guy, which, I eventually did there.
Yeah, spent your time on billboards.
And then there was WERW, which was your typical in-a-closet college radio station, nobody listened to, only in the dorms, that sort of thing. But if you wanted to go there and just play your favorite, Brazilian jazz records, you could go do that at WERW if you chose to do that. That sort of thing. And they had a TV station there as well. So when you say, what did I give up on, that sort of thing, it was to do that. And it was a great lament that I had that Syracuse did not have a baseball team, like CU does not have a baseball team. Had they had a baseball team, I would have tried. I would have tried to do both.
I really tried to choose my football school where having a possibility of becoming a vet was out there.
Yeah.
Obviously, CU does not have a veterinary program. So I gave up on my dreams as well.
That's interesting. Because you could have, I would assume most colleges have a vet program.
No.
Is that unusual? I'm sorry. That's an unusual thing to have?
It's not as common as you would think, as I had hoped.
So you were putting all the eggs in the football basket.
Yeah, it worked out. Just like it worked out for you.
It did. Where were you going with this whole thing? The other schools I was accepted to were Boston University. That's where I should have gone, really. Boston University had a great student radio station, and the radio station I grew up dreaming of working for was literally just down the block, and they had a baseball team.
Okay.
And this is back in the 80s. This is the recruitment and all. You could just show up and try out for teams. You could. I was accepted to Ithaca, and I talked to the baseball coach, and he was like, yeah, just, we'll see you in the fall.
Different times.
That's it. Yeah. Different times.
Uh-huh.
You showed up in the 80s. Now, I'm not saying there weren't great college baseball programs in the 80s, but it was just nobody had scholarships for baseball. Mm-hmm. They barely have scholarships for baseball now. You just showed up.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. It worked out for both of us. So, I think no point in looking back and saying all that hindsight's 2020 thing. It worked out great. I got a job in my chosen profession. You got a job in your chosen profession. It's all good.
It was weird, though, when it happens.
When you realize that this is over, that dream was over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Arthur Carey, terrible teacher. AP history. And it just hit. It was like it just, because I had put a deposit down. I'd already passed on Boston University, but I had been accepted to Emerson, which had a kind of a crappy sports team. I mean, it was like D3. And I talked to that coach, and he was like, yeah, of course, show up. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have anybody.
You could be our MVP.
I think he was
Mr.
like the
McKee.
baseball coach, the hockey coach, the track coach. It was like such a joke. Like I went to the Welcome to Emerson night because I actually put a deposit down on Syracuse and Emerson. I was up in the air.
Okay.
And so I met the coach, talked to him. There's no recruiting. He was like, we'd love to have you. We play in the fall.
Of course you do, coach.
So it was a different recruiting process. But what I always wanted to be was now, of course, this is stupid because I did not get great guidance from my parents on stuff. Like, there are not 5'8", because when don't you wear shoes, third baseman anywhere at any time. You don't find midget third baseman in baseball at the highest level ever. Never mind the time, whatever.
Shortstops, right.
In 1902, you weren't finding 5'7" third baseman for the Philadelphia Longstockings. So why my parents, the two things is like, why did you sit there and let me play third base so much? And then why did you let me play basketball?
Wait. I don't think that's Peter's job is to kill your dreams, man.
It's not killing a dream. It's setting fair expectations.
But to say you can't play basketball.
How tall is your dad? How tall is your dad?
5'10", 5'9".
Really?
Yeah.
How tall is your mom?
She's taller. She's 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah. So you were destined to be at least 6 foot.
Yeah, my brother's 6'7".
All right. So you were at least going to be 6 foot your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
So your parents' athletic guidance could have started with, you can play anything.
which is what they told me.
At 6 feet tall, you can play anything.
I played every possible sport outside of hockey.
Yeah, you're 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not trying to, shame all the 6-footers out there, but you got no excuse. It wasn't a coach holding you back. It wasn't something else. It was you. Kevin Kistner, it's your fault. Kevin's like 6'4". He's taller than you.
He's taller than I am, yeah.
Yeah, it's your fault, Kistner. Richie,
Whoa.
is Richie 6 foot? No. What's Richie?
Like 5'10", maybe?
5'10"?
Yeah.
Me and Stephen Priest are in the same bucket here. It's not our fault, Stephen. It's not our fault. These guys, Kistner.
We blew the opportunity. They blew the opportunity.
You blew it.
Yes.
You should feel worse than me.
You won the genetic lottery and did not take advantage of it.
You're 6 feet tall. You didn't do enough sit-ups and push-ups. I don't know what to tell you. I did them all. We're the Rudies of the world. Me, Priest, Drotar,
John
Davis, Drew Goodman. We're the real guys. If only you big guys had half of our hearts.
Sports would be a better place.
Zach Pye, we all go on, blabber on about what a great athlete he is around here, right?
Right.
I mean, what the hell, Zach? You're actually a huge disappointment. Look at yourself. Tall, skinny, good-looking, athletic. What's wrong with you? Zach towers over Stokley.
Yeah, he does.
Towers over him.
He towers over everyone at the station.
Yeah. He's by far the most, overall athletic sort of guy here at the radio station.
I'm sure his dunks look far better than mine.
I'm sure they did.
Yes.
Just such a disappointment.
Yeah.
I'm joking. Zach's great. We love Zach. But, I mean, come on. If I was as tall as Zach, I would have been the third baseman for the Boston Red Sox.
I love it.
Anyways, what was your point? Where were you going here?
No, I don't even recall what the point was.
Yeah, I don't either.
But I just, you were talking about, your dreams. And I thought, when'd your sports bubble pop for you?
It's funny that you had that conversation, though.
But I had it on the other side because my sports bubble never popped.
It just kept going, yeah.
My veterinary dreams, that dream popped.
Well, it's an interesting moment for me with my older son just gave up sports as a senior in high school, and it's fine. He had other things he really wanted to do, and he's moving. My younger son's still working on it, and right now my younger son has gone further than me. It's an interesting time when you see you're doing essentially what I wanted to do.
And he's what, same height, right?
A little bit taller now.
Okay.
Yeah. But he has done things now as a baseball player I never did. And has opportunities I never did as well. So he has already surpassed me in terms of what I, for my whole life, dreamed of doing.
Where's the pride ratio versus jealousy ratio for you?
Well, it certainly sounds right now the jealousy ratio is way higher than the pride ratio. I can hear it out of my own voice.
I just thought I'd point that out to you.
I have to realize, I didn't hit the double. My son did. I remember when I hit one home run, one over the fence, legitimate, big field home run, one of a kid named Buckwheat. In a field, Manchester by the Sea. You know that movie, Manchester by the Sea?
Uh-huh.
That's where I hit my home run. It was just known as Manchester at the time.
Yeah, I won't even dive into the Buckwheat thing. That can get dangerous, but okay.
Buckwheat was a great guy. When you face the same kid, you live in a small town.
Right.
You either play on the same team with the kids or you play against each other for for years. And Buckwheat, I was a little tiny dude, right? Buckwheat was, one of these pitchers, 6'3", could throw freaking 90 miles an hour. One of these guys. Really threw hard. Was going on to play college baseball, that whole thing. But we had been on trips and knew each other for a long time, and we played on the rival high schools, and they usually won. Although we got him senior year, and I got the 2-run RBI that actually beat him senior year. So we're playing summer baseball, and Buckwheat we're talking at each other. How funny is that, right? When players and are just like openly like talking crap. And at the time, I had a coach. His name was John Cocozella, albino. I don't know why that matters, but he was. And John Coco. Isn't it funny? He's albino, but his nickname is Coco.
Well, the albino gorilla who learned sign language, his name was Coco.
Coco?
Yes.
Coco's great, too. He keeps up with me on Twitter sometimes, too, even to this day. And but we like Coco. He was great as a coach. We didn't listen to him. But, he was a perfect summer league coach, and we're facing Buckwheat, and Buckwheat's throwing gas. And so I come up, and there's a runner on first, and Buckwheat just starts chirping at me. About how he's going to, strike me out and blow me away and all this sort of stuff. Meanwhile, our dude on first, there's 2 outs. He gets thrown out. He's trying to steal the base. He gets thrown out on a ball. And so I'm going to be up next inning. And Buckwheat looks at me as he's walking off for that half inning, like, I'll see you in a couple or something like that. Like, I'll take care of you next, like that.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, so I go up in the next inning and I say, I don't care where this pitch is. I'm going to swing as hard as I can on the first pitch, no matter where the hell he puts it, because I know what he's going to try to do. He's not going to try to out-finesse me. When you want to humiliate somebody in baseball,
gas it by
yeah, you don't play games in baseball. When you want to humiliate somebody, you say, here it comes, hit it. And you throw it as hard as you can, and that's how you really, you have a pitcher on the ropes when he's, throwing little hooks and off-speed crap and, trying to dink and dunk you, that sort of thing. But when you face pitchers and they have no respect for you at all, they'll just try to strike you out with fastballs. So it was almost like a movie, like I was closing my eyes, for whatever pitch was coming. But I was swinging on that first pitch no matter what. And there's my man Buckwheat. And I'll tell you this about baseball, Chad. You put the right timing on a ball and you swing hard. If the ball's right down the middle, you're going to hit it. It's hard to just strike guys out just throwing gas at 17, 18 years old. Most hitters are actually pretty good.
Did you know it was gone as soon as
I hit it? It was awesome. And it went oppo too. So not only did I hit it, but I hit it oppo. I hit it over the 330 over the right field fence.
Nice.
I laughed all the way around. It was the slowest home run trot of all time, laughing around the base paths. Laughing. Out loud laughing at the pitcher.
The home run trot may be the best and most, singular look at me moment in all of sports. Because you make a three-pointer in basketball, you kind of hold your wrist out there and you watch it go through the net. But you got to get back and play defense.
Try to get 25 seconds.
Right.
Take your time.
You sack a quarterback on third down. They're trying to rush you off the field and get the punt team on.
Right.
No, in baseball, you get to do the home. It's not even a home run.
Right.
It's a home run trot.
Right. When you think about it for a second,
it is awesome.
It is awesome. And they shouldn't even do it. Like, if you hit a home run, all you should have to do when you think about it is turn around and touch home plate. So I don't know if you saw it in the Rockies scrimmage. So Nolan Arenado hit one off of John Gray. I mean, he just, in spring training, I have seen this. Josh Donaldson, I saw it, hit a home run, and he just stepped on home plate. Like, why do I got to run around the bases?
Right.
That's it. I hit a home run.
You know what I did? The ball's in the parking lot.
If they really wanted to change baseball, that is actually what they would do. Why do you have to run around all the bases?
Well, because it humiliates the pitcher.
Right. So the essence of baseball, think about this for a second. There's an element of humiliating the person who just gave up the home run.
Yes.
Because you don't need to do it. You just hit a home run, say it goes over, and you're at first base. It'd be quicker to just run back to home plate and touch home plate. Or, frankly, it's gone. It's a home run. Like, why touch any of the bases?
Right.
Like, I just hit a home run. It went over the fence, go directly back to the dugout, wherever your dugout is. Why do you have to touch all the bases? Seriously, can anybody explain to me? And you know what? Umpires, is actually a rule, need to see you touch home plate. There are videos of people, I think it's more like softball, where they get all excited and they jump over home plate. They they take away a home run from that person. We were in Little League. Check this jerk coach out. We were in Little League, and my guy Connor Hummus, as a 10-year-old or 11-year-old, Hummus, Hommes, hits a home run. A 10-year-old, or maybe he was 11, a home run And one of his teammates, I think it was even my son, like patted him on the back. Like the whole team goes out there. They're 11, dude. Hitting a home run over a fence is a big deal. And somebody like high-fived him before he touched home plate. The coach on the other team, what a low moment for this guy, argued with the umpire that our player got assistance before he touched home plate to try to take the home run away. Because you can't assist a player. That's meant for like if you run past third base, the third base coach can't like pick you up and throw you back on the base, something like that. Okay, I get that. But this ding-dong coach wanted to take a home run away from an 11-year-old because one of his teammates like high-fived him 3 steps before he touched home plate.
In the words of Teddy Bruschi, don't be that guy.
Oh, my God.
Don't be that guy.
Thank God the umpires, they made the right call and the home run stood. But I was
Don't be that guy.
That guy has to live with that. That coach has to live with that for the rest of his life, that he actually protested
Hopefully
that.
he went home and told his wife over dinner, and she was like, why? Why are you that guy?
As a fun story, when they were 11, we practiced bat flips.
Oh, Korean style?
I just let the kids, I said, you just hit a walk-off. You got to practice everything. It's under the, remember how the story of John Wooden is we would practice tying our shoelaces?
Right,
that
pulling
sort
our
of thing.
socks up. You're going to practice it all.
We would literally practice everything once or twice. We would practice running on and off the field. It was for fun more than anything.
I did the same thing with my Pop Warner teams. We're not allowed to do a touchdown dance.
Yeah.
But everybody's going to do a touchdown dance.
So you
this
did
practice.
that too, right?
It's supposed to be fun. It's youth sports.
Right. So this is at 11. So nobody's hitting home runs over fences, really. We're playing on 300-foot fences. Like when you play on 200-foot fence, maybe, but nobody's hitting over the fence home runs at 11. They really aren't. Not really. So we practice bat flips, okay? Like it's a fun thing, bat flips, right? Okay, it's a fun thing. Ha, 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 ha. My guy, Connor Hummus is getting a lot of play here.
Yeah.
He's 18 now. He's going to play college baseball. It's a weird thing who you're playing against these days in the summer. So he's playing for a team that's he's still not illegal, but he's playing on a younger age team, skill level than he should be. My man hits a home run, legit home run, on a big field the other day. Connor's like 6'3", he's a huge kid now. He takes his bat, and his mom and dad, he posted on Facebook, he throws it about 40 feet in the air. It's the most ridiculous bat flip I've ever seen in my life. And I was just like, well, that's my fault.
Well, maybe he's been watching Korean baseball and seeing the epic bat flips.
Well, that's a thing that's okay there.
It's like it's an art over there. I love that.
This is all why we love sports, right?
Yeah.
Is this why we love sports?
This is
at the end of the day.
This whole conversation, because tons of listeners had their sports dream end and something else happened.
Yeah.
But your radio career is informed by your time on the sports fields and all the lessons that you learned and all the battles that you overcome and the hills that you climbed and all that stuff. This is why you and I do what we do, because sports are just that awesome and such a part of who we all are.
And you're listening right now and you hear like the pros like Chad, and you never played the game. Chad actually doesn't do it often, but sometimes you hear that. You know what? You did play the game.
You did.
Everybody played the game at some point.
Your sports experience is completely valid. I do not want to invalidate anyone's sports experience. If I pull that out, let me just pre-apologize.
That was a little condescending, but okay. I'll take it for what it's worth.
No, that was meant with all sincerity.
Things have gotten worse for the Broncos, unfortunately. We'll dig into that. And, oh, my God, the Phillip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon situation has taken another turn. Okay, the water cooler's next. We're going to hear from Melvin Gordon in a little bit. He was on ESPN earlier. This Melvin Gordon, Philip Lindsay stuff. Did you hear this? The Madden rankings came out, Chad. You excited about that?
Well, after I screwed up yesterday's Madden rankings discussion, so yeah.
Oh, how'd you screw that up? I didn't even know.
I said Patrick Mahomes was the first ever 99. He was the first 99 from this year to be released when they were releasing the Madden rankings.
Yeah.
Aaron Donald's a 99. Stephen Gilmore's a 99. Christian McCaffrey also a 99.
Yeah, I saw you screw that one up. I just kind of.
Thanks, man. Thanks for letting me just.
Well, I mean, I go through it, right? So it's just. Do you know the answer? Oh, you probably know. Melvin Gordon is 1 point lower in his rating than Philip Lindsay.
I'm not surprised.
You're not surprised? Why are you not surprised?
I think Philip Lindsay's a better runner. He's not as big. He's a better runner. He plays with more speed. He creates more difficulties for defenders other than just having, an extra 20 pounds on him.
Well, but Chad, we all know there can only be one.
True.
Is it going to be Melvin Gordon or Philip Lindsay? I gotta be careful how I say it. There can be only one. Not there only can be one. There can be only one.
Given both players are healthy enough to suit up all 16 games, do you think Philip Lindsay gets 6 starts?
Oh, man. I mean, there can be only one. With Gordon healthy or not healthy?
Both of them are healthy. All 16 games.
Oh, man. So start like it's Philip Lindsay first possession. What would you count as a start?
Starting the game, getting the starting nod. Coaches know how important that is to players. It's in contracts. I mean, money.
So
is
not
on the line
necessarily
for that.
the first play of the game, but you're in the first series as the lead guy.
No, you are the starter. You start the game.
Well, what if you start in an empty set and there's no running back out there?
Right, and that happens. Sometimes it's a 2 running back set, and both guys are out there.
Right. Well, who's the starter then?
Okay, let's say
prominent. How about this? Prominent back on the first series.
Yeah, let's remove starter from it and say the primary back for that game.
I will say NFL does do that weird thing though. Like there's a starter. I always think that is a ridiculous thing to say because a starter. Who cares if you're a starter? Who's going to play more?
Who cares? Your contract cares.
This
Pro Football Reference cares. When they list your stats, games played, games started. Is
a third corner a starter?
He's like a starter, but he's not. I know it's ridiculous. It's semantics.
So what is he? What's your third corner when you're in nickel? How much of percentage of time are you in nickel? Seriously.
Now in the NFL, probably
65, 70?
60 to 65%.
All right. So, this is it's 1st and 10 from the 25, right?
Right.
You may have a linebacker in there who's going to play 20% of all the snaps, but in this particular situation, it's 1st and 10 from the 25. So you're not in nickel. You're probably not in nickel on 1st and 10 from the 25. Are you nickel at 1st and 10 from the 25?
Most of the time, not.
No. But there's one play. It is now 2nd and 7.
Now that linebacker comes off the field.
Right.
Safety comes on. You go with big nickel.
Right.
And he comes off the field. You go with regular nickel, and you have another DB out there. Right.
Right. So what are we talking about here?
I know it's ridiculous, but okay. So let's remove starter from the Melvin Gordon, Philip Lindsay discussion and put it in the primary back.
Right. 6 times.
Yeah.
No. Not if both are healthy.
There will not be 6 games where Philip Lindsay will have more combined touches.
Oh, you didn't say that.
Well, I was called him the primary back.
You didn't say that.
I called him the primary. That's what I was intending to say by using primary back.
So at the end of that's a better question. That's a better question. With both players healthy, will there be 6 or more games where Phillip Lindsay has more overall touches?
Yes.
Man.
Because he's definitely at some point.
No, I will say no. That's just
not even 6 games.
That's still too many.
That's wow.
Well, I mean, at what point are you essentially benching Melvin Gordon?
You wouldn't be benching.
Yes, you are.
You would still be using both of them.
If he gets more touches, you're essentially benching him, or he's hurt.
That's the way you're going to look at this running back battle all year long.
Yeah,
that's the frame, the lens through which you're going to view it.
How many games do you think Hold on. How many games do you think Royce Freeman had more touches than Phillip Lindsay this year? No. Fellas, we got a nice research project for you.
I can't be more than 1 or 2.
I bet it's 0. We looked at the game yesterday, and it was crazy. There were 21 carries for Phillip and 16 for Royce Freeman. This is like week 4.
Week 3.
Against week 3 against Packers, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
They both had 4 receptions. So, Phillip wins that battle by 5 touches, but only 5 touches. But I bet that's as close as it got all year between those two. Unless Phillip was hurt and just didn't play or got hurt during the game. You're talking about basically a benching of Melvin Gordon. And 6? I bet you there's not more than 2. And even 2 would be a lot. 2 would mean that you just feel better about Phillip Lindsay than Melvin Gordon. Well, if you feel better about Phillip Lindsay than Melvin Gordon, then why aren't you just going with that the rest of the year, period?
They're 2 different backs.
I got another one, too. How many times this year do you think, with both players playing, this would be interesting to check out, that Austin Eckler got more touches than Melvin Gordon? Another research project. We can pile it on you guys back there.
He's been mixed up a few times, so I'm sure there's quite a few games for Austin Eckler over Melvin
when they
Gordon.
were both healthy.
Both healthy, okay.
Okay, that's the question.
Right.
This whole debate about Phillip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon is really who the better back is. Madden just told you it's Phillip Lindsay. I'm not sure how they come up with their ratings and rankings and all that.
They have actually hired former players now to participate in this. It's no longer just the Madden nerds.
Well, whoever Madden is just determined that a guy who makes 10 times less money than the other guy is a better player.
And it goes to show you more about Melvin Gordon's contract than it does about Phillip Lindsay and Melvin Gordon as players and how overreaching Melvin Gordon's contract is.
Oh, man, you're tough. Think it was a mistake, huh?
At that signing Melvin Gordon's not a mistake. At that contract, yes, that's a mistake. He's not going to present. Not that it's always going to be, an equal ratio of playing value versus how much you pay over the next guy. But I've always thought of myself as I've got to be 10 times better than whatever rookie they bring in because I make 10 times more than that rookie did. Is Melvin Gordon going to present even double the value of Phillip Lindsay on the field? That'd be a stretch in my mind. Just double. And we're talking, 8 times the salary, 10 times the salary?
I think, listen, man, I get it. Phillip Lindsay's probably not thrilled with Broncos management right about now. I mean, I get it. But what am I supposed to crack on Broncos management because they got a steal and they can do other things with their money? What am I supposed to be upset with John Elway that he's actually, in this particular case, made a very shrewd business deal for the benefit of the team? I'm supposed to be mad about that? Come on, man.
No. But I think we can just look at the Melvin Gordon contract and recognize that he's most likely
It happens
overpaid.
in free agency, dude. Some guys do get overpaid. Some guys get it stuck to them.
Okay,
it's the way it goes.
It certainly does happen, and I'm not upset. I'm not building a shrine to Phillip Lindsay and praying that one day he gets paid. That's not what this is about. This is about the Melvin Gordon contract, and you just admitted you think it's too much, and that happens.
I'm fine with it.
Okay,
too much. What's too much? He was like the last free agent deal that Elway did. They had the money. They have some doubts about Phillip Lindsay. They got Melvin Gordon.
We're not sure about our guy. Here's a bunch of money.
Yeah,
that's smart.
That's right.
That's how you do it.
It was fun. Who'd they miss out on, Chad? Were you dialing that like Brashad Breeland wasn't on the Broncos?
No.
Oh my God, we didn't get Breeland.
Well,
we weren't going to get Chris Jones. They tagged him, man. He was gone. Who are they? They spent $14 million on Glasgow. You think Brandon Glasgow's worth $14 million a
They
year?
got like 20 hours left before they can sign Justin Simmons.
They're not. They
could use some money on that.
He already signed it. I'm sorry. He signed a tender.
Right.
He's done. It's over.
Okay.
Kevin, what was the research there on?
Lindsey beat Royce Freeman every time.
Every
in
year.
carries.
Okay. Every time.
Every game.
Well, carry and touches too, because there was no way Royce Freeman got like 12 catches and Lindsey got 0, right? We were talking about total touches.
I was looking up rushes, but I'll look up touches.
All right. Don't even worry about it. We get it. There was not one time where Royce Freeman touched the ball more times than Phillip Lindsay. And when they were both playing and they were both healthy. And it's not going to happen this year either with Is that disturbing news for everybody? To hear that?
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, if it happens one time, then Phillip Lindsay's the new starting running back for the Broncos, not Melvin Gordon.
You can't go back and forth?
If it happens one time, it may as well happen every time from now on.
You can't go back and forth, huh?
Nope.
Situation, game style, who the opponent is.
Nope. They're not going. You know what? We'll see how it plays out, Chad.
Yeah. Gary Kubiak it. We're fixing to find out.
When we come back, we have a fun game, but we need some participation. So we need some callers. 303-713-1043. And I don't even want to tell you why we need callers, Kevin, Richie. We just need callers, okay? But it's a cool idea. It's a cool concept. 303-713-1043. You're not going to win anything, but it's just for fun. Something kind of cool. And we're going to use you to experiment, but not in a bad way. Your head will feel fine. This is The Drive on the Fan. All right, man, we got them lined up. I love it. Oh, I love it. Chris, Dan, Jason, another Dan, Clay, Bruce. Awesome. Just really quick, I'm seeing pictures of Jokic in the bubble. He's there.
Okay.
Did you see the Nuggets having a pool party the other day?
No.
Yeah, it looked fun.
Really?
Yeah. No, it looked seriously like fun, like really fun.
No, I was asking really about the pool party.
Yeah, they had a pool party. Oh, boy. What? What?
Keep it social distance.
No, they're in the bubble.
Yeah, but you're still in the
What?
initial phase here.
It was okay. Jeez. Man.
I want there to be basketball.
Oh.
I want the Nuggets to be able to field a healthy team. I'm sorry.
They're in the bubble. They're all cleared. It's fine. Nobody on the Nuggets was ordering like Arby's and picking up. By the way, what was the restaurant that dude, who's that dude that had to go pick up food? It's somebody I'm forgetting his name. I want to know the restaurant. I want to know what food that dude needed so bad that he had to violate the rules and put himself in quarantine.
His mom had to tweet at him that only her food is worth crossing the quarantine line for.
Is that right?
Yeah, no other food is worth crossing the line for, son.
What was the restaurant that dude needed so bad?
I don't know.
All right, I got some deeper thoughts on the Nuggets. We'll get to it in a little bit. But here's a fun game. This game where there are no prizes. Not much of a game. I saw it out there, or Richie saw it out there earlier on social media, and I thought it was a cool thing to go through real quick. Name the first player when you think of the local teams. All right? So I'm going to go through this with each listener. Chris, ready?
Ready.
Broncos.
John Elway.
All right, you have 1 second to answer, by the way. 1 second to answer or we're moving on. All right? Elway, okay. Nuggets. Too long. Avalanche.
Just Sackett.
Too long. Rockies.
Todd Helen.
There you go. Thank you, Chris. See what we're doing here, Chad?
Yep.
It's got to be within 1 second. Because you could tell he was thinking about it too much right there.
First thought.
Now all the listeners, they got a head start, so it should. Chris, I apologize. You were the guinea pig there. Let's go with Dan. Dan, you ready?
Me?
You ready, Dan? Yeah, you. You ready, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Nuggets.
Jokic.
Broncos. Your phone cut out.
Broncos is Miller.
Avalanche.
Roy.
Too long. Rockies.
Arenado.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Dan. This is a little tricky to do to answer in 1 second, isn't it?
It is.
Even though he knew what the teams were going to be.
Yeah. I like you switching up the order, though.
I did do that on purpose. Yes. You noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's try Jason. Jason, you ready?
Yeah.
Avalanche.
McKinnon.
Too long. Broncos.
Vaughn.
Nuggets.
Jokic.
Rockies.
Arenado.
Nice job. Thanks, Jason. Isn't this interesting?
No one's gotten all four yet. They've all had at least one that was too slow.
Look who they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, right? Time.
Yeah.
Father Time. All right, let's go. Dan H. Hey, Dan, how are you?
Good. How are you?
All right, here we go. You ready? 1 second.
Yep.
Rockies.
Arenado.
Avalanche.
Landeskog.
Nuggets.
Oh, crap.
Too long.
Jokic.
Too long. Broncos.
Miller.
Oh, that was pretty long, too. Thanks, Dan. Bye. This is ever, by the way. We're not saying now. We're saying ever. Ever. Not now, ever. Do you think they're confused by that? Let me clear it up with Clay. Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
Clay, we're talking about ever, and not just this year.
I got it.
Ever in the history of the team. All right? You ready?
Yep.
Rockies.
Todd.
Avalanche.
Raw.
Nuggets.
Joker.
Too long. Broncos.
Elway.
Okay, thanks. Why are people hesitating here?
It's some sticking them. I don't know.
What is it?
What the hesitation is.
Right.
There's
Let me do it to you. You got 1 second. See if you can do it. Maybe this is harder than I thought it was to be able to do it in 1 second. Nuggets.
Melo.
Avalanche.
Wah.
Broncos.
Elway.
Rockies.
Helton.
There you go. Are you using a pneumatic device there with the pen? Trying to
Yes.
time
Trying to help
yourself.
myself
But that's
go fast.
That's how. All right, let's try it with Bruce. Bruce, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Broncos.
Elway.
Nuggets.
Joker.
Avalanche.
Wah.
Rockies.
Helton.
Okay, thank you.
He's the only one who's gotten all four without getting the DMac buzzer. Or
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to do than I thought.
Yeah.
All right, do it to me.
All right, DMac, you ready? There you go. Blow it
Yes.
up. Avs.
Tanguay.
Rockies.
Marquez.
Nuggets.
I don't know.
Broncos.
All right, let me do it serious. I was just trying to be goofy. You threw me off because you went out of order. Let me do it for real.
There is no order.
I know. Let me do it for real.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Nuggets.
Melo.
Avs.
Wah.
Broncos.
Elway.
Rockies.
Helton.
Nice.
That's for real.
Yeah.
That's how I think of those teams.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. I said Elway, I said Melo, I said Wah, and I said Helton.
And did I say the same thing as you did?
I believe so.
I said Helton, Wah, Melo. I did Elway. I did the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I just ripped you off.
Well, no. These are just, in our minds, the most iconic players that come to mind when we think of those franchises.
Right.
Yeah.
Like who the franchises are defined by.
Yes.
So even though we love Larry Walker, and we had Larry Walker on yesterday, ultimately, in both of our minds, Helton defines the Rockies. Elway, nobody said Manning. Nobody said Manning when we were just doing that.
No. There was a Vaughn, and there was John.
Wah amongst superstars. Amongst all those superstars. So many superstars. Nobody said Bork, for example.
We did
Wah
get a Nathan
stands out.
McKinnon. We get a dig at a Landeskog.
Yeah, but they haven't won, Stanley Cups.
Right. I'm just saying.
Patrick Waugh can't even hear you. He's got him stuck in his ears. Hashtag hockey guys. All right, Football at 4 comes up next. Just Tyler is back tomorrow. Chad, it's really a thrill to have you sit in today, as you have been for the better part of a week. Thank you. And we are going to have John Fox on in an hour as we do Legends Week.
Got some skins on the wall.
John Fox was my favorite. John Fox was my favorite NFL coach to cover. My number 2 guy was Marv Levy.
I can see both of those guys being great. Yeah.
I just add, I didn't really have a personal relationship with Coach Levy, but he was just so cool. And they were so good. My goodness. That was a team that had his act together, top to bottom. They didn't win a Super Bowl. But from general manager down, Napoleon, and then Frank, what was that big dude? Really big guy. He used to be the GM for the Bills. Big dude, mustache. John Butler.
Mm-hmm.
Frank. Remember John Butler?
Yep.
And then Marv was incredible. Then they got Wade, and Wade was a puppet. Wade was bad. Wade was there Ralph Wilson lived in Detroit, and he owned the Buffalo Bills, and he just wanted things, and Wade just did it. Wade was just a pushover as a head coach. Can't have a head coach. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, Chad. I understand where the Jerry Joneses of the world want to just have a puppet in as their head coach, Chad. I just don't think it works.
No.
Happens all the time, though.
The players see through it. And it undermines the locker room when they don't have respect for the head coach.
Yeah, I think Vance was like that. I do not think Fangio is like that. I think Fangio might have been like that in the very beginning. But that wore down. And I think where Fangio really established himself as like, I'm the guy, was inserting Drew Lock, believe it or not. I think he was the one that was really pushing for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Broncos management wanted it right then and there. That original story by Kliss had them wanting to start Lock in the final 2 games of the year. You remember that?
Yep.
I don't think Mike was making that up. I think that was the truth at that moment. And it changed. And I think it was because of Fangio.
It was time.
Yeah, it was time. You can't be afraid to lose. You can't be afraid to fail. And I think Vance was, and you've known VJ for a long time, and I think that's exactly, and I'm not saying anything about him personally, but I think that's how he operated as a head coach. I think he operated out of fear.
I think that's fair to say.
Didn't know what he's doing. Didn't know how to build relationships that you need to build as a coach. And that's what John Fox, in my opinion, did better than anybody.
Yeah.
He built relationships with other coaches, with players. The irony is his relationship with Elway soured.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because if you're spending time around Foxy, you recognize that that's probably one of his best skill sets is making you feel comfortable with him, making you feel like you know each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some kind of, personality style he has that just fits great.
I think the way they lost 48,
Yeah.
It wasn't good.
No.
What can I tell you? We're not going to hammer the coach about that, but we'll ask him some pretty direct questions, and I just really enjoyed being around John Fox. And you know what? I've stayed pretty relatively friendly with them since. Little texts here and there, a couple phone conversations. I can't say that about. I had nothing with Kubiak. Didn't connect with him. Didn't talk to him plenty of times. Just like nothing, like zero. Vic is nothing really with Vic now.
All about that ball. Wow.
By the way, McDaniels, I got along all right with McDaniels, by the way. He was all right to just sort of chat with. Have you ever just sort of chatted with Josh?
Yeah.
Pretty cool, right?
Mm-hmm. Josh is a cool dude.
Yeah. Anyways, what, are you seeing something?
Yeah, Myles Garrett finalizing a 5-year, $125 million extension. So it turns out if you take someone's helmet and beat them with it.
Doesn't mean you're not a good player. Well, that gets us to the Chris Jones situation, too. So our worst nightmare has come true for here in Broncos land. And that is that because of the deal with Mahomes, The sweetheart deal that Mahomes gave the Chiefs, which is guaranteeing him, because of that injury, $140 million, which, Chad, is the same amount he'll get in cash for the next 5 years. So he is going to average in cash $28 million a year for the next 5 years. That's Patrick Mahomes' deal. With all sorts of money. Because, Chad, they used the fifth-year option as part of the negotiation tool.
Right.
The extension starts after his 5th year. So, yes, he was a first-round pick, and they did exercise the 5th-year option, and they're using it the way they should. They didn't rip it up, Chad. They're tagging this 10-year deal at the end of the 2 years.
Right.
Which does include the 5th-year option. They used it perfectly. Chris Jones is now signed. We can't get Justin Simmons signed, which I'm not that angry about because I think it's apples and oranges. But the Chiefs just signed Chris Jones to a 4-year, $80 million extension with $60 million guaranteed. Talk to me about that deal.
I think it's a strong deal. It makes him the third highest defensive player in the league with a $21.3 million average. He takes home $37 million at signing, $60 million total guaranteed. It's a very strong deal. 3/4 of the contract is guaranteed, essentially. And, yeah, to your earlier statement, the Chiefs are solidifying and signing the best players on their roster over the next couple of years. So, barring any injury, you got Chris Jones, you got Frank Clark on the defensive side, you've got the quarterback, you've got the receiver. I mean, they are stacked. They got the tight end. They are stacked and loaded over there. The hill for the Broncos to climb is fairly steep. But
is there a silver lining?
Yes.
What is it? Help.
A lot of teams do not know how to handle success.
That's the silver lining?
That's the
Oh my God.
That's
it? That's all you got?
What else can you go to?
I don't know. So you're hoping what? They become like the Temptations?
Yes. In a way, yes. They become like some boy band who can't stand each other.
Is that
anymore.
what happens? Give me a clap. Did Menudo have a bad breakup? I mean, give me a great, band that couldn't survive amongst itself.
Listen to the positives. 20 of 22 Super Bowl starters returning. The entire coaching staff is returning and intact. They got all their players signed up. They got Patrick Mahomes signed up for the next 12 years. So, yeah, it's hard to find a lot of bad news for the Chiefs offseason, but the potential stumbling block for them is, can they keep the band together? Can they keep the band going in the right direction? Because once you become successful, it is hard for everybody to handle success.
All right, I got a challenge, so we got to take a break. We'll put it out there on the text line. What's an example? Think about this for a second, everybody. What's an example of a great band? So we're talking at least 4 members of the band, maybe more. But give me a great band that ruined itself because they couldn't get along.
I like it.
Because at the end of the day, the Rolling Stones realized we just don't have to talk to each other, and we're going to, sell out stadiums into our 80s.
They're doing it.
They've just had band members die. Nobody even cares. It's still the Rolling Stones. I saw the Eagles on ESPN the other day. There were like 12 guys out there. They're still the Eagles. Glenn Fry is dead. They replaced him with his kid, which is cool. But, I mean, they keep going. What's a band like a dumb band? The stupidest of, like Oasis. Because Oasis broke up because the 2 brothers couldn't get along.
Journey? Steve Perry?
Journey kind of kept it going. Steve Perry is out.
Right. They
kept it going.
The new lead singer is pretty awesome.
No, I need like a band that just like disintegrated.
Oh, didn't try to keep going.
Well, you can make the argument.
Lineup.
Journey's just as popular now as they've ever been. And they got a guy from the Philippines who's 5'3".
He kills it, though. He's
for the
awesome.
past decade.
He kills it.
I think he's been with the band with Journey longer than Steve Perry. Why am I talking like this? All right, we'll get to that, and we get some fun Jerry Jeudy comparison. That's all coming up next. So I love this, and I love the response on the RamosLaw.com text line. Because in light of Chris Jones signing with the Chiefs, which we knew was going to happen, and that, Justin Simmons signs the tender with the Broncos, which has reportedly happened today. I'm asking Chad Brown filling in for Tyler. Tyler back tomorrow. A simple question. Well, what hope could there be? And the example, Chad, you gave is they could be so much infighting that they can't handle the success. And so that sounds like a ban to me. So ideally, what are we hoping the Chiefs become? And the most popular answer is Guns N' Roses.
As soon as you mentioned the band, I wrote down GNR.
All right, but like Guns N' Roses technically has never broken up.
They just went decades without releasing albums.
Well, now Axl and Slash really are. I know there's Duff and Matt, and trust me, I get it. I'm a big Guns N' Roses fan. But essentially, it was a breakup between Axl and Slash. But Axl owned the rights to Guns N' Roses. So Guns N' Roses always existed. So my man Slash has had to be in like Slash's Snake Pit and Velvet Revolver and other kind of cool bands, but nothing like Guns N' Roses. I don't think Guns N' Roses is a good example because Guns N' Roses, if they went on tour tomorrow, would still sell out Mile High Stadium. Seriously, right now. We don't want the Chiefs to still be able to sell out stadiums. I mean, I get it. They're not what they once were, but they're still good, and they're still here. So to me, Guns N' Roses is a bad example. I want the Chiefs to become like, it's funny, we're getting suggestions of the Wonders or the Oneaters. Do you get that reference? It's a really funny reference. Do you understand it? Do you get it?
No.
Tom Hanks had a movie called That Thing You Do.
Right.
Yes, and the name of the band was The Wonders. However, when they first started, they spelt The Wonders Oneders, and they were introduced as the Oneaters at one point. So the texter who threw in the Oneaters is like, it's a funny reference, and then he took it to another level. But in that particular example, it's a band like the Chiefs who have had a smash hit. This is really what we want. A band that had a smash hit and then fell apart completely. I mean, like you never heard from them again. Like they were over. Guns N' Roses, fellas, it's not a good example. We don't want the Chiefs. Guns N' Roses had a little breakup, but they're still like a huge band now. You don't want that. You want the Wonders. You want that's a made-up band, but the concept is you had a hit. Everybody knew who you were, and then when you disintegrated, there was nothing left. There were no solo careers.
If you type into Google greatest bands, it automatically fills in that aren't together anymore or that broke up. I got a list of 20 if you want to.
Go through. I'll tell you if they should fit or not.
Oasis?
That's a better example because Liam and Noel Gallagher have not had big hits by themselves. And although Oasis probably tours, it's on a real low level. That's a good one. We'd want them to be more like Oasis than Guns N' Roses. What else? That's a good one.
Guns N' Roses?
Yeah, yeah.
The Everly Brothers?
They're dead. I don't want the Chiefs to be dead. I'm not wishing death on anybody.
The Clash?
Joe Strummer. Maybe. That might be a good example. I don't know what their breakup was all about in the Clash, but they definitely had a big hit and then nobody went anywhere.
Topper Heaton was let go because he had a serious heroin addiction.
From the Clash?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. The Police?
The Police are tricky because, yeah, they did break up, but Sting had a better career without the Police than with the Police. Andy Sumners and Stuart Copeland are still looking for work now. So,
true.
That's not a bad one. That's not bad because that's as if Patrick Mahomes would go have a solo career, somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad. That's a good one.
Smashing Pumpkins?
That's a good one. They have disintegrated. And Billy, what's his face? Corbin, I don't think, that's a good one.
Yeah, a drug addiction thing.
Billy Corbin had a drug addiction?
Yes, Corbin revealed he was fired for having a mean spirit as well as for his
Billy
drug
Corbin
addiction.
was fired from Smashing Pumpkins?
Yes, according to this article.
Oh, well, that was, okay, that's a great example. They got rid of their best player, and nobody's ended up anywhere. I think Billy Corbin, I am not joking, I think he owns a wrestling association.
Wow.
I swear to God, look it up. I think Billy Corbin owns a wrestling association somewhere in America.
Corgan with a G, not with a B.
Corgan,
Yes.
sorry. Close enough.
The
Ball game.
Eagles.
Eagles still cooking. Just we're on ESPN. Bad example.
Queensryche.
Not big enough.
Rage Against the Machine.
Good one. Big hits. Haven't heard anything from those guys. Good one. Good
Queen.
one. Queen, Freddie's dead.
And
Queen is more popular than ever with Adam Lambert as their lead singer. They sell out stadiums today. And Brian May's like in his 70s. Bad example.
All right. The
There's
Pixies.
a little test of my rock and roll knowledge here, isn't it?
Yes, the Pixies.
Not big enough.
One Direction.
Better.
Okay. Boy band.
That's what we're talking about. That's what we want. Although Harry Styles is pretty successful as a solo artist, but that's pretty good. You know, that's not bad. Like a total disintegration, like who knows where those guys are now?
The Backstreet Boys.
They still tour now. Today, they still tour.
All right.
Richie just dressed up like the Backstreet Boys at Pepsi Center in the fall.
Yes, he did. Blink 182.
Still going. Strong. All original members.
The Beatles. How about the Beatles?
Well, that's a tough one because that means the Chiefs would be winning like 9 Super Bowls in a row. So is that really what you want?
Right.
I mean, they would win 9 Super Bowls in a row and they would go down as the greatest NFL team ever. Is that what Broncos fans want?
No.
I'd say that's a poor example.
Yeah. Blondie.
Not big enough.
Fleetwood Mac.
They still tour today.
Genesis.
Did better with, well, again, Tony Banks and Mike and the Mechanics were bummed when Phil Collins left.
Yeah.
And Peter Gabriel left as well. So, that's all right. I still think the boy band thing is the best because the boy band is a flash in the pan. That's what are there any more, or is that it?
Last two on the list are Destiny's Child and NSYNC, and I'll throw
Destiny's Child.
And I'll throw in NWA just for the conversation.
NWA is tricky because Dr. Dre is like the greatest producer of all time.
Right, and Ice Cube has gone on to make not just more music, but movies.
No, we don't want any.
Has his own sports league.
No, we want boy band explosion.
Disappear.
Right.
I'm with you. One Super Bowl and then move on.
Right, and it's because you can't get along. That's what you want.
Right.
NWA was going to have a reunion.
According to their movie, yeah.
According to their movie, yeah.
They're going to bring the band back, put the band back together.
If Eazy-E was still around, I bet NWA would be huge right now. There's no point to do it without Eazy-E, though.
Yeah.
Right? Because they were all very successful, more or less on their own. Except for that other DJ. Like, it was Dr. Dre, and there was, like, another DJ.
DJ Yella.
Yeah, DJ Yella. It's like having 2 drummers in a band. One of those drummers isn't very good. Like, when you got 2 DJs, come on, man.
Yeah.
Yella, that's right. That's
DJ
right.
Yella.
What's he up to these days?
Him and MC Ren trying to figure out how they can capitalize on 20 years ago success.
Stone Temple Pilots. Yeah, that's pretty good. Stone Temple Pilots is pretty good because they fired Scott Weiland.
Right.
And now Scott's dead, unfortunately. That's a good one. What? You fire that would be great. How about this? That's good. Boy bands are good. Let's fire Patrick Mahomes, Chiefs.
That ain't going to happen.
By the way, I'm kind of pointing out how ridiculous your theory is.
No, it's
unfortunately.
It's not ridiculous.
But we're trying we're setting up a situation where the only way for these guys to screw up is to self-disintegrate. Why would they? Why wouldn't they know a good thing when they have it?
Because as difficult as it is to climb the mountain, it's so difficult to stay on top because success has a way of driving us apart. Success has a way of driving our most selfish motives. How many guys?
Don't you think Andy Reid's? Man, I'm all for it.
Right.
I'm all for it. But does this strike you like that kind of team?
How many if you win a Super Bowl, suddenly every car dealer in town wants to get your tickets and have you come sign autographs or a free car. Every radio station in town wants you to host an hour weekly show and have your own radio show. They want to have the Patrick Mahomes show on the flagship station
They want
in
you to do
town.
your solo new edition. Bobby Brown, we want you to do a solo album.
They want all of that.
Bell Biv and DeVoe.
They start pulling at you, and that begins to separate you from the team. So success is very difficult for some teams to handle.
All right.
It is.
Okay. Let's see it happen.
So
that'd be great.
While you look at coaching staff retained,
Yeah.
20 of 22 starters coming back, Patrick Mahomes under contract, Chris Jones under contract, your hope can't be suddenly Chris Jones sucks or suddenly Patrick Mahomes forgets how to pass the football.
Right.
You got to think, no, these guys have had too much success, and maybe that'll bring them down.
You got to hope there's a Bobby Brown in there somewhere.
There's a bad apple in the bunch someplace.
Where's Bobby Brown? Get him in there. When we come back, Richie's done a really cool research project about the expectations for Jerry Jeudy. Very, very cool. Also, it is our Legends Week. John Fox will be with us at 5 o'clock. Stick around. It's The Drive on the Fan. Motley Crue? Why'd they break up? Yeah, they kind of didn't break up. They're still kind of together. I think they're just old now. They just don't play anymore.
I've seen Tommy Lee at the airport in California a few times.
I really don't think they really, really broke up. I think they retired from playing because it just got basically too old. I don't think it was. I think they went through their ups and downs for sure. And Vince Neil was definitely bounced out at some point, but they've been together as recently as like a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Nikki Sixx should have been dead 4 or 5 times. Did you read the book?
No, nor have I watched
the movie too on Netflix.
The movie, yeah.
The book's better than the movie, as most books are, but the movie's pretty good too, though. You haven't seen it?
Weren't they injecting alcohol when you could just drink it?
Don't even. It was just like, what didn't they do? It'd be easier. Go in that direction. They're one of my all-time favorite bands. I do love the Crew.
Home Sweet Home is classic.
Home Sweet Home's classic, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They even made it to the hood.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that translates anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now.
Nice power ballad.
California bands, Chad. Your Crew. Southern California bands.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me give you some numbers about Jerry Jeudy. Great research by our producer, Richie Carney. He put this together. And it's a Hot Take Tuesday. So if you got any hot takes, we'd love for you to chime in at 303-713-1043. We'll get some of your hot takes here in a little bit. Brought to you by Papa Murphy's. Order your pizza for pickup today. Let me give you some numbers. The Broncos franchise record. Now, you don't know who this is. Richie told me he did not tell you the answer to this question. Is that right?
No.
Okay, so this is I'm putting you on the spot to a certain degree. Okay. The Broncos franchise record for receiving yards and touchdowns by a rookie receiver was in 1 year. I won't even tell you the year, but it was 980 yards and 5 touchdowns. That particular year, this receiver had 15, not even 16, but 15 games, 91 receptions on 129 targets, 980 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Who was it?
Ashley Lilly.
It is incorrect. Want another guess, or you want me to tell you?
Just tell me.
Oh, really? Don't want a hint?
Sure, give me a hint.
What's a good hint without giving it away? He was short. All right, that's all right. That's good. He was short.
Vance Joseph.
Not Vance Joseph.
Vance Johnson.
nor Vance Johnson.
Okay.
They even have 16 games back in Vance Johnson's day?
Yeah.
They did? Okay.
He's not that old. Give it to me. 2 strikes, I'm out.
All right, before I give it to you, is it fair to say, based on that stat line, these are achievable numbers by Jerry Jeudy? I'll give you the numbers again. In 15 games, and we'll just give Jeudy 16 games, right? 91 receptions on 129 targets, by the way. How's my math? Not good. Math, it is impossible. 129 divided by 15, 8.6 targets a game. Oh, goodness, huh? We're throwing you the ball, son.
It's a lot.
5 touchdowns and 980 yards on receiving. 1,089, so they handed the ball off to him a couple times, too. Are these achievable? Should these be reasonable numbers, achievable numbers by Jerry Jeudy?
The 129 targets just seems really, really high, considering there's Cortland Sutton, considering second year for Noah Fant, considering you brought in a back that you're paying lots of money.
But by the way, this guy was drafted to be the second receiver. He was not drafted to be the primary guy.
Okay.
And he was not a first-round pick.
And he's
so he
short.
he's short. He got all these numbers as basically the number 2 dude.
I'm not going to cheat and look it up. I'm just kind of combing my mind trying to figure out who this could be.
I'll tell you this, too. The number 1 receiver had better numbers than this. As good as these numbers are, the number 1 receiver for the Broncos this particular year had better numbers.
So, I mean, short eliminates Rod Smith. Short eliminates Ed McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go.
So these are number 2 receiving numbers.
Right. You got to go to the fun bunch for short guys in my mind. But
You were trying to make excuses why Judy wouldn't get it, but I'm telling you, these numbers, there was another guy who had better numbers, who would be your Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, I still don't see 129 targets.
Mm-hmm.
Even 91 catches feels high. 2 90-plus catch receivers?
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's happened before. Rod Smith and Eddie Mack were like that.
Yeah.
Multiple years.
Shannon Sharp was on those teams. He had his catches as well. They were very prolific offensively.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt this team is going to be
Gotta
that
have a quarterback.
prolific.
Got to have a quarterback, don't you?
You
Got to
do.
have somebody who can sling that rock.
And they had a guy who could move the chains at the running back spot.
Yeah.
So they weren't just throwing the ball around.
No.
And he got his share of catches as well.
You ain't averaging,
TD did.
you ain't averaging like 17.1 points a game with this offense.
No. Give it to me. Who am I?
Eddie Royal.
Wow.
And that was a rookie record.
Eddie
now,
Royal.
opposite him that year was Brandon Marshall, 2008.
Yep.
Marshall's numbers, which would be Sutton's numbers, right? 104 receptions on 181 targets. You think Mike Shanahan liked Brandon Marshall as a target?
Brandon Marshall had the second most catches in a single game ever that year.
1,265 yards, 6 touchdowns, 7 receptions per game, 85 yards per game. That was Brandon Marshall's numbers. Cortland Sutton as a rookie last year, 72 not as a rookie, right? Second year, sorry. 72 receptions, 124 targets, 1,112 yards, 6 touchdowns. So what you're asking, can Jerry Jeudy have an Eddie Royal-like season? Not a number one receiver season, but to set the record, it's kind of a 2-point question. Can Cortland Sutton amp his game up to numbers that were similar to, say, Brandon Marshall? 72 receptions to 104 receptions. He already had 6 touchdowns. He would have another 100 yards receiving. It seems possible. And the crazy part is 60 more targets. It's a commitment to throwing the ball, a big-time commitment.
Yeah, big time.
Will Jerry Jeudy break Eddie Royal's rookie receiving records for the Broncos?
Oh, man, it's certainly possible. It just feels, those numbers just make it feel so unlikely.
But that's what the goal should be. Seriously. That's what the expectation should be. Great research by Richie. It's Hot Take Tuesday. We'll get some of your reaction to that. Do you think it can happen?
I got some stats for you when we get back.
All right, cool. Is this a fair expectation for the Broncos and Jerry Jeudy based on what's already happened? It's a drive on the Fan. Chad, I'm going to get to your stats in just a second, but Cliff has a bone to pick. Hi, Cliff. You're on the fan.
Hey, Cliff.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Hey, guys. Oh, no. I just think your expectation is ridiculous for Jerry Jeudy.
Why?
Well, if you look at the expectation for production from the 3, 4, and 5 guys from Denver this year, there's no way he should see the ball that much. And then on top of that, if you go back to the Denver team that you're talking about and look at the production of those 3, 4, and 5 guys, it was horrible. It was horrible. I was on hold, so I didn't hear it. So what was that production? I didn't hear it.
Stokely had 48 catches.
49.
So is that acceptable?
Really, seriously, you're correcting me on one. You got to correct me on that. I let it slide on you with the Madden rating yesterday and you're that quick to jump down my throat.
I'm looking at the numbers, DMac, right now.
My point is.
Oh, hold on, Cliff. Cliff. I'm going to give you time. Hold on. We got Mr. Perfection over here, Chad Brown. So let's just stay here. Go ahead, Chad. You're looking at the numbers. Stokely had 49. Keep going.
Tony Scheffler had 40.
So that's our starting tight end. Had 2.5 receptions a game.
Daniel Graham had 32.
That's another tight end. So our tight ends combined for 72 catches.
Nate Jackson made an appearance in there for 11.
Wow, just throwing a bone to Nate, huh? 11 times they just gave up and threw the ball to Nate. Who's technically a tight end as well. So that's 80-something targets for a tight end.
Yeah.
So when's the last time Shermer threw that much to a wide receiver?
He threw a lot to Evan Engram with the Giants before Engram got hurt. We counted it up. He was getting something like 9 targets a game, Evan Engram.
But his propensity is to throw to respect. Am I correct, or am I missing on that?
His propensity is to go
and
that
why they go and get the guy they got, so they can get him the ball.
Cliff, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting Cliff apparently. So
unfortunately, you are.
Right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Cliff.
Thanks,
Cliff. Sorry, I didn't mean to get in Cliff's way there.
Now, also from this odd statistical year,
okay,
if you had to guess the number of attempts for the leading rusher, how many attempts did Michael Pittman have as the leading rusher?
Oh, my God. Michael Pittman was the leading. I did not even remember. I thought you were going to hit me with, Ruben Drones. Michael Pittman?
Yes.
Dude, I don't even remember Michael Pittman on the team. There's a guy named Michael Pittman who was the leading rusher for the Broncos.
At 33 years old.
Lord, I am literally shocked that I cannot believe I didn't even remember he was on the team. Are you asking me how many carries he had?
Yes.
I don't know, man. I mean, 15 a game, so whatever that would be.
He had 76.
You're making me do math.
He was the leading ball carrier.
76 carries.
76 carries.
How many games did he play in?
8.
Oh, all right. Well, so it's 150, or I'm sorry, 152 if we're rounding it up. So 152 divided by 16 is 9.5 carries a game.
So
wow. We had a running back one year who led the team in carries at 9.5 carries a game.
Peyton Hillis had 68. Selvin Young had 61.
Wow.
And Jay Cutler was 4th in carries with 57. So this team was fairly unbalanced. 387 attempts for the entire year. There have been...
Wow. No wonder Mike got fired.
There have been, let's see.
That is crazy. What was? How many points did they average a game?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2008
6, 7,
is what
8,
we're
9.
talking about.
Yeah. There have been
they averaged 23 points a game.
Individual rushers who have had more carries in one season than the Broncos had that entire season for all their rushers.
Wow.
So they were very heavy leaning on the pass, and then particularly leaning on 2 players. So I think while it's an interesting conversation, the thought of Jerry Jeudy reaching Eddie Royal's numbers, given the need to probably spread the ball around because there's just simply so many more weapons on this year's offense for the Broncos, it seems unlikely. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 1998,
I guess.
TD had 392 carries himself.
Yeah. Hey, ran for 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
All right, so
against my
but they averaged congratulations, you got that. Yes, you got that. And they averaged 23 points a game. Is that right, Kevin? 23 points a game. What did we average this year? I played left out.
17?
Would they average 17 point something? I mean, this is kind of the chicken or the egg, right? Like, in order to win more games, the Broncos offense needs to score more points. In order to score more points, what do you got to do? Do you have to throw the ball more or commit to it more? It certainly appears like they've committed to that. It looks like they've committed to it. How do you score more points in the NFL, Chad? How do you do it?
You got to win on third down, which means you need to make your third downs makeable.
Well, the Broncos are telling you, by the way they operated in the draft specifically, that the way to do it is to increase your offensive talent, your playmakers, not your line, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Although they worked on their line. I mean, they do have Glasgow's new.
Yeah.
I mean, knock it on wood. Juwan James is like a free agent acquisition.
Another year with Munchak for Garrett Bowles. Yeah, we're optimistic.
Kush, we got Kush.
Do we have Kush?
My word is my oak. Oak is my bond. We got Kush. Do we have Kush? I think we do. Do we not? Is he not going to be the starter at center?
Yeah, but to take a rookie center and suddenly say he's going to improve the line, I think that's what I'm saying. We got a guy.
It's a center.
Does he become a useful addition? We'll find out. But right now we got a guy. Yes.
I think he's fine. I think it's going to be all right. That's the least of our problems.
Okay. Until you play a dominant nose guard, that's a big problem.
Kush is going to be fine.
Until you play dominant D-line.
Kush was taking Joe Burrow up and down the field for the greatest college football season ever. Kush is going to be all right.
All right.
What is with you?
What is with me? I can't.
Such a hater.
To expect a rookie center to suddenly, one of the most difficult and cerebral positions on the football field, to step in and be some kind of seamless addition, I think is optimistic at the least and overly hopeful in reality.
Dude, we're not writing Pulitzer Prize, Nobel laureate sort of speeches here. We're figuring out who the Mike linebacker is. I mean, easy. It's not that difficult. He's going to be fine.
Okay. Let's watch how many blitzes come up the middle this year through the first 5 or 6 weeks.
Was Dalton Reisner taking a day off? Is he not going to be participating in the football game?
He's not playing center.
Is Glasgow at $14 million? What, they're not going to put a hand on anybody? Just let somebody roll over Kush, who goes about 330 pounds?
If you want to confuse an offensive lineman, you go after the rookie. If you want to confuse an entire offensive line, you go after the rookie center because he makes all the calls. Let's screw him up. That will mess everybody up. So regardless of how good Glasgow and Reisner are, if the call's not correct, if you can't get the call out in time, if they can't understand the call, all that throws off the entire offensive line.
I don't know. My man Tyler just says centers are just like, what are we even worried about? It's like not even that big of a deal.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I happen to play with a Hall of Fame center, and, he made the team better all the time. So,
hey, I don't want to quibble here, but Tyler was an offensive lineman on a Super Bowl championship team there, Chad.
Yeah, he's got me there.
He's got you there.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. I mean, you want to pick a fight with Tyler about who knows more about what? I'm happy to moderate it. I'll see it. I'll see it fly.
As a guy who spent his entire career looking at offensive lines, and studying them, and then spending time with coaches whose idea is to find the weak fish on the offensive line, I feel pretty comfortable going, blow for blow with Tyler on offensive line discussions.
We'll bring it to the forefront.
He may be more versed at describing some individual offensive line technique and what the steps are taken and how their hand placement may be. But from a defensive attacking an offensive line perspective, I got him beat hands down.
I'm throwing a fireball at the morning show, and then Stink thinks Lagarde is going to lead the Colts to a championship. I mean, there's all sorts of crazy talk out there.
Quentin Nelson's a bad dude. That dude is bad. He is awesome.
Awesome. When is he going to catch or throw a football?
He helps the guys who do it. He is the Peyton Manning of offensive linemen. He raises all boats.
Come on.
Dude, he is awesome.
Stop. I'm not saying he's not a good guard. He's a guard, though.
Guards have a limited impact compared to some other positions, but as far as an offensive lineman, he is the Peyton
Okay. manning.
Manning of offensive linemen.
Stop. Of offensive line, so he's more valuable, or one of the top 5 offensive linemen in history in terms of value, more than offensive tackles.
I'm talking about being the rising tide that lifts all boats.
But you're saying that's his value, that he is that good. You didn't say guards. You said offensive linemen.
He raises the level of toughness for the Colts. The entire offense plays more physically and tougher because of who plays guard for them. That's how good he is.
All right. Jeez. Talking about guards.
Yeah.
Lord.
Do you love football or do you not?
I love football.
Or do you love scoring? You love scoring. Right. We've had so many discussions about college football, and you hate a 14-10 game.
Well, yeah. Who doesn't?
I don't. It's a defensive battle. Every play, every yard counts.
What are we watching? Bucknell against Fordham? What are we doing here?
No, we're watching some SEC. Not LSU anymore.
14-10?
Old school LSU, Alabama.
Old school. What year are we going to?
Just a couple years back.
Is this where Bear Bryant had the Texas boys out not giving them water?
Before LSU went to their new offense.
What the hell are you talking about?
They ran the ball.
What year was there a 14-10 SEC game?
Just a couple of years ago. I came in and we did the game. We talked about the game on a Monday or Tuesday.
That must have been the worst game of all time.
You weren't very happy with it.
Because it sucked.
It was a defensive battle.
Oh, my God. All right. I think I'm finding more bonding moments with, like, my guy Stokley on stuff like this.
No. Eddie Royal's numbers for Jerry Jeudy are not going to be reached.
Well, then why? What are we doing? What are we doing?
There's only one ball to go around.
No, yeah, okay. You throw 17 times to one guy, 12 times to another guy, 4 times to the guy, 6 times to that dude, and, you throw the ball 53 times.
You got to run the ball at some point.
Yes, of course running the ball is important. But you can't. This is chicken or the egg. What do you want to do here? Establish the run or score points. We went through the Chiefs. They don't give a crap about running the ball.
They don't.
The Kansas City Chiefs don't give a crap about running the ball.
Because of the weapons that they have.
Here's what they don't care about. Running the ball, time of possession, nothing.
Because of the weapons that they have. Other teams can't adopt that philosophy without those same weapons. Your philosophy is based on the players on the field.
Listen, I understand there's more than one way to win a championship, okay?
Right.
But you got to accept whatever you're going to do, you have to accept that and not try to be something you're not. So, okay, the Broncos have made a heavy investment in these receivers.
They also made a heavy investment in a running back. They did. There's no denying it. They did. You were applauding the move 20 minutes ago, and now you want to dismiss it. They invested draft capital in receivers. They invested money in a running back.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock.
There we go.
It's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. And it is our Legends Week, where we talk to some of the greatest sports legends in Colorado history, which is brought to you by and powered by Siltahar Motors. This is one of my favorite guys of all time. The one, the only, Coach John Fox. Foxy, my man, so good to have you on. Hey, John, how are you?
I've been doing great. How you been?
I've been terrific. It's DMac with Chad Brown is here, Coach.
Hey, Coach.
All right. Hey, Chad, how you doing?
I'm really good. Excited to talk to you.
Good. Yeah, good talking to you guys. It's been a while since I've been out there.
Let's catch up. What have you been doing? I know you were working for ESPN. I don't know if the COVID situation has impacted that. Why don't you catch everybody up with what's been going on with you?
Well, I moved down to Marco Island, Florida, so I'm a Florida resident now. I was working with ESPN after 17 when I got let go by the Bears, and then the last 2 years I did basically NFL Live for ESPN, and my contract was coming up in May, and obviously, everybody in the network business got beat up pretty good. Yeah. And of course, ESPN's owned by Disney, and they have up until recently, they have their parks closed, and that's like 37% of their gross income. So anyways, they haven't been hiring. So I've been really actually doing a lot of fishing and playing some golf and little bit of spearfishing, scuba diving, and enjoying life.
I know you've got kids kind of up and down the gauntlet, but you had a daughter who was very close to age of one of my sons. And so I wonder how that's going. She would be in college, your youngest daughter, I believe, right?
Yes, yeah. Her name's Hallie. She's, in fact, just talked to her about half an hour ago, and she's in Dallas. She's attending SMU, and she's right now taking 2 classes in summer school. One of them is to be chemistry. That's not easy, but anyway, she has a good instructor, so that always helps in chemistry. So yeah, she's going to be a rising junior at SMU.
Well, good for her. Are you? What are your COVID concerns, Coach, for yourself, your family? You mentioned you're in Florida and your daughter's in Texas. How are you and your family dealing with this situation?
Well, I think my youngest son Cody and his girlfriend Marta, they're up in Chicago. He's got a job up there with a medical company, and she's fourth-year medical school. They came down here in March, right when it got bad up there, and so they were down here with us for like 3.5 months.
Wow,
which was great. That was one of the good things about COVID was it was really kind of getting to be closer and with your family more. But my other 2 sons are both in North Carolina. One's in Asheville, and one's in Charlotte. And then we mentioned Hallie, who's in Dallas. So, anyways, they're back in Chicago, and I think everybody's been healthy. I think young people tend to be a little more resistant to it. It seems. If they do have it, a couple of my daughter's friends had it, and they were asymptomatic. So, so it's really kind of hard to figure. Over here on the west coast of Florida, it's not nearly as impacted as it is in the rest of the state. Over in Miami, Fort Lauderdale on the east coast is a little bit where a lot of the cases are. I'm not saying all of them, but Orlando, I think, in Miami are 2 of the more impacted cities in the state of Florida.
And finally, before we get on to some fun football stuff, how are you doing? Because, you did have that health scare. And I'm wondering if you're willing to share maybe how that really went for you, because it seems kind of scary, Coach, to be honest with you. And just to where you're at.
Well, no, I'm healthier than I've ever been, actually. Awesome. The issue I had, really wasn't a lifestyle heart condition. It was actually something I was born with. Mm-hmm. It actually genetically is from it's called a bicuspid aortic valve. So you have, you're born with 2 little flippers in that valve, and you're supposed to have 3. And so over time, what happens is they calcify and it gets weaker, and so it's like a valve in a car. It's not as efficient, and that's your oxygenated blood to your system. And so when I went down, when I was in 14, when I was coaching with Denver, it was a matter of it wasn't a heart attack. I just wasn't getting blood to my brain, so it was you just pass out. Anyways, so I put it off too long. It was something they found when I was like 38, and they monitored it every year. And then I probably should have had it done a little bit sooner than I did. But since it got fixed, I mean, it's been, like my surgeon said the day after I got done with the surgery, he goes, he's way healthier now than he was before the surgery. So I'm doing great from a health standpoint.
Awesome. Great to hear.
Awesome, Coach. I retired almost 11 years ago, and I certainly miss the sidelines every single day. When you see guys like Belichick and Pete Carroll, guys, your contemporaries as far as age, still on the sideline, do you ever get that itch anymore? Do you get that Jones to get back out there and hear the roar of the crowd and be on the sideline?
Oh, definitely. It's I always said that coaching was the next best thing to playing. I'm not sure there's anything like playing the game, but the relationships you build, whether it's as a coach or a player in a locker room, Chad, and you know this, it's like no other. I mean, you got a lot of great friends and even childhood friends, but the bonds and the relationships you build, with a group of men, trying to work and grind and blood, sweat, and tears for a common goal. there's really nothing like it. It's a hard thing to explain, and yet it's a hard thing to replace as well. So trust me, I know what you feel because I feel the same.
You know, it's funny. I've had this conversation with a lot of people over the years about the demeanor and the traits that it takes to be a coordinator or, from my perception, a head coach. And I always have used you, Coach Fox, as what you need to be as a head coach, which is definitely different than a coordinator because, in my opinion, I'd be fascinated to hear your take on it, building relationships not only with the players but the other coaches really should occupy the vast majority of your time as the head coach. And I think sometimes coordinators who become head coaches struggle with that because it's so different. I'm curious what you think in terms of the value and the necessity to build relationships and the importance of that to be a successful head coach.
Well, I think as a leader, DMac, and I think you can apply this to many areas, whether it's in just business or, whether it's running a school or any leadership role. I always felt that to get the most out of human talent, people, and I'm not even talking about just athletic talent. I'm talking about, whatever the job skill or job description is, people need to be motivated. And, it's still a job, it's still work. And to build an environment, a culture where people actually, when they pull into the parking lot, they're excited about going through the doors. And it sounds like an easy task, but when you're doing something that is demanding physically and mentally and of your time, it's an art. And the people you mentioned, Belichick, and I look at Andy Reid hoisting his first, Lombardi Trophy this year, and I've known Andy for a lot of years. It's not easy, and to be able to do it, for that long is it's harder than it appears. Let me put it that way.
All right, Coach, you're known as one of the more flexible coaches. You went from Tim Tebow to Peyton Manning just to kind of illustrate the flexibility of your coaching style. Now, here in Denver, there's been a conversation here on the station for the last couple of weeks about Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay. You got two running backs, slightly different styles. Put on your coaching hat, and how do you handle those two backs, and how do you handle a coordinator distributing the ball between two guys like that?
Well, I think, I've been a firm believer that if you're going to be a run football team, you need two good backs. And, way back when I was in Carolina, with Stephen Davis, and we drafted in the second round Deshaun, I keep always wanting to say Deshaun Foster. But, and then we had D'Angelo and Jonathan from Oregon, another first-round pick. So those are two first-round backs. So I guess my point is, and we were one of the top four in the league every year in rushing. If it's going to be, you're to carry that flag and you're going to be a run football team, you need two backs. You just can't have one, in my estimation, because you got 11 guys on the field every play trying to knock your block off. Sometimes they get you. So you need a really capable guy to come in and, carry the load. And then as far as keeping everybody happy, and, again, sometimes there are different skill sets, but, you're still running the same plays. You're still running, it's the same blocking scheme. It's just, everybody's got their own style, so to speak. But you still need, in my opinion, if you're going to be a run football team, you need two guys, not just one.
Take us behind the scenes in the decision to start Tim Tebow. What was that like, and what went into it?
Well, I think early on, it was really an easy decision to start the season in selecting Kyle Orton. I mean, you got John Elway, in the building, who's, a Hall of Fame, arguably one of the best quarterbacks to ever play the game. in the evaluation process. A lot of guys that knew a lot of football, both on offense and defense, really just football in general. It was really an easy decision. And at that time, because of the draft status of Tim coming in, being a Heisman Trophy winner, and just being really a guy that the fans loved. So there was a lot of outside noise about starting Tebow and this, that, and the other. And so we stayed with Kyle, and then I remember like it was yesterday. We were, in Mile High, and we're playing the San Diego Chargers, and division foe, and we were kind of just trying to battle back and win back our season, so to speak. And it didn't go well for Kyle, and there were conversations on the headset. A lot of the offensive guys wanted to go with Brady Quinn, and I'm like, there's no way I'm putting Brady Quinn in at home, all right, and we're struggling. And I did really have a good feel about, Tim as a competitor. I mean, there was, that guy, I mean, people can say whatever they want about the skill set as quarterback, but Tim Tebow's a winner. I mean, he's a guy that's, I don't care what he's doing it well, and he's doing it with everything he's got. And you got to love somebody for that. But anyways, I mean, he came in and he was throwing a pass in the end zone with no time on the clock to win the game. When we walked off the field, you'd have thought we won the game. People were so excited.
Right.
And that just carried us the rest of the way. There was probably 4 games that season that as a football coach and, 30 plus years in the NFL, I've never thought some of those games were winnable the way we won them. So, anyways, it was just a remarkable turnaround of a football team, and Tim Tebow had a lot to do with it.
Marion Barber, I think he must have been 5 feet from you when he mysteriously went out of bounds in that Chicago game. I cannot believe that just happened. I cannot believe Marion Barber just went out of bounds to stop the clock when you were playing the Bears that particular year.
Yeah, the Bears in Mile High. Yeah, I mean, and Julius Peppers is a guy I drafted 100 years ago, and a great player. And like all of us, in the NFL, you change teams, and he was playing for the Bears, and he came to my locker room after the game, just shaking his head. It was just. I mean, and here's a guy. I mean, there's mutual respect there between both of us, but even in that moment, just smiled at each other and like, can you believe this?
Can you believe it? You mentioned Brady Quinn. How close? I mean, this was it was a remarkable season, and we'll get on to a couple other moments later, but on this one, you got to the playoffs. You're there. 8-8, win the AFC West, one of the most amazing years ever. But you're in the playoffs, and now things had kind of hit the skids just a little bit, right? I mean, it just hadn't gone great, but you still won, which was terrific. How close were you guys to starting Brady Quinn in that playoff game against the Steelers? And what contingencies did you guys think about if things weren't going well once you were in the playoffs?
Well, we knew right away. We had the 12-4 Pittsburgh Steelers team coming to town. And we were an 8-8, but we won the division.
Yeah.
And that argument's going on forever, but I still think it's about your division. That's why I stand on that argument. But it was the week before. All we had to do the last 3 games was win, and we were in the playoffs.
Right.
Okay, but we went all 3 weeks. I'm talking about the final 3 weeks of the season. Well, the last week was at home playing the Kansas City Chiefs, and none other than Kyle Orton is the starting quarterback, right? Because we had released him and they signed him. Right. So, I mean, he might have had a huge chip on his shoulder, to say the least.
Yeah.
But anyways, the final score of that game, I think, was 9-7.
It was 7-3.
Yeah, but so you
was it 9-7? Yeah, it was something. It was something not good. Yeah, it was very low scoring.
Yeah, and maybe it was 7-3. I don't know.
Something like that. Yeah.
There was not a lot of scoring going on, and our third down percentage was like 10. All right, so
it wasn't good, but you're in the playoffs. Yeah.
But so Now, the goofy thing about that is we lose. So we think when we go into the locker room and I break the team down, we think we're out of the playoffs.
Right.
So now San Diego's playing Oakland, and if Oakland wins, they're in. And then San Diego, we're in the locker room watching the end of the game, and sure enough, San Diego wins. Now we're in.
Unbelievable.
So I have to call the team back up again. All right. We think our season's over. And now we're in the playoffs. So that was even unusual in the locker room after the Kansas City game that we're in. But anyways, what happened was we were so bad on third down. I was like, we've got no chance. And Pittsburgh's a good team. And, we can't operate like this on third down, so we have to do something. So we really practiced that week with Tim was the starting quarterback. We weren't making a change, okay? But we talked to Tim. We talked to everybody involved and said, if we struggle, we're putting Brady in on third down.
Okay. Wow. On just third down.
That'd be unusual.
Yeah.
Like college style.
Yeah.
Steve Spurrier style.
Wow. Okay.
But everybody in the stadium knows you're passing on third down.
Right, right.
If it's 3rd and 2 or more in the National Football League, those are pass downs. And even on 3rd and 1, if it's not exactly a 1, that's a pass down. So, everybody in the stadium knows you're throwing the ball, and we weren't a well-oiled machine throwing the ball when everybody knew we were throwing it.
Okay, so how come you didn't do that in that particular game?
Well, because what happened was Tim came out and played his butt off.
He did.
I mean,
yep.
I think he was 50% on third down that night. And it wasn't just the walk-off win touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he played really, really well. I forget his quarterback rating, but, it was probably the best one of his career in the National Football League.
Wow, that's an amazing story.
Wow.
Amazing
Wow.
story. Okay, gosh, I got so much on to talk to you about. Let me get to something a little bit more serious, and then I got something kind of goofy. But
okay,
Super Bowl 48. How often do you think about Super Bowl 48? And if you could go back and change something, would you change anything, or do you say, it is what it is? I don't have any regrets on it. So I'll start. How often do you think about it, and do you think that you would have done anything differently?
Well, I really thought we had a great 2 weeks of preparation. I really thought we were going to play really, really well. My fear was on defense was, we were without a lot of good players. Von Miller got hurt.
Yep.
Chris Harris did not play in that game. We lost him in the San Diego playoff game.
Derek Wolfe wasn't playing.
Derek Wolfe wasn't playing. And, Russell Wilson, even though he's still a threat as a runner, he was really a threat as a runner that early in his career. And we just didn't have a lot of guys on defense that were fast enough to catch him. And they were a talented football team. Now, the strength of their team was their defense, and so was it ours, in my opinion. But, we just turned the ball over too much. We start the first play of the game, and it's a safety. One of the regrets I had probably on that one is just run the ball and get the nerves out of your system or whatever. But, we were a heavy no-huddle team, a lot of communication, a lot of changing of plays, and Peyton just came up to get Manny to check the play, and Manny snapped it. But even really at halftime of that game, we really thought we could get back into it.
Right.
Now, you got to decide whether you want to kick or receive. We kicked because it was getting a little windy. We wanted it in the fourth, and we kick a pop kick, which how that developed like it did, but it popped 30 yards in the air, and the kid catches it and takes it to the house.
Unbelievable.
So now that was like 28-3 or whatever that we had. I can't remember, but and then that kind of broke our back.
Does it stick with you, or have you been able to let it go?
I think what happens is so much about all of it is kind of the journey of a season. Maybe not the end note, but that was very similar to a game that we had when I was in New York and we played in Tampa when we played the Ravens. It was 34-7. So it never was really a game. You know what I mean? It was very one-sided, and I just felt that about our Seattle game as well.
I know we could spend an hour just talking about this, but I'll ask to keep it relatively short. When you think about coaching Peyton Manning, and I'm sure people ask you about this all the time, how do you reflect upon it, and what was that experience like for you?
It was awesome. I mean, I think whenever you have a great player, I think as much can be learned from that player as that player can learn from you. I think with Peyton, I had a Super Bowl. He never won the Super Bowl, but a Super Bowl quarterback in Jake Delhomme.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And one thing that you try to surround yourself with are not only great players but great people, and the more you can fill your locker room with those type of guys, the better. And Peyton was that way. I mean, he was going to hold guys accountable. You were not going to out-prepare him, and that's contagious, on your football team. And sometimes not just on offense, if the guy's on offense or not, they even affect the defense. And I think, Peyton had that ability. Not only was he a great player, he was a super prepared player. And, he could beat you with his brain as well as his ability.
All right, since DMac stole my Peyton Manning question, I'll go to my funny question here, Coach.
And I got one after Chad, and we'll wrap it up. But we really appreciate your time.
Appreciate the time, certainly, Coach.
This has been great.
I have adopted your phrase, skins on the wall. What exactly?
The John Fox cliches. We love the John Fox cliches.
They're fantastic, Coach. They're undefeated. But what exactly does skins on the wall mean to you?
Well, the guys accomplished stuff. I was asked when I went to Chicago, why did you hire Vic Fangio? You never worked with him. He wasn't one of your guys. And Chad, this the NFL is a small fraternity of people.
Right.
When you think about, you only have 32 corporations that do what you do. And I don't care if it's left outside linebacker. I don't care if it's defense coordinator. There's only 31 other ones. All right. Obviously, only if you're a head coach, there's only 31 other ones in the world. So, a guy with skins on the wall is a guy that's it's an old hunting term actually that he's had some kills, and those skins go on the wall, but. And as it relates to football, like with Vic, is he was a guy that had done a lot as a defense coordinator, in the league for a lot of years. And, no, I hadn't worked with him, but I'd watched plenty of his film and I'd watched, plenty of his games. And so you develop a respect for what people accomplish or skins on the wall.
All right, my favorite Coach Fox cliche, and there's a bunch of them. And by the way, let me just say this to everybody, because, Coach, I don't know if everybody knows this. So Coach Fox was known to keep things kind of tightened up and the cliches and not saying much, like in the press conferences. But we would go out at the beginning of practices for 4 years, Coach, and you would come over and we would, you, Lindsay, you know what I'm saying, the Cliss, all that. Yep. We would gossip like schoolgirls or something, almost on a daily basis. And so when you went into your press conference mode, I always kind of, rolled my eyes a little bit like, okay, whatever, because we knew the next day we could chat with you, and you were so open and receptive. And I get the sense that you respected those in the media who were there every day, who were really working, and you had a great relationship with those guys. So that's a guess on my part. Am I right about that?
Well, yeah, I think, what happens with the media, in my opinion, this is just me, is just like any person, any people, everybody's got a job to do. And and same with whether it's a beat writer, whether it's a national print media or it's TV media, whatever it is, they all have a job to do. And look, you want to treat people like you like to be treated, so you want to treat people with respect and be kind. I mean, it's not that hard. So I would always try to be that when it was smaller groups. Okay, I'm not talking about when you're standing on the podium and it's everybody.
Right.
I was always fearful when it was that situation. I'm talking about on the podium was, I actually try not to be myself. Okay.
right.
Okay.
I would try to tell people that. I'm like, don't even pay attention to that, John Fox.
Yeah, and it's I laugh at people all the time about Bill Belichick.
Right.
And I think he's hysterical. I find the humor in that. But Bill actually has a great personality. He's a wonderful person. You don't win games or have the skins on the wall that he has, not being able to relate to people. And I'm talking about a wide variety of people. So it's really just a protection because you don't want to say anything that goes viral from a negative standpoint to embarrass your organization or your football team.
All right.
So to me, that was basically like a safeguard.
Gotcha.
And really, I would have to remind myself, don't be you.
Okay. You are an analyst for ESPN. So for my final question here, my favorite cliche is that Coach Fox would say, whether you win or lose, you should always point fingers. If you win, you should point at the other guy. If you lose, you should point at yourself. I have used that so many times. That's
Our whole country could be using that right now.
I agree with you, Coach.
What it is, it's a Chuck Noll saying.
Okay.
I got to give credit where credit's due. He was the first head coach I ever worked for in the NFL, and he said, because everybody always says you don't ever point fingers. Don't point fingers. Don't point fingers.
Right.
He actually said it's okay to point fingers. You just have to know when and where to point them.
I love it.
When things are bad, point them at yourself. All right. What can I do to be better? What can I do? Am I the reason it's not going right? And if you do that, versus, and then when things are going well, that's when you want to point fingers out. Look at the job the O-line did. Look, I'm a running back, just gained 150 yards. How about the tight ends? The quarterback did a great job getting us in the right play. How about the coaches? What a great job, Joe Schmo did calling the game today. But it's okay to point fingers. You just have to know when and where to point them.
I love it, Coach.
All right, here's my. You got to put on your ESPN hat now. Okay.
Okay. All right.
ESPN hat. There's an football organization, the National Football League, that's been around for over 50 years. And the history of that, they have a ring of fame. They have a place where they honor their best coaches and players. There is a coach for that organization who has the best record in franchise history, including a Super Bowl appearance. There is another coach who's already in that ring of fame who doesn't have the same record, although has a Super Bowl appearance, but he's in the ring of fame, and he has coached the same amount of years and doesn't have as high of a winning percentage. Should the coach that has the highest winning percentage in Super Bowl appearance be in that team's ring of fame?
A lot of those accolades, and DMac, I'm going back to my podium thought, that's for other people to decide.
Oh, come on, Coach.
Well, listen to me. I don't even know who picks those things. I've got an idea. I've got an idea, how they do the Hall of Fame, and I've got an idea, of how they pick Pro Bowls, having been involved in, voting for them and whatnot. But I honestly don't know who and how. I mean, look, I live in a town part-time in Charlotte, North Carolina, that they just tore down the statue of the ex-owner, Jerry Richardson.
Right.
And he had a statue out front. So, I don't think that was Jerry Richardson that made that decision. Now, he doesn't own the team anymore, but I don't know who makes those decisions, to be honest with you.
All right, but to be fair, and you're being modest because you know where I'm going. John Fox has a .719 winning percentage, 46-18, 4 AFC West titles, a Super Bowl appearance. Red Miller over a 4-year period is 40-22 at 645 with a Super Bowl appearance and a loss as well. And I just want to say thank you for being on with us, Coach. But if Red Miller is in the Ring of Fame, which he deserves to be there, then I think John Fox should be there too at some point. And I just wanted to pass that thought and sentiment along to you.
Well, you're very kind to say that, and I will say I built a lot of great relationships in Denver. It was a great 4-year run, and we did win a lot of games.
Sure did.
Pat Smythe and I still touch base, every so often, and those were a fun 4 years. And I know the fans are outstanding there. Just tell them to be patient, and I know we had a lot of fun that 4 years I was there.
Thank you, Coach Fox. We'll catch
Thanks,
up
Coach,
soon.
for all the time. Appreciate it.
All right, Chad. DMac, you guys have a good one. Take care.
Right, bye-bye.
We are so late. I am so sorry. But
that was great. We had to keep going with that.
I apologize to everybody behind the scenes that, makes the magic happen with the business side of things. But that was unique. We got so much to reflect on after that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
How about the Brady Quinn story?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I had heard rumors about that, so it was great to hear it from Coach.
All right,
and kind of back it all up.
I don't even know how Richie and Kevin are going to handle this, but we'll take a break. And they are angry at me, I can tell you, but that was really special. And thank you. I'm kissing butt here a little bit, fellas, but to put this Legends Week together, that we could actually take the time and have a conversation like that. That's what it's all about. That's what Legends Week is all about right there. And how about that? John Fox is a legend, and he should be in the Ring of Fame because Red Miller's in there. Simple as that. This is The Drive on the Fan. Chad Brown in for Tyler Polumbus. Tyler back tomorrow. It's Hot Take Tuesday presented by Papa Murphy's. Order your pizza for pickup today. Hot take, John Fox should be in the Hall of Fame. Ring of Fame, not Hall of Fame. Ring of Fame for the Broncos. Chad, agree or disagree?
Based on those 4 years, man, that's a pretty strong 4 years. 4 years being number one in the AFC West, winning that division. 2 12-4 seasons, 1 13-3 seasons. I mean, it's just super impressive. I think the only pushback would be, it wasn't long enough, but for those 4 years, I think Bronco fans are certainly grateful for John Fox and what he brought and how he helped bring the program back.
Red Miller was the third coach of the Broncos. He wasn't the first. He deserves to be in the Ring of Fame. He coached for the same amount of time with a lesser record, 40-22, whereas John Fox was 46-18. Red Miller did take the Broncos to their first ever Super Bowl. They lost to the Cowboys, and Foxy took the Broncos also to a Super Bowl and lost to the Seahawks. I'm not saying yet John has to go in necessarily right away. I mean, there was a waiting period for Mike Shanahan. So, I mean, let's keep it real. But at some point, I think he, in what he did as a head coach, will be more respected. After him came Gary Kubiak in a Super Bowl championship. So it's kind of easy to sort of forget, Chad, how important Coach Fox really was and what he did for the team, because everybody just, credits Peyton Manning. But what about the year they won the AFC West with Tim Tebow?
And he did the same thing in Carolina and turned that thing around there as well. So,
and by the way, that year with Tebow, lockout, same as this year. No contact with players until camp. I wish we had more time to discuss. We're moving on. When we come back, our Broncos breakdown, we're looking at Phillip Lindsay, who is 1 point higher than Melvin Gordon in his terms of his Madden rating. It is week 4 against Jacksonville. We'll break it down next. Chad Brown is in for Tyler today. Tyler's back tomorrow. Before we just get into Philip Lindsay here real quick, I'm still kind of in shock about Foxy telling us that the plan in that Steelers playoff game was to put Brady Quinn in on third down if it was a passing situation. And I just called up my boy Mike Kliss during the break. I'm like, had you ever heard that? And he said no. They knew that there might be a situation Quinn would play, but not like that specifically. That's pretty wild to hear, isn't it? Oh, hold on. Well, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
To stick one guy in on third down, my goodness. That's,
can you imagine?
That's very Steve Spurrier-esque,
But that's where it had gone to with Tebow.
Right. He was that bad on third down.
He was that bad on third down. And then, of course, logically, if you want to disguise a pass in overtime, put in Tebow.
Right.
And it makes you wonder.
No one on the Steelers defense thought he was going to pass it.
And they were playing a zero coverage. I mean, it was like the most insulting defense of all time.
Right.
Right? I mean, literally
come on,
like
Dick LeBeau.
Like a high school quarterback could have made that pass.
Yeah. A cornerback playing on the outside, a slant route,
Are you kidding
safety
me?
too close.
What is there to think about?
No, it was easy.
You got to throw it 15 yards in front of you.
It was a good throw, though.
It was a good throw.
And DT took off and hit the turbo button and was gone.
Yeah. All right. But if that overtime went longer, you may have seen Brady Quinn go on in like 3rd and 9. Here's Brady Quinn running onto the field.
How about that for a pressure pass situation for Brady Quinn?
All right, let's move on to Philip Lindsay. Here we go to week 4. The Broncos had just lost to the Packers. In a game, Lindsay played really well. There were a couple of turnovers killed the Broncos in that Packers game. Now we play the Jacksonville Jaguars, and this is certainly one all Broncos fans, with Gardner Minshew starting for the Jags, thought the Broncos would have easily. But something weird happened in this game. Despite it being close the entire time and not all that high scoring, Chad, the game really got away from the play calling. I mean, the discrepancies are ridiculous. 15 running attempts to 38 passing attempts and a 26-24 loss, and Philip Lindsay got caught up in the wash.
He did. Philip Lindsay didn't suddenly become a worse back from week 3 to week 4. The offensive line was really manhandled by the front for Jacksonville. And then the play calling, I think, was literally afraid to go at the Jacksonville defensive line. Very few straight-ahead runs, trying to get some counter and misdirection. So Philip Lindsay's 53 yards, 28 of those came on one carry, which was kind of a creative counter kind of play where they got the Jacksonville defensive front running one direction. Philip cut back the other way, found the seam, picked up 28 yards, and that was probably his best play of the game. But the other runs, there was no place to go. I mean, short of him just being a physically bigger person and maybe falling forward for an extra yard or two, he maximized those runs because there wasn't much there. That defensive front from Jacksonville really clogged up the rushing lanes. There was no place for